Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day one of our fourth annual Quilt Fest. So we're so happy everybody is here, and we are so excited about this week because we have a huge show planned for y'all. And I'm telling you what, we have some of the best educators in the nation going to be here, and we have some great judges that are going to be on the show doing some teaching and some educational sessions. And they actually are voting on the quilts as well. But this is going to be a great show, and I got to say a big shout out to some of the SMP Nation before we get too started here. Amy Summers in Wisconsin, welcome to the show. We have Cindy King in Texas. So hey, Cindy. We have Nancy Gonzalez down in Florida. So hi, Nancy. Glad you're here. Jan Jarvis in Pennsylvania is here. We have Patricia Winters over in Tennessee, and Cindy Canning in Oklahoma. So glad you are here. If you're brand new to one of our shows, this is the first time you've ever seen one of our shows, in the chat right now, put a number 1 in the chat. And we want to see how many of y'all are brand new to the show. And I've got Kyle and Kennedy in here this morning with us, and they're going to be helping us out. And then we've got our chat going this morning. So on the chat, the live chat that y'all are going to be seeing on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all the different ones we're streaming on. We have Joe, we have Melinda, we have Rhonda, and we have Rena all this morning monitoring the chat. So they're going to be trying to answer questions for you on the Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, all those different channels we're on. And if you're on our website, then we have a chat team on the website too that can chat and help you with orders and things. And then naturally our call center, they're all going to be ready for you this morning on the 800 number. So write our number down. If you got a pencil and a pad next to you, it's 800-401-8151. You can call in and make orders. But before we get too started in the show again, before we get too deep in here, I got to say a big shout out, guys, to our sponsors. We could not do this show if we didn't have all the support from all of our sponsors. You see them on the board right there. Our platinum sponsors this year were Handi Quilter and Grace. The gold sponsors were Baby Lock, Janome, Brother, R&K, Juki, and Quilt Easy. Our silver sponsors, King Quilter and Arrow Cabinets. And then our bronze sponsors, Reliable, Bernina, So Steady, Brewer, and Laura Star. So we're so super excited to have all of them on board. And they're making this whole show possible with all the giveaways and things that we're doing. So we're really happy to be partnered with them. And they're providing all the great educators. That's the other thing. Man, they give us all the best educators out there. So, so this is kind of how the show is going to work every day, guys. We're going to, each day we're going to have an educational session. So not only are we going to have demonstrations all day long, every 30 minutes, we're going to have a different product up and show you the products. We're going to have product specials all week long. We're going to have the best deals of the year so far on a lot of products. And just because you don't see it on the show does not mean it's not on special. We have thousands of products that are on the Quilt Show special, but you have to call to find out which ones. So if there's something you're interested in, give us a call. So the educational sessions each day so Monday today, they're all going to be exactly the same time every single day. We have colorful yarn couching with Beth Ann Nemish. On Tuesday, we're going to have kitchen towel project with Edita Centaur. Wednesday, it's called Beyond the Stencil with Jane Hoprich. And then on Thursday, we're going to have ruler work with Kimberly Emo. Is that right? Imo, that's it. Imo. I always get her name wrong. So it's Kimberly Imo. And then Friday, it's called Meet the Judges. And on the Meet the Judges, we're basically going to talk to all 4 of them, little 15-minute segments of each one. That's a whole hour. We're going to talk to the judges. We're going to find out how they got their start, kind of what they look for an award-winning quilt. So it's going to be a lot of good information, and you don't want to miss that. All right, so Quilt Fest is all about the quilts, right? And we had a contest that you could enter your quilt and basically virtually, and you send pictures. We give you the rules. You had to send 5 pictures in of your quilts, all the details, and it gets posted on our website, and we've been advertising that for a while. So we opened it up for people to go vote on. After all the submissions were in, you could go vote. You can still go vote right now. The voting is going to end on March 14th, which is Thursday. So you can go vote now. And all you have to do is go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, and you can scroll down to the little, I guess you call it the header. Is it on the front page at the top? Okay, it's at the top now. So you click on that. That'll take you to the Quilt Fest page, and you can scroll down and you can see where you can vote. You can look at all the different quilts that are on there and vote on your favorite one. You can do 2 votes a day, and so you can go still vote on that. So I recommend and encourage y'all to go do that. And if you got one of your friends that you want to see get a place, go vote on them. Then we're going to give a Dream Studio giveaway. Now this is completely separate, okay? We're going to give a bunch of prizes away. So we're going to give a Dream Studio giveaway this week to one lucky viewer. But each day we're going to draw a finalist. So today, at the end of the day, we're going to draw a finalist that'll be in with basically the contest on Friday, right? So we're going to have 5 people on Friday, 5 finalists. And one of those finalists is going to get live on air. We're going to draw their name out to see who wins the Dream Studio, but all 4 runner-ups get a prize too. Yes. So they're going to get a prize. So you're not going to go home empty-handed. And y'all are saying, well, how can I win? How can I get involved in this? All you have to do is participate in our show. Ask questions, make comments, regardless if you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all those different ones. All you have to do is just make a comment, ask questions, and that automatically enters you in to win. We're going to give prizes away daily, just random prizes, and then we're going to draw out a finalist each day that gets into the big drawing for the Dream Studio giveaway. And the Dream Studio giveaway is worth $25,000.
Should we give them a little sneak peek, Blaine?
Show it. Let's show it right there. Look at all that stuff. That's the Dream Studio giveaway. Woo! There is a ton of things in there. It's over $25,000 of product.
I think, to be exact, we're about
26. Yeah, we're a little over 25.
Just to give you a perspective.
So I hope that y'all are looking at all that stuff. You're going to get sewing cabinets. You're getting a quilting machine. You're getting a straight stitch machine. You're getting an ironing system by Laura Star. You're getting a robotics system to fit on the quilting machine.
You're getting a frame with a long arm.
Yeah.
Just picture it because it's so big and there's so many other things in the Dream Studio.
So we do have the breakdown. We'll tell you all the different things that's coming in it. And also, I wanted to talk about the judge's choice. So the judge's choice, which is called the Best of Show, we have a prize package for that one person. It's going to be put a quilt in. You see it right there. This is worth $11,500. Is that person's going to win? The People's Choice first place. Now this is based on the votes. The People's Choice first place is worth $3,500. The second place is worth $2,800, and the third place is worth $2,300. So a lot of prizes to give away. And then we have another $25,000 worth of products that we're going to give away every single day, just randomly to one of you watching today. You're going to win something.
You feel like it.
Yeah. Well, next up, guys, I've got to talk about my co-host this whole week that we have. And oh my gosh, I can't wait for y'all to meet. Y'all probably already know her. Her name is Jane Klaus. And Jane is a 2-time Emmy Award-winning TV personality. She has hosted numerous things. I can't tell you all the different things that this girl has hosted. She has a talk radio show every morning in Chicago. She's been on all kinds of do-it-yourself TV shows all over the nation. She's a brother ambassador. So, guys, welcome to the show, the world-famous Jane Klaus.
Yay! Hi, everybody. Good morning, Blaine. Thank you for that amazing introduction. I couldn't have written it better myself, and good thing I didn't write it. So thank you so much. I'm so excited. It's National Crafting Month, it's National Quilting Month, and it's day 1 of Quilt Fest.
It is day 1, and we say this every time we have a festival. we say today's day one, and at a blink of the eye, we're going to be talking about this on Friday. Where did the week go?
I was just thinking about that myself, how quickly it's going to go. And here we are saying hello. We're so excited to kick it all off. I mean, Blaine, I'm listening to those prizes, especially the big prize, the ultimate. I want one. Oh, sorry.
I tell you, we probably give the best prizes, Jane, of any kind of show, any dealer out there, bar none. Nobody touches us how much stuff we give away, all of our shows that we do throughout the year. And I know a lot of people put a number one in the chat today when I asked all the new people. You know, we're welcome to all the new people to the show. We do this. This is our 4th annual, Jane.
Yes.
And as you know, we do these every quarter. We do a big festival. However, every Thursday, we do a live show every Thursday that we give tons of things away. And last year in 2023, I don't even remember how many it was. Kyle, do you remember? But it was like 60 or 70 machines we gave away, sewing machines throughout the year, just on regular shows.
Oh, throughout the year from the show?
Yeah, for the regular.
Probably more than that.
Right,
Yeah.
I mean, Blaine, you're so generous. We already know that. And, you're speaking of first-time watchers and our newest members of the SMP Nation. I do have to say hello to one of the newest ones, her first time watching the show, Kathy Dixon, joining us from Hendersonville, North Carolina. So everybody say hello to Kathy.
Hey,
She's
Kathy.
first time. I know. I'm so excited.
That's awesome. So, and again, we hope that all the new people will hang around all week if they can. And we hope that they'll join us for all our regular Thursday shows and all of our other festivals. Because, Jane, guess what? In April, we have Serger Soiree going to be here. It's National Serging Month. And we're going to be April the 10th and 12th, or through the 12th, 3 days. We're going to be nothing but talking about sergers with all the different brands. And we have some of the best serger educators in the nation going to be on the show.
And who doesn't want to go to something with a soiree attached to it, especially serger
And
soiree.
hey,
You really
anytime there's a party, there's going to be a lot of giveaways as well.
It's going to be so much fun. Let's put that in your calendars right now. It's April 10 through, what'd you say, 8 through 10?
The 12th.
10 through 12. Okay, we got that. Blaine and my friends, because this is Quilt Fest, I have a joke for you.
All right.
Are you
I'm
ready?
ready.
Okay. Why do quilters save their scraps? Are you ready?
Because they're all fabric crazy.
No, because they don't want to part with material possessions. I mean, I'm here all week, people. I got them coming all week.
Well, I have a vent bag that says life is it life has a lot of baggage. Mine just happens to be full of fabric or something like that.
Fabric scraps. Save your scraps.
So yeah, we have another bag. It says they're called quilts, not blankets.
That's right. That's a good one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Keep the jokes coming. We're here all week. We can do that.
All right, Jane. Well, you got to keep the jokes. We need a new joke every day, each day about something related to sewing. We're putting the pressure on you.
Every day? I have one for every hour, Blaine.
Oh my gosh.
I have facts. I have little facts and tips about quilting and the history of it. I've got some jokes ready to go. So whenever you're ready, you just let me know because I'm prepared.
All right. Well, I know everybody in the
radio show
Nation is going to be prepared to hear that. And we're so fortunate and so happy to have you part of the show, Jane, this week. And,
thank you.
It's always, everybody loves you and you bring so much energy to the show. And so I'm so happy to be co-hosting with you this whole week. And, I look forward to Quilt Fest because, to me, Quilt Fest is our top show of the year. It's just awesome because of the contest and how many viewers come in and, get to work with all the great educators and people like you. And, it's fantastic. I love this.
I love one of my favorite things is just being with this like-minded community. And I know I can't see your faces, but I feel like I can. And I love the comments. And I just feel like I'm hanging out with my besties all day long for a week. And it's just so much fun to just, be together. And whether we're talking about quilting or sewing or crafting, or anything, it's just fun to have this time together. And that's what I really appreciate about it, Blaine. And I'll tell you this, I know that everyone's always concerned about my energy on these big fest weeks, but I'm going to bring it. I'm going to bring it and you're going to be like, okay, like she finally got some energy.
Well, the only time I feel like I matched your energy, and nobody even knows this, but you were sick as a dog, and you were still more energetic than me. And I'm like, where's this girl get all this energy from? But I tell you what, it's fantastic. And Jane, you know what?
What?
In June, guess what's happening in June?
It's my birthday. What?
It's your birthday. June the 27th or 29th?
Exactly, June 27th. How do you know
27th.
that?
Man, I'm a good memory. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my gosh, yes.
June 27th. I knew it was one of the two. June 27th is Jane's birthday, but June the 10th through the 14th is Hoop Fest.
Oh, I love Hoop Fest.
All about embroidery and hooping and all kinds of great things. And that'll be coming. I mean, it's going to be here before we know it as well. So everybody mark those dates down. April 10th through the 12th is the Serger Soiree. And then June 10th through the 14th is going to be Hoop Fest and some more festivals coming up. And then every Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific time, we have our regular SMP live show. So we invite everybody to come and join that. But Jane, I want to let you kick things off this morning with our first presenter.
I got to tell you something, Blaine.
Yes.
I just thought of this while you were talking, because we have this week together. You sent me a quilting kit, because everybody knows that I'm like a sustainable fashion designer. I love to upcycle. I can make things and blah, blah, blah. But I don't really dabble in the quilting. And I learned so much. You sent me a quilting kit. My challenge for myself is I'm going to start making it. I'm going to make it this entire week and show it to you at the end.
Awesome.
Okay.
That's going to be great. So everybody's going to look forward to that. And some of the people in our contest before, we sold these ready to sew quilt kits. You would buy the kit, and we've had people that bought those and actually entered them in the contest. And it was a couple years ago. One of them actually got third place in the People's Choice just from a kit that they bought from us and made their first quilt ever tried.
I'm using
everybody can do this.
I'm using the kit. So I'll show you the kit later. I'll grab it. You'll see it's not ready to go, and then I'll make it this week.
All right, Jane. Well, I'm going to let you kick things off. I'll be back here in about 30 minutes.
Thanks, Blaine. See you later. Okay. Hi, everybody. Oh, my gosh. Let's get ready. Let's get crafty. Let's get quilting. It's so much fun. Our first presenters are Melinda Romero and Catherine Burrell. They are with Grace True Cut. Now, Melinda is Sewing Machines Plus personal account executive at Grace, and she absolutely provides world-class customer service. Melinda graduated from Salt Lake Community College and is currently based in West Valley City. And Catherine, the lovely Catherine Burrell, has been with Grace Company for a little over 8 months as a customer service representative. Now, Catherine is passionate, I love this, about gardening, and she spends a lot of time outside as much as she's able to cultivating her plants and flowers. And in the evenings, you will find her and her hubby sitting outside on their porch, reading a good book and sipping on some Diet Pepsi and just enjoying their beautiful yard. Of course, it's beautiful because she's passionate about gardening, but she is also passionate about Grace True Cut. So please say hi to Melinda Romero and Catherine Burrell. Hi, ladies.
Hi, Jane. How are you this morning?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. You guys look amazing. I love the bright colors. How are you doing?
You know, we're doing good. It's not snowing today. It wasn't windy on the way to work. Wasn't raining. What else?
It's almost warm.
Almost warm.
Yeah.
So that's a good day here.
It's almost spring. We can get outside and start cultivating our gardens. What we're really excited about, ladies, is that it's day one of Quilt Fest, and you are the first presenters. So
yay!
I'm going to let you take it away because I don't want to take up any more of your time so we can learn all about your products.
Thanks, Jane.
Thanks so much, Jane. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I'm Melinda Romero.
I'm Catherine Burrell.
And today we're presenting True Cut. Catherine, I love our True Cut items.
I do as well.
Just the whole system. You can start with a cutter and a ruler, and you can gradually build the collection.
Yes.
What do you love most?
I love it so versatile. Just like you said, if you want to get something ergonomic, we have that for you. If you want to stay traditional, we've got the straight cutters for you. If you want to start branching out, we've got the circle cutter. So it's very versatile.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So the key thing with our system is we have our track and guide system. So all of our rulers, let's see if we can see, we can kind of see that raised edge right along the ruler. see if I can get that angled.
There.
There, yes.
There you go.
There we go. So it has this raised edge. All of our cutters also come with this guide. So the guide marries right on top of that ledge, and you're only going straight.
So good for people that cannot cut straight. There's a lot of us out there, myself included.
Yes.
I think I'm going straight, but somehow I veer.
Veer inwards,
Yes.
veer outwards. I've had a few close calls with my fingers.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I haven't had anything traumatic happen, but I've heard so many horror stories.
Yep.
And I've seen scars at different shows and, talking with people. Rotary cutters are scary.
They are. And especially for like, if you're starting to get your kids or your grandkids into the quilting and you want to have them start cutting the pieces for the quilt, you don't want to give them a cutter that could, take off a finger.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, Kathy, go ahead and show us just how easy it is.
All right.
Do you want a longer ruler? Or is
No,
that
I
3
think
by
that one's a
8?
good one.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect.
So what we're going to do, we're going to hold our comfort cutter, and we'll explain about this here in a minute. But we're going to put our guide right here on the lip of the ruler and make a nice straight cut. I forgot about one thing. Got to take off the the guide.
Guard.
Let's try this again. All right, we're going to connect, cut, and look at that. I didn't go that way. I didn't go that way. I went nice and straight. Let's do one more. Okay, that was me. I was at a weird angle. I tell you, I'm still newbie with this sometimes, so Melinda.
That is fine. That is fine. And you know what, Kathy? I think in your defense.
Yes.
So I literally took this ruler out of the package right before we started. I didn't put any true grips on the ruler. Tell us about true grips.
So true grips are the best invention ever. So let me explain about true grips. They are a little rubber pad, and what we'll do is we will put them on the back of our ruler, and that'll give it some nice grip. So as I'm cutting in a weird angle, as I was, across my fabric, the ruler has no way of slipping back and forth.
Yes, yes. Now, what I love about TrueCut is the whole system.
Yeah.
So we start at the very bottom, we have our non-slip pad.
Yes.
This can be cut down to size for your cutting mat, but it's a 36 by 24 inch size. Next we have our 5-ply self-healing cutting mats. Now they're printed on both sides.
Yep.
So again, you have all of your markings, front and back.
Yep.
Everything's the exact same. We have our rulers, and then of course we have the true grips. So again, that in itself is a whole system. Then on top of that, we're adding the rotary cutters. It's just phenomenal how well the system works together with you. Now, I did see a question pop up. What about lefties?
Oh, I had this question at the show that I was at last week. I was at the Hampton show. If any of you were there, hello again. And I had the cutest lady come up. I was showing her how the system worked and how nice it is and how safe it is. And she said, well, what about us lefties? I was like, oh, I can show you. I'm getting so good at switching out the blade. So let me show you. This is a right or a left on all of our cutters. Super easy to change. We'll just flip it off here. Carefully set it down. Pull out the parts. It was currently at a right-handed cutter. We're gonna switch that over.
I should have had my stopwatch out and timed you.
I know, I'm getting better. The first time I did this was about a year ago when I started here at Grace, and it was kind of hilarious, actually. So,
well, I think you did that
look at
wonderfully.
That. Yeah.
So,
we now got a left-handed cutter. Now, at the show, it was really funny because I went to show her that it was left-handed, but I went to use my right hand to use on the guide. And she started laughing at me. She's like, you have to use a left-handed.
But
yes,
you know,
you do.
I feel I'm a righty, and I feel even if I'm using the cutter with my non-dominant hand,
right?
I call this my dumb hand because this hand doesn't do anything that it should. But I feel even with our cutting system, left-handed, I can still make those safe, easy, accurate cuts every time.
Yes, you can.
And again, whether I'm right or left with my cutter. Now, a lot of people ask, well, how do you change the straight cutter? So the straight cutter, you don't have to take the blade off. All you have to do is rotate it.
Nice
How
and
easy
easy.
is that?
Nice and
How
easy.
easy is that? Just simple rotation of the cutter in your hand.
Yep.
Super simple, super simple. All right, my next favorite item, Kathy,
Okay.
is the 360 circle cutter. I
Love
love
this.
Love it, love it, love it. So, you know, as a newer quilter, and I don't know how much longer I can get away saying that.
I think I still have a little time to say I'm a newer quilter.
Yes, still newer, newish. But I love being able to create fun shapes.
Yes.
I've always hated cutting, you know, with scissors, with any other tool, trying to make a perfect circle because it never worked. It was never perfect.
You always have a dent on one side.
And then you could always see like the little
cutting edges.
points, and it's like, okay, yeah, that is not a perfect circle. But with the 360 circle cutter, you can cut anywhere from a 2-inch circle up to a 12-inch circle. Here in the center, we have this will hold the fabric down in the center of the circle.
Okay.
Loosen the knob, and you can adjust the slide for how big your circle needs to be. On the back side, so right here where I was pushing, there's a little pin that holds the fabric right in the center.
Nice and tight.
So it's securing the fabric. As we rotate, this whole edge, again, keeps the fabric flat. It makes it so it doesn't bunch up. That in combination with that little pin, it's just phenomenal.
It is.
Then here at the end, we have the little safety on, but here at the end, here's the blade. Press it down. As we press it down, that exposes the blade as we make our rotation. So again, I love the circle cutter, making circles. It's great for Halloween. It's great for Christmas shapes.
Yeah.
I mean, baby blankets,
Polka
baby
dots.
showers. It's phenomenal, phenomenal. And again, whether you're quilting, whether you're sewing, this can be versatile for a lot of crafts.
Yes.
So I always hold the little pin down with my less dominant hand. Again, my dumb hand.
Your dumb hand, yes.
It doesn't do anything, but it does hold that down pretty good. So I guess that's good.
It's not as dumb as you think.
No, right. So with my dominant hand, I'm going to go hand over wrist.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to press my little blade, and it's not, there it goes. Okay. So I'll press my blade down, and I will make my circle. You know what? I forgot the safety. All right, so I was like, it's not going
Same thing
down
I
very
did as well.
Yes.
There we go.
All right, so again, hand over hand, press the blade down, and this allows me to make my full circle rotation.
Without lifting your hand.
Without stopping, without readjusting. Look at that.
It's perfect.
It's just the perfect circle.
Yeah.
Polka dots, pumpkins, you know, Christmas ornaments, Rudolph's nose, whatever you need a circle for. Super quick.
I love it.
Super simple. And I don't have any of those ugly little ridges.
Exactly.
Love
It's
it.
like a perfect circle. Look at this.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. And it's easy. Now, we have a ton of different rulers.
Yes, we do.
So we have square rulers, rectangle rulers,
Triangle
rulers.
Kite ruler.
Yes. So again, whatever the project that you're looking at, you know, there's a ruler for you. I know a lot of people ask, well, you know, why do I need so many different rulers?
Different projects require different things. I mean, if you're doing 12-inch squares, you're going to want a ruler that's a little bit bigger than 12 inches, right?
Yes.
It makes it a lot easier.
Yes.
If you're doing bigger squares, bigger ruler, smaller squares, smaller ruler, triangles, or any sort of angles, the triangles or kite rulers work really well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I know our education team,
Mm-hmm.
they love the square rulers, not just for cutting, but really squaring up your fabric,
Measuring, mm-hmm.
you know, as you're getting everything
Yeah.
together. So, again, phenomenal resources. All of our rulers have that raised edge along the edges. So, again, this is our kite ruler. We have our... I'm not sure if this is I believe this is the 60, and nope, this is the 90, this is the 60 degree ruler. Again, we have 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler, 12 by 12
That one's
inch
a great
square,
size right there.
3 by 18.
Yep.
I love this ruler.
This is my favorite one as well. The size is perfect. It's not too big that you can't move it around really easy, but it's big enough to do big things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I love, that's my favorite.
Yep.
We have the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. I will say by default, this is probably my second favorite.
Right, and I love this one. It comes in our combo kit.
So we have our quilters combo.
Yes.
So the quilters combo, I refer to this as kind of your getting started
Starter
guide.
pack, basically.
So you get the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler.
True grips.
And the 45 millimeter My Comfort Cutter, all in a bag.
Yes.
And it's a great bag.
It is.
You know, fabric stash, keeping everything, you know, organized and
You could stick all your other rulers or cutters in there.
Yes,
Yeah.
maybe not all the rulers.
Some of them.
Yes.
Your favorite size you can definitely stick in there.
So again, with our product line, and I don't know because I took everything out, if
It's
that's
gonna fall over.
stay in there straight. But again, so much versatility
Yes.
with the cutters and rulers. Now, we talked about the rulers. Let's talk, we've talked a little bit about the cutters.
Okay.
We demonstrated the 45 millimeter Comfort Cutter.
Yes.
But what other cutters
So,
do we have?
yeah, let's not forget about the straight cutter. The Comfort Cutter is awesome. It's phenomenal. Especially those that have arthritis or have any sort of wrist pain or arm pain. But some of us like the traditional straight cutter. Works just the same as the Comfort Cutter, but you can hold it the way you are used to holding a cutter. So say you want to do a nice angle, and we have our ruler here. It also has that ruler guide that you can clip onto our rulers and make that nice, did I do that again? There we go. Nice, straight, accurate cuts there. So it also comes in all three sizes that our Comfort Cutters come in. The 45,
the 28,
and the 60.
and the 60.
Yep.
Yes. So again, straight cutters, Comfort Cutters, all different sizes, rulers, the circle cutter, our travel kit.
People are wondering what that is. I know they are. People
Yes.
look at it and go, what is that bag? It's so cute.
You know, first and foremost, yes.
Yes.
I love the bag.
Isn't it
It's
so cute?
It's stylish. It's durable.
Yes, very durable.
Fantastic bag. It has the two straps, then it has the
Shoulder
shoulder strap.
Yep.
You know, so again, phenomenal bag. But let's take a peek
Let's see what's inside of it.
You
This
know
is
what?
the surprise.
Yes.
Yes, we're excited.
It's like, okay, in my mind, I'm like, is everything in the bag?
we should have
So,
checked to make
yes.
sure we haven't been using stuff from the bag.
Yes. So I love this.
I do as well.
You know, so as we're cutting and piecing together
Pinning.
our tops, you know, we have all of our pins,
Yep.
our little container. It's so much easier, you know, just putting the pins right here on the magnet.
Look at that.
And then as you're piecing together your project, grab your pin your fabric, and you're golden from there. It's right at your fingertips.
That is amazing.
You know, when I use this, I don't poke my fingers with the pins.
Yeah.
And it's very rarely that I do.
Right.
You know, but it's so much easier just having the pins right there, easy, ready to go. The seam ripper that comes in the travel kit.
It's our favorite product, right, everybody?
I love this seam ripper.
I do too.
You know, it has kind of that soft little edge, so as you're picking your thread, use that, and it kind of
Rubs it
pulls
out.
away,
Yep.
any of those threads.
It's great.
Phenomenal, excellent seam ripper. We have marking tools, storage capacity, holders, organizer.
Put scissors or cutters in there.
You have a little pouch.
Yep.
It's fantastic. More storage on the opposite side. Pencil sharpener.
Now this is cool.
This is cool.
Yeah.
I kind of refer to this page as kind of my vision board.
Yeah.
In a
Travel
sense.
vision board.
So
Yep.
if you were thinking of a new wonderful design, a new pattern that you're wanting
If you're out with
sew.
your friends at a guild and you see a pattern that they've done, you want to remember it, stick it on
Yes.
here, you have it.
Yep, and the pins go right through that backing.
Yep.
So again, phenomenal. My absolute favorite though is kind of this side. So if we feel that,
Oh,
Kathy, it's
that's very
kinda
rough,
like a
sandpaper.
So if you were in a car, for instance,
Yep.
not driving, just a passenger.
Yeah, don't quilt and drive.
So you can cut out your items because you do get, travel size
Yep.
cutting mat. There's a 28 millimeter straight cutter that's included, but traveling.
Yeah.
You can cut stick your items right on that backing. It's not
It's
going
not
anywhere.
moving.
So
Yeah.
it's a great way on the go, traveling, to keep your projects, all together
Yep.
in a stylish little bag.
Exactly.
So I love it.
I think there's
Love it, love
also, it's not in here, but there is a ruler that is a three.
Oh, it is in
here it
here.
is. And
So we
the
have our
cutter.
cutter, our ruler, and I just poked myself with a pin. So everything was kind of stashed in that side. But again, items, if you're traveling, you don't want to pack up all of your rulers
Right.
and cutters and everything. Travel size, minimal,
Yep.
easy, simple. You're on the go.
Exactly.
So I love taking this, to guild meetings, again, because I don't have to haul everything with
Yep.
me. Everything's contained, easy to access. I love it.
Good to go.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Kathy,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Okay. How many blades do you or any of your sewing friends, how many blades in some sort of little container do you have at home?
Probably
Old blades.
around 30. I
Around
would say
30.
around 30. Just when they get dull, I don't want to throw them away, so I just stick them in a can.
And so many of us do.
Yeah.
So many
Yeah.
of us do. Now, what if I said I had a solution?
I want to hear it. What
wanna
is your
hear it?
solution?
All right. So
All right.
we have a couple different sharpening options. We have our linear sharpener, and we have our True Sharp electric
There we go.
sharpener. So I love both of these for different
Me too.
reasons. My linear cutter lives on my cutting table. So if at any time, if I feel that my blade is starting to dull, I'll run it through, through the sharpener, flip it over, run it through the equal amount of times. That way I'm making sure to sharpen both sides
Right.
of the blade. Being able to bring new life to the blades.
While
phenomenal.
you're in the middle of a project.
Right.
You don't have to
Right.
stop and take time. It's right there for you on your workstation.
How many times have you been working on something and your blade goes dull, and then you don't have any more blades?
The
You're out of
worst.
blades.
I know.
It's the worst. So,
Yeah.
I love our linear sharpener for as I'm working on my project. It's right there, ready to go. We have our electric sharpener. Now, this is probably what I would use for
my
your
30 blades.
that you have at home. So the sharpener, it's a clamshell sharpener. It opens up. It's electric, so it does need to have an outlet to plug into. But both sharpeners have diamond grit stones, which
Nice.
which will hone and sharpen the edge of our blades.
Nice.
So again, bringing new life into our blades. If I can cut back on one expense, I'm not cutting back on my fabric expense. Sorry,
no, you can't do that.
If I can cut back any expense, it will be, to bring more life to the blades themselves.
I mean, you could do this while you're watching a show.
Yes.
While you're watching our Quilt Fest today.
Yes,
You could just
yes.
go ahead and pull out those 30 blades one at a time, watching the show, get them all sharpened.
Yes,
It would be
that
so
is
nice.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So again, Kathy, as I know we mentioned earlier, you don't have to buy everything
No.
all at once. But I do say, start with the cutter, start with the ruler, start with the true grips, start somewhere.
Right.
You'll love the product. I will say I guarantee it.
Yes.
I guarantee you will love the product. You will be intrigued. You'll want the different size rulers. And again, you don't have to get everything all at once.
No.
Just
Start with the
build up to it.
quilters combo. It gives you that ruler, it gives you that cutter, it gives you the true grips. A good starting point to let you fall in love with our product.
Yes.
You'll love it.
Yes, and one thing, I think we forgot to mention this, Kathy, but all of our cutters come with this pin. This pin allows you to use the cutter with any other ruler that's out
Okay.
there. So again, it comes with this pin, with that guide,
And it also,
but then we also have the guide, which will pop right on. And we saw how easy Kathy
Yeah.
switched from left to right-handed. Same process to swap out the pins. But again, with the guide, use the cutter
so
with our
nice and
rulers.
easy. So nice and easy.
Yes, love it.
Yes.
Love it. All right, well,
It's
let's
been
get
so
back.
fun.
Yeah, let's bring Jane back in. Jane, I know you have your quilter starter kit that you're
Right.
challenging yourself to have finished by the end of the week. I won't be here by the end of the week, but I'm still going to tune in.
Okay.
I want to see your finished project.
I do as well.
Well, thank you for that. I want to see it finished too. I was just thinking, like, I was listening to you guys. I'm like, wait, am I really going to be able to finish this between the work we're doing? But listen, here, I love what you showed us. And of course, we got to start with this amazing, all of these cutters and the cutting boards and the rulers and the lefties and the righties. I mean, you got to start with that right now because I want every single one of them. And you guys said, no, you don't have to buy it all at once. I say buy it all at once because guess why? More is more and less is more. And if you're going to do it, you're going to want to do it this week because of the great special that Grace Company is giving us this week and Blaine at Sewing Machines Plus with the True Cut system. So Catherine Burrell, Melinda Romero, thank you so much. You showed us so many great products. I am very excited. What a great way to kick off Quilt Fest. Thank you, ladies. Let me tell everyone how they can get it.
Thanks, Jane.
Thanks, Jane.
Well, that was so much fun. So many products that they showed us. It would be almost impossible for me to put all of these one screens up for you to see them all. So we're going to put this up there. Every single product in the Grace True Cut line is 20% off. That is your SMP Virtual Quilt Fest special. You're going to call in to get your discount. Of course, it's 800-401-8151. And like I said, well, they said you got to start somewhere. Just get something. Just do it. I think there's a famous company that said, just do it. I'm not sure who it was, but just do it. You can buy it all at once, buy a piece at a time, whatever it is. The entire Grace True Cut system is 20% off all of the items. You're going to see amazing things like those cutting mats. They come in all sizes. They've got cutting combos. They've got cutting collections. You've got rulers. You've got ruler bundles. You've got square. You got rectangle, triangles, multiple sizes, of course, in those rulers. You've got your rotary cutters. You've got your straight cutter, your comfort cutters. Of course, they come for left-handed sides as well. You've got that True Cut sharpener. You got blades and you've got that precision circle cutter. So many more things. Just check out smplive.tv for all of the entire Grace Company line. You'll see all the True Cut stuff there. Again, it's all 20% off. So call to get at that discount, 800-401-8151. And I do have to say, let's see, Renee Hoff says, my husband always asked me, do you really need all those rulers? And her reply is always, yes, I do. And so do you. Okay, Blaine, that was super fun. I need to go shopping.
That's pretty good. I like that. You need them all.
Yes, I do. She's like, yes,
All right.
need them all, husband. Thank you.
Well, great job, Jane. Great job by Grace. And we're going to keep moving on. And we'll see you back here in about an hour, Jane. But next up, guys, we have Miriam Coffey from Janome. We're going to talk all about the M6. And Miriam, she's had a lifelong love affair with textiles. It all began at a young age when her mother taught her to hand embroidery. Growing up in a house of makers, she was encouraged to go after the love of creating art. She attended the Maryland Institute of College of Art, majoring in fiber art. In school, she taught herself to sew and has never stopped. She is a national educator for Janome. We've been using her for a lot of things for many years now. And so y'all, welcome to the show, Miriam Coffey.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Good to see you, Miriam. How are you doing?
Doing well.
Well, we're glad to have you here at Quilt Fest. We're going to let you get going, and I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. We'll tell everybody how they can get this M6.
Sounds great. All right. Thank you guys so much for having me and letting me be part of such an exciting event, because I'm very excited to talk to you guys about the Janome Continental M6. The M6 is one of Janome's newer sewing only machines, and it is known to be a workhorse. That's one of the great things about this particular machine, is that it is going to be able to sew through basically anything that you're going to want it to go through. So that's one of my favorite features about this machine. And my second favorite feature is the size. If you look at this machine, it's a beast. She's so massive. She has a full 13.7-inch throat space, which gives you so much space for working with those larger, bigger, bulkier projects that you're working with. And those projects, you need that space. So not only do you have that 13.7-inch throat space, you also have a full 6-inch vertical space as well. And that's a measurement that really doesn't get talked about quite as often as I feel like it should, because that vertical space is still super important. You may have all of this width as well, but without having that height, when you roll your quilts up, or if you have a bigger, bulkier bag, you need that vertical space there as well. So that's why that vertical space is so important. And we give that to you in spades. You've got so much space that you're going to be able to do some beautiful projects with. So this machine, you're also going to get so much bang for your buck with this machine. There are going to be so many accessories that you're going to get. This full baggie of goodies that you're going to get. There's a full 18 feet that come with this machine, as well as 15 additional accessories on top of that. It's also a 9mm machine, which means it has 91 needle positions. So you can really get that needle exactly where you need it to be when you need it to be there. That also means that it has a full 9mm width decorative stitch. So if I want to do a zigzag or some other decorative stitch, that means I can move my needle all the way to a full 9mm, as well as my alphabets. I can do a 9mm fonts as well for all of those quilt labels or any other fonts that you may need for any other projects. There are also, it's a very fast machine. It's going to go a full 1,300 stitches a minute, which is really pretty fast. So you're going to probably find some sort of happy medium in between. So you'll probably find that. I know for me, I like to be somewhere in the middle. I'm not super speed demon. I like to take my time. So, but with this particular machine, if you are a speed demon, you're going to just love this, because it does go that full 1,300 stitches a minute. There are also 400 decorative stitches with this particular machine. So you're going to be able to have endless choices with those decorative stitches. So there's going to be a decorative stitch for basically any occasion that you may need it. It also has a separate bobbin winding motor, which allows you to wind your bobbin while you're sewing while you're sewing on the machine, if you'd like, which I think is really fun. And you can get those bobbins wound because it does also have the two vertical spool pins on the back with this telescoping thread stand as well. It also has our 7-inch LCD touchscreen, which allows you to select your stitches or any other features with ease and accuracy. So now that we've done sort of overview, let's go ahead. We're going to zoom in. We're going to kind of get a little closer and move the machine, move the camera a little closer to the machine itself. There's a few things I want to point out here. So these are some buttons that are really beneficial and allow your sewing to be as accurate as possible. So this first button is our presser foot lifter, and that is going to raise and lower our presser foot. So we can press that once, it's going to do the opposite of whatever it's currently at. Press that again, it's going to do the opposite of that. And then my favorite button is this next button. This is our scissor feature. And let's say we're just going to be sewing. We get to the end of our seam. We did our little seam. Use the scissor button. It's going to cut our top and bobbin thread, lift our foot up, and then we just have this little baby thread tail at the back. And I like to call that my deal breaker. I don't like to sew on a machine that doesn't have the scissor function on it. And I know once you have that particular feature, you're not going to want to sew with it either, because it's very easy to get spoiled with your scissor button. Next, we have our needle up, needle down. You're going to press that button. It's going to do the opposite of whatever it's currently at. Next, we have our locking stitch. Our locking stitch is going to sew in place for 6 stitches. And then we have our reverse button. You hold that down, it's going to sew backwards, and then you let it go, and then it's going to sew forwards. And then next we have our start stop button, which allows us to operate our machine strictly through that button without using our foot pedal. And then we've got our speed bar. This is where I mentioned wanting to find your sort of happy place, wherever that may be. When you're at your 1 arrow, you're going to be sewing nice and slow. And then you're all the way up to that 3 arrows. You're going to be going to that 1300 stitches per minute. So I personally like to be somewhere in that middle there. That's my happy space for my speed bar. But for some of you speed demons out there, you might be all the way up to those 3 arrows and sewing to that 1300 stitches per minute. Next, let's move over to the 7-inch LCD touchscreen. So there are a few numbers here that I'd like to point out. So let's touch this button one more time. I just want to set it back to its default settings after it's made some adjustments. So this first number down here that says 4.5, that is my needle position. It's actually a dual function button. And what that does is when you move your needle over using that plus sign, that allows you to be your needle position. Or if I'm on a stitch with width, it would be my stitch width. So as you can see on my display screen here, it's moved my needle all the way over to the 9 position. And you can see down here below, my needle has moved all the way over to the right. But let's say I'm on a stitch with width on it. So like the zigzag, I could increase that stitch length, or that stitch width, excuse me, to whatever dimension that may be, up to my 9 millimeters. And I can do that with all of my decorative stitches. This next number here, let's go back to our straight stitch, is 2.4. That's just our stitch length. And again, to increase it, you hit that plus button. And to minus it or to shrink it, you hit that minus button. And my display is going to show me everything that I need to see right here with that particular display for my stitch length. Another feature that I love about this particular machine is it has favorite stitch. So favorite stitch allows me to make any adjustments to my stitch length, my width, my pressure foot pressure, my tension, all kinds of different specialty features. With this particular feature, it allows me to save it into my machine so that it will always be there whenever I want it to be. So let's say I want to create my stitch number 1 to be my 1/4 inch seam, and I want to decrease my stitch length to, let's say, 2.0 and 8.3. So that gives me my 8.3 as my needle position and my 2.0 for my stitch length. That's going to give me that particular setting that I love. So I love that setting. That's the way I like to sew my 1/4 inch. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select this icon right there, and then I'm going to hit my FS, which has a folder with an arrow in, and that is going to save my favorite stitch. So now every time that I go to that particular setting, to that particular stitch, it's going to go to that setting. So now you can see it's moved over to that 8.3 and that 2.0, which is those settings that I have created. Next, let's go over resume mode, which is another feature that I love that isn't used quite as often as I feel like it should be. And resume mode, what it does is if I've on any stitch on my machine, so let's say I am in a decorative stitch here. So let's just select a decorative stitch and I stitch this out. And then I was to turn off my machine and turn it back on. It would ask me, do I want to resume to my last stitch? And if I said, okay, then it would take me back to this decorative stitch that I just was at without having to go through all of those buttons to get to that particular spot. And that's resume mode. And that's one of my favorite features because it really does, it's a super user-friendly feature that just doesn't get used quite as often as I feel like it should. Another one of my favorite features is auto pivot, which is this first dark blue button. And when you select it, it's going to turn yellow. So you can see it's turned yellow up here at the top. And what makes this feature so special is what it does is when I'm sewing and I stop sewing, it's going to stop with my needle in the down position, but then lift its foot up. And then that allows me to pivot. It allows me to chain piece. It allows me to do really endless possibilities with this particular feature. And let me stitch this out so you can see what it looks like. So I left my needle in the down position. It's lifted my foot up. So now I can pivot my fabric, and my fabric, it's basically like having a third hand so that I don't have to worry about where it's going to shift on me, that I can just pivot, sew a little there, and then pivot again, reposition, and my foot is going to automatically lower itself for me, so I don't have to worry about moving that with my hand. It's always there for me. So this is when I could do curve piecing, chain piecing, you name it. The possibilities are endless with auto pivot, which I just love. And let's go ahead and hit those scissor buttons. And we're going to turn off that auto pivot. Next, we have our buttonholes, and there are 22 buttonholes that are built into this machine. So there really is going to be a buttonhole for every stitch, every occasion that you may need it. Next, we have our decorative stitches. There are, like I mentioned before, there are 400 decorative stitches with this machine, and it gives you tons of different categories here that allow you to select different categories if necessary. So let's say I want to select a satin stitch, but if I wasn't sure where my stitches were, what I could do is I could select this button right here. And that's going to show me all of my decorative stitches at once. Now it is, there are multiple pages, so you're not going to see all of them at one time, but you're going to be able to see the different categories through turning your pages. And anytime there is a number dash another number, that means there's more than one page where there's more information. So you could turn those pages and look at all of the different decorative stitches that are available with this machine. So let's go ahead and cross out that arrow. And now we're back at our satin stitches, which are some decorative stitches. Now, if I was to just stitch this out, it would just show me this sort of checkerboard decorative stitch continuously over and over again. But let's say I wanted to combine stitches. What I can do is I can select this button right here, and it will turn from 3 hearts to a heart, a spade, and a diamond. And that allows me to combine decorative stitches and select my own. And I can even save this into my machine if I had a combination that I really liked and I wanted to save that. I could save that into my machine using that arrow button, and then it would always be in my machine if I wanted it to be, which saves you a lot of time and effort in the future. If this is a decorative stitch combination that you like to use quite a bit, it's always going to be there. You do also have the ability to delete if there's one that you don't like, or you could even mirror image a particular decorative stitch. So let's say I want to mirror image that and flip that back and forth. I could do that and really customize my decorative stitches within this category. Next, we have our alphabet, which we have 4 different fonts, including our 9mm block letters. So let's go ahead and just delete. We're going to delete these decorative stitches because we don't need those, but we could type in something if we wanted. We could type in Janome. And if I wanted to stitch that out, I could stitch that out. Now we just have to cut our threads. And now we have our Janome stitched out, and this makes great quilt labels or any other labels, little name tags. You could do all kinds of really cute stuff with these fonts. Next, we have our tapering function. So this is just telling us that we want to delete that, which is fine. Now, our tapering function is what's really cool about this is a decorative stitch adjustment that allows us to taper the beginning and the end of a decorative stitch. And there are 3 pages of different decorative stitches that you can choose to do this with. And what's so cool about this is that when you stitch it out, you can stitch out the same length multiple times, and you could do snowflakes or flowers. So let's go ahead and stitch one of these out. And then when I'm at the end,
Okay, I think Miriam is frozen up. Hey, Miriam?
and
Miriam? No, she hears me. Miriam, you kind of froze up there she's rebooting. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about this machine, and hopefully if she comes back, we'll get her feedback. We can bring her back on and let her finish the demo. But let me tell you about the machine and how y'all can get this. Now, guys, there's only 6 of these left right now. Now, this is the ultimate sewing machine if you want to have something for quilting. Now, the price on this is $54.99. We do have some special financing available that you can call in, but we do have a call-in special on this. So if you want to get the quilt show pricing, you have to call 800-401-8151 to get that pricing. But let me just tell you a little bit about this machine. And, you know, I'll tell you this thing, what is so awesome about this, if you just look, if you from the needle to the right side of the needle, that space in there for like if you wanted to roll up a quilt or whatever, you have 13.7 inches. That's almost 14 inches. That's one of the largest throat spaces of any domestic machine out there on the market right now. And what's so great about this is, you know, to me, the M6 is the pinnacle of Janome machine lineup. It's not the highest end one, but for the money, you're getting so much features and things in this. Guys, this thing also has 9 white LED lamps on it in 4 different locations. So, you know, if you're getting like me where you can't see in the little dark spaces and you need some light, this thing lights up so good. I'm so impressed with the lighting on this.
And look at the height of the machine too.
Yeah.
You can roll your quilt so easily underneath there to continue quilting.
Yeah, that's called the harp.
Yeah.
The harp, that's that measurement from the sewing base to the top, that area there. I don't know what the measurement is on that, but I know it is a really tall, like you said, Kennedy. I'm really impressed with that. You know, it has the high definition quilting. It has the, you know, an optional accessory that you can put on. It's called a detachable AccuFeed. It's the flex layered fabric feeding system, and you can buy that to put that on there, which is really awesome. It has the automatic presser foot lift. It has the variable zigzag for free motion quilting. You can do the ruler work with that QR foot. You can do the optional adjustable knee lifter too. So you can get an optional knee lifter on there to help you as well. It has a lot of options you can get with this machine. High definition sewing has 400 built-in stitches up to 9 millimeters wide, including 5 alphabets. The maximum sewing speed is 1,300 stitches per minute, which is extremely fast. Superior needle threader. It has the 12 sensor buttonholes, 1 automatic, has the snap-on presser foot, 7-piece feed dog, which is really good for pulling in that fabric. And then it has the sewing applications online support on the screen. This is a great machine loaded up with a ton of features. And for the price of $54.99 is the regular price. We do have the call-in special. So give us a call today if you want to try to ask questions about this, 800-401-8151. The machine size, it's a 25.6 inch width. The height on it is 14.6 inches, and the depth is just a little over 10.2 inches in deep, and it weighs 38 pounds. So it's not bad for the size of machine it is. It's actually pretty lightweight for that size of machine. This is a big machine. And that workspace, like we said, is 13.5. And I did find out the harp on this is 5.5 inches. So I think it's 5.5 inches tall on it. Yeah. I know it's 5.5 inches wide.
Yeah.
And 13, the throat face is 13.7. But I think I remember reading that the harp was about 5.5 or 6 inches tall. It's really nice area.
We did get a question, which I know we talked about this because this launched at one of our other shows. They're wondering what the color is on top. And that's the new
Periwinkle. I think I remember hearing that before.
It's Periwinkle Frost or Lilac Frost.
Yeah.
It's a new color that Janome came out with their machines.
Yeah,
and it's on this one exclusively. So super, super pretty color.
We have a sewing mat that's actually real similar to that color that matches it perfect. That's really, really looks nice with it. So again, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151. We're going to ship this absolutely free nationwide right to your doorstep. And also, the price on it's $54.99. That is not the call-in special. You have to call in to get this special. There's 6 of them left right now, and we have special financing available. Give us a call right now if you want to get one of these. All right, we're going to move on. We never did catch Miriam back. She kind of disappeared, froze up in the virtual world there. Sorry about that. I think she was having a little bit of technical issues with her sound as well. I don't know if y'all heard all the frogs chirping in the background with her, but she had a little bit of problems there.
We've had a lot of weather gremlins, just letting everybody know. A lot of weather gremlins this morning.
I know. So Well, hey, we're going to continue on the show, and hey, we have a great machine coming up next. It's from Handi Quilter. It is the Moxie XL, and we have Shauna Westgard coming in, and she's not here yet. Okay, we are way early, aren't we?
Should we do
Let's just do a giveaway. What do y'all think? Let's bring my co-host back in, Jane, and she'll help me do a giveaway.
Oh, wow.
Look at that, Jane.
I won an Oscar last night.
You won an Oscar?
Yeah, for being the best co-host on Quilt Fest for last year.
That's awesome. Where's mine?
That's what I've been doing. I've been admiring it for the last half hour. Mwah.
So, I mean, I didn't win anything. So, but is that a real Oscar?
No, it is not a real Oscar.
But you do have 2 real Emmy Awards.
I have 3 of them. They're right there.
3? Oh my gosh! Now you got 3.
I know. I collected another one.
Oh my gosh! Congratulations, Jane.
Well, you know what? I'll say this: 2 was for hosting, and then the 3rd one was for a collaborative. It was a show effort. So
It doesn't matter. You still won 3 Emmys.
I always just say 2 because the 3rd one was a group effort. So I can't.
Hey, it doesn't matter. You won 3 Emmy Awards. That's pretty impressive.
And a fake Oscar, everybody. Thank you so much.
Well, hey, let's give something away. What do you think?
I love it. Let's give something away. How about an Oscar? Oh no, you got something better than that.
Got to remind everybody how you can win. All you have to do is participate in our show. If you just make comments, ask questions, you're going to be automatically to win. It's all a random generator. You'll see names start flashing up on the screen, and hopefully yours will be the last one it lands on. So what are we going to give away, Kennedy?
We're going to do, since we were just talking about Janome, we're going to do a Janome.
Look at that.
16 sewing machine. Look at how cute that machine is.
So this is got a retail price of $299 on it. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
That wheel. I like it. Blaine, we need to, maybe we can do a voiceover, like voice of God that says, spin that wheel. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just getting creative.
There you go. I'm gonna let you do it, Jane.
Oh, Michelle Hahn, congratulations. You are the winner watching us on YouTube today. Thank you so much for joining us right here in the first half of the day on day 1 of Quilt Fest. Michelle, what you need to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll all the way to the bottom where it says, hey, I won a prize. Tell us your name, your address, where we're sending it to, and make sure you tell us what you won and when you won it. And Blaine and his magnificent, fabulous crew will get it out to you.
All right. I think, Jane, we have time to give something else away. Let's do one more thing, Kennedy.
Let's do, since we're in a shopping mood, let's do a $50.
Wow, that's an awesome gift
Can't
right
we use
there.
that right now, friends? This is
All right,
exactly what we
Jane,
need.
I'm gonna let you do the honors.
Oh my gosh, Kennedy, spin that wheel. I still like the voice of God better. Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Yeah, you gotta go deep. We'll
You need
harmonize.
you need a real deep voice.
All right, here we go. Amy Summers. So congratulations, Amy. Amy's watching today, also from YouTube. So Amy, what we need you to do to claim that prize, you have 30 days to claim your prize, everyone. If you win, you have 30 days. So Amy, you need to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information completely, hit submit. And as soon as we get that in, we will ship your brand new machine right to your doorstep, absolutely free.
Right to your doorstep. Oh, what a great day that is.
Oh, it's a great day. Anytime you can win something.
It's a great day. Anytime you not only when you win it, when you order it and it shows up, it's so exciting.
That is true. And speaking of shipping, we have doubled our warehouse crew, Jane.
Oh, God.
And we are going to be in full force shipping out. So our goal this week is if you order it today before 3 p.m.
You'll get it out.
Pacific time, we will get it out today.
I like it.
So
who needs
if it's
Prime?
3
when you have
p.m.,
Prime?
if you can order it by 6 p.m. Eastern time, it will ship same day.
Amazing.
That's our goal.
That's your goal. And
That's our goal.
Blaine, whenever you set a goal, you always like smash it. So I'm not worried about that. People will get their items.
So we have our warehouse crew is top notch. We just hired a whole brand new crew, and man, these guys are awesome, and
Thank you.
they're working really hard to get everything all fixed up and ready to go.
We need to say, it's like always the people, like they did this on the Oscars last night. You're talking about the gaffers and the lighters and like the crew behind the scenes. We have to say that to your guys before I even get started. Thank you so much for all the work you do back there, because I mean, without them, where would we be? We'd just be talking to each other with no prizes and no products.
Well, that's true. And it does. And we have a huge team at SMP that makes this everything work, all the call center people, all the warehouse crew, the marketing crew, the accounting crew. It's just a big team effort, and we appreciate every single one of them.
We sure
All right,
do.
Jane, let me get this next one going. I'll bring you back in 30 minutes, and we're ready to go. So we'll see Jane back here in just a second. But we're talking about the Moxie XL from Handi Quilter. We have Shauna Westgard. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Shauna. You see her on the screen right there. Now, Shauna, she's a mother of 4, and she's married to her tech husband. She is a Colorado transplant that loves living in the mountains, and she loves Mountain Dew.
Wow,
We got something in common. She grew up in a family of quilters and remembers playing under the quilting frames while her aunt stitched on quilts for bridal showers. She considers herself to be an accidental long arm quilter because she inherited her long arm before she ever finished quilting a top. Once she got the long arm set up, she jumped in with both feet and quilted over 60 projects the first year she had it. And so she is pretty awesome by now in the long arm. And we're so happy to have her here on the show again. And with Handi Quilter.
She just messaged they need a couple minutes. They're having technical difficulties.
Oh, so they just said they needed a couple minutes. They're having technical difficulties. So I can't bring Jane back either because I think Jane had to do something. We can have Jane telling jokes, but we'll have to save it. Oh, she's back. So let's go back to Jane, and Jane may have a joke for us.
Oh my gosh, I have so many jokes for you. Okay. Why did the quilter go to jail?
Have no idea.
For cutting corners.
Only you, Jane. Only you.
Okay, how do quilters stay warm?
How do quilters stay warm? With blankets.
They bundle up in layers.
Jane's here all week, everybody.
Yep. You don't even need to tip me. You just need to laugh. That's all I care about. What's a quilter's favorite party?
No idea.
I know this one.
Do you?
I do know this
What
one.
is it?
A
block party.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, thank
All
you.
right. So we really desperately need Shauna. All right, Jane. Well, I think Shauna's in the house.
I got more. I got
demonstrating.
more. I got a tight 90 seconds if you need it.
Thank
later.
you for saving the day and filling in some time, because I don't want to have to start telling jokes. So I'm glad you were on standby.
Yep.
All right, Jane, we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. All right, so y'all, welcome to the show, Shauna Westgard.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Shauna. Glad y'all got your technical difficulties worked out. We're ready to go. So I'm going to get off here and let you get going. I'll see you back in 30 minutes. Tell them how they can get this Moxie XL.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. And I really did like her joke about cutting corners. I thought that was pretty good. So today we're going to be playing on the Moxie XL. That's this machine right here. And we're not playing with Pro Stitcher today. We're just playing with the Moxie. But we do have both screens because this machine is capable of having Pro Stitcher Lite. If you're curious about Pro Stitcher Lite, come back this afternoon. We're going to be talking about that. So we have a good amount of throat space here, and you can see that we have it on the carriage that it's on is it's kind of our lighter carriage. That's why we actually use Pro Stitcher Lite with this machine, because the carriage itself is built specifically for this frame. And this frame is a great frame. It actually can come up to 10 feet. And it has our lighter weight pull system. And it still comes with all the leaders, everything else. And we actually have, when you purchase this, I have a couple of cones of thread here I can show you. When you purchase this machine, it actually comes with, I believe, 5 cones of thread, all from Superior Thread. And you get a whole bunch of variety to try, because when you get a machine, you just want to play. You just want to play on it and you just want to try out everything new. And it's kind of incredible to have a couple of different thread cones that are coming with so that you can try them out. It also comes with a regular closed-toed foot. On the machine today, you can see that I have this is our glide foot. And this is actually my favorite foot to use when I'm doing any kind of stitching. It glides over if you have bulky seams, if you have, you know, at the edge of your quilt that you're quilting, if you have like a popped seam, it will glide over that. It's still important to stitch and base things down, but that's really crucial as well. It does come with a channel lock, and we're actually going to be playing with this today. This is a channel lock that works if you do not have Pro Stitcher Lite. You can use this on your machine. It just opens up like this, and you're able to put it here on the wheels on the carriage. I'll show you just like this. And you pop it on, and then you're not able to actually move the machine back and forth. It locks you in place, and you can put it here, or you can put it down underneath on the wheels here on the bottom of the carriage. So I don't know how well you're able to see it. I probably, yes, you can. Okay, so there's a wheel under here. We have wheels on all 4 sides of the carriage, and you can actually channel lock any of them, but generally I suggest you just lock the front one. That's the easiest for you to reach. So yeah, perfect. Okay, I want to show you this quilt behind me today. We're actually going to be working on Minky. So this is a fun one. This is done with a cheater fabric, meaning it's just printed fabric. It has all of these hexes that were printed on it. And I didn't piece anything. I didn't cut anything. This literally is just 2 yards of fabric. This one is a little bit wider, but you can see here on the back that we've backed it with Minky. And that's actually what we're going to be talking about today, is how to quilt with Minky. Minky is one of the best things, in my opinion, of course, for quilting on the long arm. Minky is so incredibly snuggly, and it makes for a fast, easy project. And a lot of the stuff that I do on the long arm, I like to do quick projects. You might have heard Blaine talking at the beginning, doing my little intro, talking about finishing 60 projects on the long arm in the first year that I had it. That's not an exaggeration. But I got the number 60 because I would do smaller projects, right? So this is an example of a quilt done with Minky on the long arm. I did all of the piecing directly on the long arm, and that's what we're going to show you today. So, and this one's really fun. It's got this nice, soft, kind of like icy blue color here on the back. And it just makes for a really, really fast gift. We already have some threads on here we can pick off later. It makes for a great gift because you can throw this on the long arm and get it done super fast. If you have strips of Minky left over lying around, this is what I use them for, so that I can use them up and not have any waste. Because we all know that Minky is a little bit pricey too, but it's because that's how you get the gorgeous textures, right? So here on the long arm, I want to show you, we're actually going to do a little bit of loading, mostly because I wanted to show you, you can see how my backing here is kind of sagging. And this is a Minky back. I'll show you here. It's just a navy blue, just with a short nap. It's just a regular cuddle Minky, I believe. This can really intimidate people to know how to load the backing of the quilt. And so that's what we're going to talk about. Before I go any further, I do have someone watching comments for me. If any of you have comments or questions, you can go ahead and let me know, and we'll get your questions answered as we're talking about Minky. Go ahead, yeah.
There was one question, why would you want to use channel locks?
Great question. Why would we want to use channel locks? Let me pull this blanket back up again and show you. I'll just put it here on the frame so you can see. So, and I'm going to show you, you'll understand as we get a little bit further. These straight lines, I used my channel locks to create these. So when I have my strips of Minky, we're going to literally lay them here on the frame and stitch them down. So using channel locks helps us to have a straight line stitch, because when I'm driving the machine myself, these are free motion machines, right? So if I am using my hands to drive the machine, you can get a little bit wobbly when you're trying to do a straight line stitch. So the 2 ways to do a straight line is to either use a ruler and still hope you're really good at driving a straight line, or you put the channel lock on and it'll give you these straight lines to attach your strips. So that's a great question. Why would we use a channel lock? You can also use a channel lock if you're going to be basting and you want a straight edge at the top of the quilt too. Okay, so I'm going to show you a little trick, because if we zoom out enough, you can see here on this side of the minky, I'm just a little bit higher, and on this side, I'm kind of scooping down a little bit. And this is, minkies can intimidate a lot of people because minky has stretch one direction and not the other direction, which is why we've put the selvage edge here on the left. The selvage edge goes this way. And I know a lot of quilters have talked about selvage edges. How do I load a backing, all that sort of thing. On a regular cotton backing, you would usually load the selvage with your poles, so that you have the straight of grain where you want it, right? Minky is opposite. Now, you do not have to load it that way. Once you get comfortable with minky, you can load it with the selvage either way. But we usually put the selvage here on the left and the right sides just to give you a little bit of stability as you're learning to quilt with minky. So to fix this problem with it kind of scooping to the right, I'll actually come over to my poles here on the end, and I do a little jump roping is what I call it. So I'm going to pull the backing onto the back bar, and I wrap it around several times. And this is a good instance where if you're going to be looking into any accessories for your machine, I highly, highly recommend getting a handle. It's hard to see because I've got my Moxie here in the way. You can kind of see it peeking down under here. We have the handle right here. You can add this on to your poles. This really helps with advancing. See, I can hold the handle like this and just twist the poles. And so you can actually get one for the back pole and for the front, which I don't have one on this frame specifically, but you can get both of them. And it actually makes it easier to jump rope back and forth like this. And you can see the backing is actually straightening itself out. It doesn't fix things 100%, but you can actually do this on any kind of backing. And I do it quite a lot when I'm quilting at home because sometimes I don't pin perfectly straight, and that's okay. We just want to make sure that we get it straight enough that we can work with it, right? So, and I have a little bit, as you're going, you can come and straighten out here like this. So, and I also will rub my hand on it a little bit to ease out any tension. This is something that you just kind of pick up the more quilts you do. Just little tips and tricks like this. So I'll lock that in place and we're good to go. It's looking much better. Okay, now we get to play. I have a pile here of minky. I brought a bunch of colors that coordinate. So we have this fun one with flamingos. We have this teal aqua color. I never know what to call this, but it's my favorite color. And then we've got some pinks that we can play with. I also have a couple of navy blue if I wanted to match it to the backing. But we're just gonna start, we're gonna pick probably this blue color, because that's my favorite. I'm gonna drape these over here so they're out of the way. Do we have another question?
Yeah, it was a little while ago, but someone wondered, does the quilting ever get lost on the minky?
Great question. That's an incredible question. I actually find that the quilting pops better on minky. It's probably a little hard to see on this quilt behind me. I'm gonna make my camera guy zoom over again. It's probably a little hard to see on this minky specifically because this is one of the furry minkies that has a lot more texture in the minky. But the minky that we have on our, so you can kind of see it. You can see like I've got some paisley swirls here on the front of the quilt. And you can kind of see it here on the back. So in this case, the quilting does not pop. So that was a really great question, asking if the quilting gets lost in the minky. Because it depends on the minky that you're using, but what I've got here today, you're actually going to be able to see it really well. That's an incredible question. So it depends on the type of minky that you're using. Oh, turn off my lights. Yes. Oh, that's a great idea. Give me just a second. It's been a hot minute since I've had to turn off my lights. I use my lights all the time. Give me a second. You guys are making me work for it today. There we go. Is that better? We want to make sure you guys can see while I'm playing on my long arm here. Perfect. Is that better? Oh yeah, that looks lots better. Okay, so I can show you, we'll do the blue first. And then I can show you a little bit of quilting on it because you're gonna be able to see the quilting really, really well on this type of minky. I do have a very fuzzy minky as well that has a bigger texture, I guess you could say. And when I lay these side by side, you can tell that this one has a lot more movement and texture. It's a little bit taller nap, longer nap on it than this one. So if you're going to be doing quilting on Minky and you want the quilting to show, you definitely want to be doing it on this type that has the shorter nap on it. That was a really good question. Okay. Yes, question. Great. Go ahead.
Do you use batting?
This is another great question. I'm so glad you guys are asking. Someone is asking if we use batting, and I actually do have batting here. This is a personal preference on this specific project. And I wanted to make sure that I was telling you correctly. See, I actually have some batting here that we can put on to try either way. But the quilt, the baby quilt that I just showed you at the beginning, the strip quilt, that one actually does not have any batting in it. Some people will say it's not a quilt if you don't have more than 3 layers, right? Or you have to have 3 layers for it to be a quilt, right? So we can put some on. I'll show you exactly how we do it. It's personal preference for me. I love to do it without, because generally I'm doing this for a quick project, right, that I'm trying to give as a gift to someone. And if I have scraps of batting, I definitely will throw them in. If I don't make a big deal of it, because the Minky is usually thick enough that it still has a really good place for your top and your bottom thread. When they come up, they have to have somewhere that they nest and they have to connect, right? And so when you have the threads, the bobbin and the top thread nesting too high, that's when you have bad tension on the top, or I guess on the bottom, right? And when it's too low, you have bad tension on the bottom. And so that's actually why we use batting, right? So that the threads have somewhere to nest and it looks really good. So we can do it with batting. Someone asked, let's throw it on, let's try it. Okay, I'm gonna show you one stitch. We're gonna do one seam without the channel lock so we can compare, because we had some question about why would we use a channel lock, which I love. I love these questions. Oh, here we go. Looks like it's not wanting to start for me, which is so sad. I'm ready to show you guys how we want to go. Okay, so the buttons I'm pushing, I will tell you guys while I'm playing around with this. The screen that we have here, this screen is a touch screen on the Moxie XL. On the regular Moxie, it is not a touch screen, just this one. So let me make sure. I have my bobbin in. Yes. So when you guys have problems that don't always work out, like if the machine is not always functioning, the first thing I always check is my bobbin, right? And it could be that I'm just too excited here. And I will take my pinky and I'll just run it along the inside here like this to help clear out any. You also have, when you purchase this machine, it does come with a brush so that you can clean it out. And that probably gets lint better than my pinky, but I'm usually trying to just get things going, right? So you're welcome to use the brush. That's actually a better way to do it. Let's cycle through, should we? Yep. Hey, Allie, will you turn it off and on again for me? Yeah, thank you. So I am so glad that I have helpers here to help me deal with all of this. We're going to talk it through while we're cycling. Sometimes if the machine gets unresponsive, it's just been sitting on too long, and I've had the machine on for a little bit. So sometimes you have to turn it off and on, just like you do with a computer. And why is that? Because it has a computer. This is a very, very fancy machine. All right, and I'm going to get this next piece out to show you guys while we're waiting. There we go. Okay, so this is the next one that we're going to do. And once I get my first stitch down, I'll show you guys exactly. Oh, it still will not do it for me. Give me a second. I think we must have some cables undone. Will you double check that for me? Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you guys, you just get to play around with us today. We're having technical difficulties because we usually have a 2-camera setup where you can see my face, and it's not working today, which is okay because we get to focus on the quilting. So how we do this, we would stitch along the top here, right? And once we get the top stitched, then, and I'm doing this right sides out, right? Normally when we piece, we do wrong sides together. So, but because I'm doing this direct on the long arm, we're not going to do it that way. So I'm going to I have my quilt sandwich built here, right? And this is the wrong side, right? So I'm basically building a quilt top right on my long arm. So we're going to stitch it this way. After I stitch the top, then that is when I take my next strip and I would do it right sides together. See, like this. Then I can come down in here. We're going to see if we can get this machine running for you guys. Allie, are you checking on that for me?
Yeah.
Okay. We've got help. Don't worry. We got this working out. So then I would take my machine, and this is what I was going to show you the difference, because if I can take my channel lock here, and I take the channel lock and I actually put it down underneath here on the wheel. This is the one I kind of talked about that's hard to see, but I take my channel lock, I spread it a little bit, and put it here. Then, oh, I'm doing it the wrong way, but that's okay. I'm showing you guys. See, now this will not move this way. And then I can move the machine up and back this way. And this will give me my perfectly straight line moving up and down vertical, so that I could do a basting stitch here. I could do any sort of straight line anywhere I want it. The other reason people use channel locks is straight line quilting. Straight line quilting is a really popular modern type of quilting right now. So here, I'm going to put it on right here. You can see I've moved the channel lock from under the carriage to the wheel that's on the machine. And this is how I can move right to left. See, I'm moving right to left, but I'm not moving forward and backwards. See, it does a tiny little wiggle. So there we go. That's my straight line right to left. Now, it's very, very easy to, if I am going to be doing straight line quilting, which is, of course, one of the things I mentioned being very popular right now. If you're doing straight line quilting for yourself or someone else, you just take the channel lock off, and then you can move it an inch like this, put the channel lock back on, and then you do your next stitch just like that. See, I'm moving right to left again. So, oh, I also want to talk, you guys, before we get into this, because my machine is still not wanting to stitch, which is a sad thing, but I still have so much to show you. I'm going to talk really fast about, because when you do Minky, a lot of times it's hard to figure out how you get the binding done. So if you can look right here, I've actually done this binding with Minky, and I do it specifically with Minky because, number one, I love the feel of Minky. Number two, it makes a really soft grip for babies. If you're doing a baby quilt, something like that, see, it's soft and easy to grip. But the third reason, and probably the most important as a quilter, is that Minky is made out of polyester, and it wears a lot better than cotton. I have a blanket for my 11-year-old that has binding that we made out of cotton, and we've already had to replace it once, and we just threw a Minky binding on the back, on top of the binding that we already had. So, oh, it looks like we're back in business here. So once we get all of our stripes on, just like this, we can take the quilt off the frame, and then we can do the binding. I just did this on a regular machine. So it's something people talk about doing binding on the long arm, which you can do, but with the Minky binding, I prefer to do it on my regular domestic. I have a little bit more leeway there. So we're going to give this a go now. Super excited. I hope this works for you guys. Because again, Minky is the best thing to play with. There we go. We got a happy machine now. It woke up and wasn't ready to play. I think that happens to all of us, though. Okay. Ready? Here we go. So I'm using my handlebars here. I've got a needle up, needle down. Perfect. And that's how I pull up my bobbin thread. Anytime I start stitching, I always pull up my bobbin thread. Oh, you know what? This time just flies. We're going to have to hurry a little bit so that we can make sure we can get it back to Blaine. Blaine has some really great deals going on right now, and so that's why I want to make sure that we get enough time for him. So we'll try and get these 2 strips down, and then we'll pass it back to Blaine. We've got plenty of time, though. So I have my needle down. That's how I prefer to start when I'm doing something that's loose, because I have this loose. I haven't basted anything down, right? So I'm going to go ahead and show you. I'm going to try really hard to do a straight line without having my channel locks on so that we can see the difference. And you can see I'm doing a little bit of wiggling. I'll adjust the strip as I go. See, and I can push stop and start on the handlebar. When I'm driving like this, I keep one hand on my handlebar so that I can push the stop and the start button. And I can tell you right now, this is not a straight stitch. Oh man, that's what happens when we try it without channel locks. I love the challenge though, so you guys keep those questions coming. Perfect, okay. Now I'm going to swing away. This is how we pull up our bobbin thread. So you do not have to climb under the machine to get any of the threads.
Best foot to use with Minky.
Great question. Someone's asking what is the best foot to use with Minky? And that's actually the one that I have on right now. That's this glide foot. And you can see that as I'm moving over, like if I have a wrinkle here, we'll put a wrinkle in. It glides right over it. See, that's why it's called the glide foot. Brilliant, right? Not that we want wrinkles in our fabric, but it happens. So.
And then needle, is it ballpoint, sharp?
Someone is asking about the needle type that we use. I actually have a regular needle in here. You could use a ballpoint. I don't feel like it makes much of a difference, but I will tell you, you need to make sure you're changing your needle a lot more frequently if you're doing a lot of Minky, because it will get dull. There's that saying that you're supposed to change your needle for every new quilt, every new project on the machine. That definitely applies when you're working with Minky. So I'm going to show you now. See, I've taken this second strip, placed it directly on top, and now I'm going to go ahead and put my channel locks on here, but I'm going to make sure I have my needle where I want it for where I start. And I'll tell you, I try to do probably a 1/2 inch for seam allowance, just because Minky is slippery and there's not a guarantee that I've cut these strips straight. Because again, Minky is slippery and cutting it can be hard. So I'm placing my channel lock here, right? So it's on my wheel on my machine. So we're ready to go. I'm going to push needle down, needle up, and pull up my thread, my bobbin thread. Perfect. And let me come back over here. And I'm ready to go. Now, as I'm stitching this, you'll see that sometimes I stop just so that I can reach underneath and make sure that my previous strip that I did is straight. And then I can keep the other one straight as I go. And you'll notice my seam looks to be getting bigger and bigger, and it is. That's because I did not use the channel lock in the first place. And I've learned this the hard way. That's why I'm telling you guys. I used to think, oh, I can sew a straight line. I can definitely sew a straight line. I don't need channel locks. No, you're going to want channel locks. I'm really glad someone asked that, though. That's a really great question. Okay, so we get to the end of this strip. Now what do? We're actually going to flip it down. And can you see the difference between here? So I have at least 1 inch here at the end. And here at the beginning, I have about a 1/2 inch, right? And that's just because I was trying to follow along. You can see my blue strip underneath here. It's because I was so wonky at the first. Now, I'm not stressed about this. If it is something that bothers you, you can trim off the excess and you can leave it. But it doesn't stress me because I'm going to just fold it down and it's going to be hidden. See how easy that works? And there might be a little bit of excess bulk, but it's nothing else you're going to notice extra, besides an extra seam or anything. So I'm going to reach under the machine and take off my channel lock. See, I've got that. I like to put it here on my handlebars so I don't lose it. And then I'm going to stitch down on this side. Okay. And then we can actually go again and do the next one. Now, if I wanted to use the channel lock on the right and left sides to stitch down my short sides of these strips, I totally can. It's more, again, I like to get projects done quickly, right, on the frame. It's more that I like to just have a mostly straight line on the sides because I'm not building off of anything on the right and the left side. So I'm going to stitch this one down. There you go. And you know what? I'm actually going to, the next step would be to take the next Minky, right? Same thing. Put it here, fold it up, set my channel locks and stitch just like we did before. But I had someone ask about how the quilting looks on Minky, and I want to show you guys that, and then we'll pass it back to Blaine. So I'll be really fast. We'll just do a quick little swirl. So I'll come up here, swirl. We're going to loop this way and do another swirl. Perfect. And this is a case where having the batting is going to be a great thing because it helps the stitching pop a little bit. Perfect. Okay. And there you can see it shows the quilting really well. I don't know if see. So it shows it really well and it adds a nice little texture. And when, when you're rubbing on Minky, because that's what you have to do because it feels so nice, then you can see the stitching. So it shows the stitching really well. Anyway, thank you for playing with me. And I know that Blaine has a lot of great info on how you can get this machine. We love the Moxie XL. It's one of my favorites. And yeah, Blaine, do you have any questions for me? Ooh, do I get to play more? Is Blaine not with us?
Well, Shauna, thank you so much. Great demonstration on that. And I'm going to tell everybody how they can get that. And I think we're going to see you later in the week. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm back on this afternoon, actually. So I get to come play with you guys some more.
I knew we were on here several times. So, well, thank you so much. Great demonstration. We'll see you back this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right. All right. So this is the Moxie XL from Handi Quilter. Now, guys, if you look on the picture right there on the screen, the price you see, that is the sale price. The normal price on this is just, I think it's about $74.99. 79. It is 79. Okay, so $79.99. So this is $1,000 off that Handi Quilters authorizes us to have this sale. So it's $69.95 for this. Now again, this is Quilt Fest pricing. You can go right to the website, SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in the search bar, just type in Moxie XL, and it'll take you right to the product page. Or you can just go to smplive.tv. We have that product right on the page. You can just click on it right from there and it'll take you to the product page. We have special financing available for this as well. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. You can call them and they can answer questions for you. Free shipping nationwide. Or you can just go to the website and order it right on the website. If you don't have any questions, you can go on there. You can also, if you're looking for some financing, you can fill the financing out on the product page as well. So we're making it real easy for you. 2 different ways that you can do it here. But this machine is loaded up with features, 2,100 stitches per minute. It has a great LED lighting system on it that lights it up. You can do the 2 modes of, the HQ stitch regulation. You can do that precision mode and the cruise mode. And I love how the Foxy Moxie dancers from Handi Quilter, Christina and Kimberly, talk about that precision mode, and when they demonstrate it, it's so awesome. They talk about the precision mode and that manual or the cruise mode. You can do stitch quality from 4 to 18 stitches per minute or per inch, and it comes with the 5 bobbins, 20 needles, thread samples, tons of stuff comes in the box with this. The HQ loft frame, it has that 8-foot freestanding frame. You're going to get includes the leaders sets and the 2 side clamps. So this is a really nice quilting package, the Moxie XL. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, or just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and search bar, type that Moxie XL. It'll take you to the product page. All right, let's bring my co-host back in, Jane Klaus.
Well, hello there, Blaine.
Well, hello, Jane.
Hi.
So, Jane, we're going to let you get going. We're on a tight schedule today, so we've got our next presenter ready to go. So I'm going to bring you right back.
I love it. Let's do it. Okay, everybody. We're going to be talking to our friend Nicole Gilbert. Let me tell you a little bit about Nicole. She, over the past 10 years, has been leading quilt-alongs, and she's taught countless classes and demonstrated sewing machines and quilted an insane number of quilts. Let me tell you that. Her first love is sharing quilting with new sewers. And she says there is nothing better than watching that aha moment happen. Please say hello to Nicole Gilbert with our friends from RNK. She's going to be talking about the Quilters Select. Hello, Nicole.
Hi, Jane. Thank you so much for having me. I'm like, oh, I could listen to Jane talk about me all day. This is great.
Oh my gosh, I love that. I'll talk about you whenever you want. I'm super excited. I love the aha moment. I'm gonna have an aha moment this week. And then for you, what is it that you love about the aha moment? Because you just get it.
It's just this moment, because when you're in classes, every time there's one person in the corner just like overthinking it. And then you say that one sentence and they're like, oh, and they're off to the races. And it's so exciting for me to see somebody get that excited about quilting. I'm like, I know, right? It's great.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Well, we're so happy to have you here, Nicole. I know you've got a lot to get to, so I'm going to let you get to it, and then I'll circle back with you in 30 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. All right. So, folks, thank you so much for joining us today. I am so grateful that you are allowing me into your homes, tablets, on your runs, wherever you may be. Thank you. So, as Jane said, I have been quilting for many, many years, and I have been traveling the country teaching at shows, at guilds, and at your local retail locations. So I, in that course of time, have realized, thanks, Rebecca. I've realized that there are certain ways that people really take their curiosity about quilting into a passion about quilting. And it's not always the big artistic quilts that get you. It is the basics. Thank you so much, you guys, for welcoming me. I love it. I'm seeing all these comments pop up, and I promise I will get to them as we go. But I feel like sometimes when we're scrolling on Instagram of it all, and we get a little bit of FOMO about all of those beautiful quilts that we're seeing out in the wild, and we think, holy cow, I'm never going to get there. But in reality, the biggest thing that you need to master, if you can master one thing and you will be like pro quilter level, is getting the perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I know that sounds like the most basic thing, but did you know that the perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance comes not only from choosing the right fabrics, your cutting techniques, your sewing techniques, and the tools you're using while you're sewing, and your pressing techniques? Did you know all of that goes into the perfect 1/4 inch? If not, no wonder you're not quite there yet, but we'll get there in a minute. Okay. So that's what we're going to talk about here today. So I want to start with cutting. Now, I am so grateful that I get to be here as a representative of R&K Distributing, which is the parent company of Quilters Select. And if you have not yet gotten a chance to try some of the amazing, if I do say so myself, Quilters Select products, you are in for a treat today, because you're going to get to see them, and then hopefully you're going to run out and pick some up for yourself. So, cutting. And I feel like, I don't know if I'm the only one. Hopefully I'm not. In the comments, let me know if I'm the only one or if you're totally on board with me. Cutting is my least favorite part of the quilting process, or at least it was before I started using the right tools to cut. So a perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance is going to start with having a perfectly cut piece. Now, there are so many tools on the market these days to get that perfectly cut piece, but in reality, the only thing you need is a quality rotary cutter with a sharp blade, and a quality ruler. Now, I have here a Quilter Select ruler, and I want you to note that I've got like every size imaginable. There's a reason for that. Is it not totally necessary? No, but it sure is nice to have. Okay, so what makes this ruler better? What makes using a quality ruler important? Many of you will be cutting and you'll be using big rulers, your handy dandy 6.5 by 24s. It's my go-to ruler. I'm sure for many of you, it's your go-to ruler. But what happens when you have it down on your fabric? You have to inch along your ruler to keep cutting, right? What happens when you inch on your ruler? Your ruler starts to do a little dance. It's excited. It's getting used, but it's starting to jiggle and shake. And every time that ruler jiggles and shakes on you, we're going to end up with not a perfect cut. And then when you're moving on to the sewing phase, you are going to end up not getting that perfect 1/4 inch because you're trying to keep things straight, but you didn't start with a straight line to begin with. So how is it going to get straight when you sew it? It's not. So tip number 1, a quality ruler preferably with a non-slip backing. I prefer these, the Quilter Select. They have the entire back coated with non-slip coating. It's pretty awesome. So no dots, no lines. The entire thing is non-slip. You see how it's like not even shiny? It's because it's all the non-slip goodness back there. Quality rotary cutter. So when I say a quality rotary cutter, I am talking about comfort in your hand, which I love this guy because it is super, super comfortable. I have larger hands and there's room for it. All of my long fingers have plenty of room and then some, but also the dip is in a normal spot. So if you have smaller hands, it's okay too. It's like they thought of everything. But additionally to this, what's more important is comfort. Many of you I know have seen those videos where it's talking about the ergonomic stance of cutting and how when you're at your sewing machine, you should have a 90-degree angle at your elbow. You also shouldn't be applying too much pressure when you cut. The weight of a quality rotary cutter like this is counterintuitive. When I first read that a good rotary cutter that has weight is actually better for your joints, I was like, how is that possible? It's heavier. But the weight of the rotary cutter is doing the pressure for you. You do not need to push down. No more sore fingers, no more sore wrists, because the rotary cutter is doing the work for you. And I know we just heard Shauna in her Handi Quilter presentation discussing that you need to change your needle after every quilt project. You need to keep up with a sharp rotary cutter blade, okay? When it starts skipping or you feel like you are pressing in to get the same cuts you used to, that means it's time for a new rotary blade, okay? So we want to make sure we're keeping our rotary cutting blades sharp. And what I love about this guy is look at that awesome cover. We have this blade. It's fully covered, easy to maneuver. It's just my absolute favorite. So we've got a quality ruler and a quality rotary cutter because we need a perfectly straight line. We cannot sew a straight line off of a crookedly cut line, okay? Now, I know some of you noticed this guy that I have on the back of the ruler. This is so that I can pick my ruler up and reposition it. That's how good these non-sticks are on this one. So we want to be able to easily maneuver our rulers at all times. You're like, okay, we get it. We want a straight line while we're cutting. But what about when we're sewing? How are we making sure we've got a straight line when we're sewing? I've got everything you need right here. So I have heard, and so I'm coming to this class today just with all of my knowledge that I've picked up as I've spoken to all of you out in the shops. And one of the things that I hear all the time is, what the heck is a scant quarter inch and how do I achieve it? And I don't know what the technical, and I'm sure somewhere there's somebody who has the technical know-how of exactly how big scant is. I don't think it really exists. But somewhere, maybe someone does know what the exact measurement of scant. I personally don't know what the exact measurement of scant is. I just know that it's slightly less than a full quarter inch. But I do know how to measure a quarter of an inch. So how do I receive that perfect scant quarter inch? I let my thread do the work for me. Okay, so very common, you will see a 50 weight thread being used in the needle of the machine and a 50 weight thread being used in the bobbin of a machine. I am going to recommend that you use a 60 weight thread. So with threads gauges, the higher the number, the finer the thread. So a 60 weight thread in your needle and an 80 weight thread in your bobbin. So 60 and 80 weight threads, these are both finer threads than a typical 50 weight that you would usually see, which means they're going to take up less space in your seam allowance, so that you can measure that perfect 1/4 inch and let the smaller thread get you to that scan. Okay, get you to hit that. Because the reason we use a scant 1/4 of an inch is because our thread takes up so much space in our seam allowance. But if our thread takes up less space in our seam allowance, we don't need to make those adjustments. So you don't have to be like, okay, did I line it up on the inside of the black line, on the outside of the black line? You can say, I'm doing it right here every time on the 1/4 of an inch. It really is that easy. Now, there are sometimes people refer to an 80 or a 90 weight bobbin thread as bobbin thread. I like it just because it's 80 weight thread and it can do a lot of things. So your 80 weight thread, yes, is it phenomenal in your bobbin? Absolutely. But it's also great for applique work, whether you're doing raw edge or needle turn. It's great for your English paper piecing. If you want to have those teeny, teeny, tiny stitches that just disappear, you're going to want to use a thinner thread. It's that simple. If we are using the right tools, we will get the right result. And I'm patting this here and you can't see it on my camera, but I have a beautiful sewing machine right next to me that you can't see. And I keep referring to it and you can't see it. So I'm so sorry. All right. Another tool that you absolutely should be using is a 1/4 inch foot. Now I have here the non-stick Sew Fine 1/4 inch foot that is part of the 3-piece Sew Fine set. Now, what I love in particular about this foot is that it is non-stick, which this is the only non-stick foot that comes in a 1/4 of an inch. It fits your Baby Lock and Brother machines. But what I love about it, even when I'm not using a fussy fabric, like even if I'm not using a silk or a satin or a vinyl or a leather, I like to use this. I keep it on my machine all the time because it just glides and it takes that little bit of drag out when you're sewing your seams. It really is phenomenal. But this 1/4 inch foot provides you with a 1/4 inch guide. Okay. Now that 1/4 inch guide is where you're going to align your fabric. And as long as your fabric is riding that edge, you will get a 1/4 inch seam. Now, there are a lot of tools and fancy gizmos that you are going to learn about today with Sewing Machines Plus and Blaine and Jane and everybody across the board. But I just wanted to point out that sometimes the really basic things will really help. So I have a fantastic machine and I use the laser and I use all those things and I still keep my 1/4 inch foot on there because it's just that good. I love a good 1/4 inch foot. So I am trying to kind of speed along because I know that we are running a little bit behind schedule today. So the last thing that I am going to bring up is your pressing. And I know we can go into the seam open, we can go to the dark side, but really what I'm talking about is the sharpness of your press. So first and foremost, we all know that we are pressing, not ironing, meaning our iron is moving in an up and down motion. We are not wiggling, we are not pushing, and we are not sliding. I'm going to let that sink in. We are not wiggling, we are not pushing, and we are not sliding. I know. Some of you are doing it. It's totally fine. I get it. But Every time you do any of those actions, we are twisting our seam out of place. And we don't want to do that. We do not want to do that. So how do we get a nice crisp seam without getting our iron all the way in there, with just gently placing it on top? Well, what we do is we use something like this, which this is the Quilter Select Seam Press, okay? This is part of the Jewel Tools line. And what you can do is you can open up your seam, however you so choose, whether you're going open seam, dark side, whatever the case may be, and use the really beautiful sharp edges. And when I say sharp, I mean hard and clean. I don't mean like physically sharp. You're not going to get injured with this. But you're going to slide that right along your seam and press it open firmly, okay? And then you're going to press with an iron. These are also fantastic for those of you who are foundation paper piecing, and you don't necessarily want to use an iron when you still have all those papers in there, but you want to get a nice, clean press. This is going to be your absolute jam. You're going to love it. Okay, guys. So let's go back and recap what we talked about with getting that perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance. First, we are worried about how we are cutting. And the best way to get the cleanest 1/4 inch seam allowance is to start with a cleanly cut piece of fabric. So we're going to use a quality ruler that is non-slip so that we don't get any mishaps or mistakes, and we don't have to run back to the fabric store for just one more 1/4 inch, quarter inch. I've been saying 1/4 inch a lot this half hour, 1/4 yard. We're going to use a quality ruler. We're going to use a quality rotary cutter that minimizes fatigue. And we're always going to keep a sharp blade in this rotary cutter. And that sharp blade is going to keep that nice, sharp, straight line for us on our cut piece. Because when we have a dull blade, that's when we're pushing in more. That's when we're getting those ragged kind of bites out of our fabric. That's from a non-sharp blade. So keep your blades nice and sharp, okay? So what have we learned this morning? Shauna taught us keep a fresh needle. Nicole is teaching us keep a fresh rotary blade. So that's our cutting. After the cutting, once we make it over to the sewing machine, instead of hunting and searching for the perfect scant 1/4 inch, just measure a good 1/4 inch. We can easily measure a 1/4 inch and use 60 and 80 weight threads in 60 in our needle, 80 in our bobbin, and that is going to allow us to get a really, really nice seam, okay? Our 1/4 inch presser foot. The 1/4 inch presser foot is going to give us a place to align with. It's going to allow us to draw our fabric neatly, evenly, and most importantly, straightly. Is that a word? Straight through our machines to get that perfect seam that you're looking for. And last, but certainly not least, we are going to press, and if you so choose, use a seam press to get the perfect pressing seam and lock those stitches in place. Now, remember to do that when we're pressing, we are going to be pressing with our iron. We are not wiggling, we are not pushing, and we are not sliding. You guys, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with me. I hope that you guys had as much fun here with me today as I had with you. I am going to shoot you back over to Jane and Blaine. I love that, Jane and Blaine. And so we're going to get back into maybe some questions and talk about all the fantastic ways that you can learn more about Quilters Select products. All right.
Hey, Nicole.
Hey.
You're so good and so fun, and you get right in there and you're talking to us serious. I mean, like, scant. I'm really going to be dreaming about scants later on. And I'm not sure you can sew straightly, but whatever you want to say, it's your show. So I'm fine with that as well. I love the tips. I love that you're petting your sewing machine. I love everything that you told us. So I want to make sure I let everybody know how they can get their hands on what you're showing us. Do you have a good time?
Yes, absolutely. Are you kidding? I could do this all day long.
I could tell that you could do it all day long. I was like totally into, like, you had me mesmerized with the way you were talking to us. So great demo. Fantastic. I hope to see you again.
Yes, absolutely. I'll be here 2 more times this week.
Okay, great. Then that'll be fun. Okay, thanks, Nicole. I'm going to let everybody know how
Thank you
they
so
can get their
much.
hands on all the great products from RNK, and this, especially this Quilters Select, our friends at RNK. Wonderful items, wonderful products that Nicole Gilbert just went through. And actually, she had some wonderful tips. She talked about the rulers. She talked about the rotary cutters, excuse me. And here's the thing. And this is what Sewing Machines Plus does all the time. They give you the right products to get the job done. I've always said this back into my, I don't know, 2015 when I was hosting Create and Craft. You always need the right tools to get the right job done. And that is what you're getting today from our friends at RNK. So now you're looking here on this screen of all of the Quilters Select products. So there they are. All you need to do is go to SMP, what is it? SNPlive.tv, excuse me, to see all the products that they have, and call to place your order to get the discount, to get the special 800-401-8151. And I know back in the studio, they're scrolling through all the amazing products. I know that Nicole went through them. She held them up on the screen, explained to us why we need these great tools. So here they are. Just go there, explore. Again, what's our motto of this week? Yeah. More is more and less is a bore. So put 1, put 2, put 3, put them all in the cart. Call 800-401-8151 to get your special discount on all of these products from our friends at RNK Distribution. So that was fantastic. Nicole will be back again 2 times this week. So make sure you check it out. Put in your cart. I mean, I know I think it was Ella. She was like, got a notepad, taking notes on everything she wants to buy, just going to hold tight. But we got to remember what Blaine said. And that is, if you get it and you check out before 6 p.m. Pacific time, then it'll go out today.
No, Eastern time.
6 p.m. Eastern time, right? 3 p.m. your time. Got it. It'll go out today. So I love it. More is more and less is a bore, especially when you got the right tools, right, Blaine?
That is correct. So, Jane, it's the day is flying by, but guess what? It is. I know you're getting ready to announce our next person coming on, but this is our first educational session of the week. We're going to have one every single day at this same time each day. And this is educational. We're bringing in one of the judges to do this. It's pretty awesome. I'm looking forward to this. I know it. I'm excited for her topic too. It is. It's a good one. So I'm going to jump back out of here. And I'll see y'all back in a little while. Okay. Thanks, Blaine. Oh, we always love it when Blaine just pops in, don't we? He just pops in to say hi. He probably drank a little bit more extra Mountain Dew because he had some energy there. All right. That was said with love, actually. Okay. So let's move on to our first education session. I love the education sessions. I know you do too. So our presenter today is Beth Ann Nemish, and she is teaching colorful, excuse me, easy for me to say, yarn couching. You see it right there. Now, Beth Ann is a classically trained artist with a degree or degrees in art and art therapy. And she's been mastering the art of free motion machine quilting for over 23 years. She's won many, many major awards in all levels of national and international quilting. And she's taught quilters all over the world to love quilting and find their own voice of creative expression. I love that. Through the stitched line. I'm so excited to learn from her right now. Put your hands together and say hi to Beth Ann. Hi, Beth Ann.
Hello. Hi. It's nice to have this lovely introduction. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's so nice to meet you. I'm sorry if I messed up on your last name.
It's Nemish.
Nemish. Yeah.
Yes.
Beth Ann Nemish. I was gonna. It was like one of the
which is actually weirdly important because in Pennsylvania Dutch, nemashing, which is what I call sort of my signature look, literally translate into machine sewing in Pennsylvania Dutch. So ne means to sew and meshing means machine. And so in Pennsylvania Dutch, you pronounce it nemashing because they say the A like a long word. So I married into the right family.
You literally, I was going to say it's in your lineage, but you
I
married
literally,
into the right
no, I
family.
married into it. I got super lucky.
Your radar, you're just like, there. That's the one right there.
That's
Because
the
last
one.
name, it works perfect.
And he's taller than me. So like we just called it quits right there.
That's perfect. I love it. Love is love is wonderful.
Right.
So tell me, what is it that you love about teaching people the art of free motion quilting?
I really love free motion quilting because it really teaches people to be expressive and rely just on their brain and hand connectivity to put quilting on a quilt. It's what I really enjoy doing, and it's what I spend the majority of my time doing. And I have a range of ready to go online classes as well as master classes that people get involved with, and those are only available sort of cyclically, and they're like 3 months at a time, and people are one-to-one with me, and it's just really great because they have such a deep grasp of the information when we're done. But today we're going to be talking about yarn couching, which I like to refer to as my pet side quest.
Oh, okay.
To free motion machine quilting, because it's free motion machine quilting, except that we're sticking yarn in between the thread and the surface of whatever you want to put it on.
I love it. I love it. I love
It's
yarn
really cool.
couching. Yeah, it's super cool. And I'm super excited to learn what you know about it, because I've seen it. I can do it on a machine, but not like what you're going to show us. So I'm going to let you take it away, because I want you to get us all fully into this class, because it is education. And I'm
going to flip over to my presentation here. And you can just tell me that worked properly, because I'm so nervous about using StreamYard. All right. So pictorial yarn couching is what I was saying, a side quest to free motion machine quilting. It is very simple up and back movements, but it does require basically one tool, and that is a free motion machine yarn couching foot. And not every, but I would say a vast majority of sit-down sewing machines, as well as long arm sewing machines, now have free motion machine yarn couching feet. The critical component here is that there is a small hole. 2 millimeters is ideal. Some machine companies will go down to 1.5 or up to 3. So something small along those lines. In this little image here, you can see 3 different types. But really the most important thing is a singular small hole, not an oval, in your yarn couching foot, because the yarn shifts back and forth and it can create skips if the yarn has an opportunity to move. As we get started with thinking about free motion machine yarn couching, we can buy any yarn. I purchased the yarn for this, my very first project, at Joann Fabrics. And this is all just relatively, inexpensive and not fabulous quality acrylic yarns. But what I came to believe is that investing in between 3 and 7 values of every color is really where to go with this. But also, I like to use a single ply yarn, because a single ply yarn creates a smooth quality to it where I can blend it away, as opposed to other types of yarns that are twisted, where they always have that twisted look. So I like a single ply yarn. One of the ways I get a lot of bang for my buck, which you can see right here in this image of this heron, is landscape yarns, because they transition between dozens of colors within a single skein of yarn, and you can basically ball those up and separate those out and get a lot of financial value, because you're not using that much when you do yarn couching. Another tip is to always pay attention to the different types of yarn, and you can see the little fuzzy yarns here in this guy. They are eyelash yarn. So eyelash yarn comes in like 3 colors, white to terrible. So I will hand pounce color on top of the eyelashing yarn to give it some shading. Yarn couching is very simple. It's just some simple back and forth movements, or sometimes some scribble movements like stippling. But you do have to think about the art part, which would be layering and texture. So we need to layer from farthest away to closest to us. And we also need to think really hard about value. And you can see that here in this image, where the darkest feathers need to be the furthest away to create depth. So anytime you have 2 layers sticking on top of each other, they need to have good depth to them. I love putting my yarn couching pieces on my clothing. So here's one of my favorite pieces to wear is this octopus. I can do yarn couching on any of my machines. I have 3 machines that I work on. This particular image shows me working on a long arm sewing machine. The critical thing to think of when doing yarn couching with the purpose of putting it on a coat or any other freestanding object later on is to think of it as embroidery. So I use a layer of tulle, just like you make ballerina dresses out of, a layer of wash away stabilizer, which has the pattern drawn on it. And then I do the yarn couching on top of that. So then the yarn couching gets washed away, or the tulle gets washed away. I'm sorry, the stabilizer gets washed away. There we go. And then I can applique onto a project. So here we have our octopus appliqued onto the back of my coat. I do recommend, though, that if you are thinking about doing yarn couching components and placing them on your clothing, is that you give a really hard look to what your objects are doing on your clothing to make sure that they are not manhandling you in a way that you are uncomfortable with, which from an octopus point of view was a critical sort of way to think about that. I've done a lot of different projects, and I would like to just basically share with you just some of the ways that I'm using yarn couching and, a little bit of a show and tell for you. But you can see here some of the texture, particularly like under his eye, and that's simply stippling. That's this little puzzle piece movement with yarn. There's clear thread running through the machine. It's going through the small hole in the yarn couching foot, and then I am moving my piece back and forth in a little stipple shape. And that's all that this octopus is, with the addition of thinking very hard about layering of value. So you can see I had to go all the way from very deep dark burgundies to bright, bright oranges in order for you to see what is going on here. I can use yarn couching on upholstery pieces. And this is a little bench that I made. I did the yarn couching directly onto vinyl that you buy at Joann Fabrics or Hobby Lobby or anything like that. This is a pearlized vinyl that I did the yarn couching directly on. I loaded the vinyl onto my long arm sewing machine, did the yarn couching directly onto the vinyl, and then upholstered it into place. You can see some of the construction here. This was a headboard that I framed out, added legs. And in the lower images here, you can see some of the process of picking the colors of thread and also laying down sort of the junkier, darker thread. So just some cheap black acrylic went down first to really cover the white over of this vinyl before adding some of the more specialty yarns that are much more expensive. I have a pretty big yarn collection at this point. I only ever need 1 skein of each color because I don't do anything else with it. I don't knit or crochet. So I do have some specialty yarns that can get very expensive, like silks and mulberry silk. They can be as much as $50 a skein. So you want to be pretty careful when you use them. So I do hard work with cheap yarns and then fine detail work with the more expensive yarns to really, save them forever, basically. So here we have the finished bench, and you can see the back is covered in bar top epoxy as well. So this was an exciting piece to do. One of my favorite jackets to wear. I get all of my jackets at thrift stores. So I rarely pay more than $10 or $15 for a jacket. And then I'm basically looking for a theme object or animal typically that would go with it. So this was a really great motorcycle jacket and a really pretty sort of woven wool. And I created this. It was a motorcycle jacket. So I like that idea of that like rough motorcycle, gangster kind of look with the skulls and the roses. And then I added the snake. And you can see the snake sort of twirls down my arm with this image. When these freestanding applique pieces are done, they've the wash away stabilizer is rinsed out. I am appliquing them with clear thread on the sewing machine, just, basically attaching around the edges and swinging in a little bit into the interior from time to time, just like you would do stitch in the ditch applique, for example, on a quilt. However, because it goes around the arm and it's a pre-made jacket, that part I did have to do by hand. You can see part of the design process that I'm using here. I get a lot of help from Kitty, who is working pretty hard to supervise my stuff, and I hand draw everything. But this image here is also a great example of a really aggressive value scale. So you can see this yellow is 8 steps from very, very dark to very, very light. And this is how I curate my yarn collection, that all colors that I own in the size that I like to work with, which is a medium sort of sized yarn with a single ply and a full value scale gradation. And you can also see the little half dome bead there that I used for his shiny little eye. Some of my other jackets, again, all from thrifting or eBay, looking for a particular brand or size on eBay. This particular jacket was a bit of an experiment. I layered it directly on my long arm to work on it. I'd like to do small things like birds on my domestic sewing machine. So I have a couple of smaller sewing machines. This particular one I did on my Bernina Aurora 440, which if you're familiar with that brand, that's a really small machine. You can see I'm working in a hoop, but still tool, wash away stabilizer, then the hoop, and then clear thread in the machine. Now the jacket part I did by actually loading it on my long arm. And I'm not sure I would do it this way again. It was a bit of an experiment. I layered muslin on the long arm, put the jacket directly on top, crawled underneath the long arm, cut away the muslin, and then stabilized that with the wash away stabilizer that had the pattern, and did the yarn couching through the jacket to create those little flowers. Once it was all appliqued and finished together, we had our finished coat. This one looks very similar. The coat is the same. However, this was a commission piece for a client of mine. She wanted the same coat as previous, but I said no. So she opted to have some different birds. So we kind of came up with this compromise piece, which was done in a similar fashion. Now, I know that some people say, oh, I don't draw, I can't draw. There is clip art, and clip art is free. So free clip art exists out there in the world. So you don't have to draw a goldfinch by scratch. You can just, download a nice line drawing and go from there. So if drawing is something that worries you, you can do that. This is a great example of something else that I've done sort of with yarn couching, and that's taking the upholstery idea of the bench and sort of putting it on the wall. So I've made a little quilt here. It's got some yarn couched coral as well as some other fun techniques, like I wrapped some wooden beads with some yarn and made little pom-poms, made a little coral scene here, and then upholstered it into a wooden tray. This particular quilt is pretty large. It's about 50 inches by 30. And it is a great example of needing to have a really big value range, because if we just yarn couched all the white areas in white, we wouldn't really see any texture at all. And so even though these birds remain white, I'm actually using a whole range between grays to creams to whites, as well as different types of yarns. So acrylic yarns will be pretty shiny, have some sparkle to them. All the natural wools, though, will be duller in texture. So I'm also looking at the texture of the yarn in addition to the color of the yarn. This is a matching piece that was auctioned off at the Houston Quilt Show. And you can see here the two birds came back together and, having a little loving moment here. This image, though, shows some of the extra details. So you can see the little floofs there on his crest. And that's just some, cut pieces of yarn that I laid down and then used the white to sort of trap them into place. And they just add a nice little bit of texture. You can also see in the lower right image, though, kind of how sparkly the yellow is. And that's because it is silk yarn. So I love paying attention to the, the luminosity, if you will, of the projects. Couple of smaller, cuter projects, and these are part of my yarn couching class. I have an on-demand yarn couching class. It's 3 hours long. There's multiple projects, including this little fish, and it's a skill builder of learning to layer, of paying attention to value and texture, that then you can put that fish and make it into something. Here's another great example of a larger project. This is a pair that are meant to be shown together, but they can also be split up successfully. Whenever I go on a trip, I try to do some kind of thematic project to take with me. And sometimes that's a quilt, but sometimes it's a jacket. So I went hiking on the Oregon coast. So of course I needed a coastal Oregon tide pool jacket to go along with it. Here's another really good example of how hard it is to think about solid colored objects. So ravens or crows, read as black, but sometimes when the sun hits them, you really start to see that iridescence a little bit. If I had depicted this bird as with just different types of black yarn, even if it was some grays and blacks mixed together, it would be very, very difficult to distinguish sections of the bird. You would not be able to tell his tummy from his wings to his back. It would be pretty solidly colored. And so I chose to really introduce the purples and the iridescent greens and even some sparkly thread to really sort of push that iridescence and make it more obvious. Also, you can see that I'm combining this with some pretty elaborate free motion machine quilting as a background to try to tell a bit of a story here of a raven looking off into the distance of a starry night. Another fun coat here. This leather 1970s big giant collar leather coat fell into my lap one day while I was thrifting. And so this chameleon came into my life. Now he is made up of simply little like circle movements, just tiny little circle movements. But I'm thinking about the layering. So that is a part of the yarn couching. So the movement and the creation of yarn couching is not that hard. But what is, I think, a little bit more challenging for people is to think about the layering and really think about the value of how to distinguish different sections. One of my favorite wool coats to wear, this beautiful green. Again, I brought back the goldfinches because I sold the previous goldfinch quilt, so I needed one for myself. But here we again have that tufting idea where I took some white eyelash yarn, wrapped it around my finger 5 or 6 times and made a little floof of eyelash yarn and used the green yarn over top of it to anchor it down. And so now it looks like a little thistle that's gone to seed. So thinking about our materials in that fashion really gives you, a lot of playfulness that we can add to things. The birds I would have done on a sit-down sewing machine because I like to do small things on my smaller machines. I have better control. But because the thistles are so long and skinny, one single line of yarn, I yarn couch those directly onto the coat. I stabilize the coat with wash away stabilizer. It's always important to think about these projects just like you might think about embroidery. They take up, right? They shrink and take up their background fabric. And so you need to stabilize that just as if you were stabilizing embroidery. This flamingo, again, really is a great example of showing the importance of value. Is there burgundy on real life flamingos? Probably not, but it's necessary to have this much of a value change in order for each layer to still have a distinct life and a distinct ability for us to see it. If I had done everything with a paler peach, it would just look like a mass of pale peach. So it's because of the value change that you can see these things. This little fox hunting jacket, again, I completely lucked into it. And here's some other additional materials. You can see how fuzzy his chest is, and that's teddy bear yarn. It doesn't go through the yarn catching foot. You kind of have to just manhandle it and make it go back and forth like a big zigzag and just sort of tack it into place with your clear thread as you use it. But the little black flecks you see, that was Sharpie. So be creative with your sort of process. And then that freestanding red dangly tassel is from the curtain section. That's it's a curtain tie back, but it worked really great all together. You may notice that some of my creatures have what looks like kind of a glossy eye, and those are handmade with Fimo art clay covered in resin. And so I'm hand making those. Again, under his chin is another great example, though, of how you really need to push the value of these different colors so that you can physically see his chin and his chest are all technically white. But in order for him to have a lifelike quality, we have to have that value change. And that's what makes my way of approaching yarn couching different than other types of yarn couching you may have seen. So lots of folks who do free motion machine yarn couching put yarn on their sewing machine, and then they make free motion machine quilting designs like a little feather or maybe a stipple or some swirls. And that looks really great. It looks like chenille on top of a quilt. Totally works. But I'm thinking of it more as a paint. And so I'm trying to attach kind of this painterly quality to it. All right, so we have this beautiful cardinal quilt, which is a lot of fun. And this jacket, which is actually the same pink coat as you saw earlier, but I dyed it. I dumped it into a pot of wool dye in an ultramarine blue, which combined with the pink to create this purple. And this was a challenge to myself to make an all white bird, but at dawn. So a white animal in the dark actually kind of appears in shadow colors. And then when the light first hits it, you start to get these warm colors as the light is first hitting it. So this was a big challenge. And then the eyelash yarn, which again comes in very few colors and they're really quite terrible. I just buy the white eyelash yarn, and then I made a diluted paint and pounced that onto the eyelash yarn. So I basically painted it, gold, some oranges, and some purples so that this, came into being. And then the tail of the coat there is using wool roving and needle felting. So I just hand needle felted sort of a watery effect there along the bottom. All right, let me just show you a few more images here before I hand you all back to our wonderful hosts. So this octopus, again, I love octopus. Anybody who's ever seen my studio knows that there's just octopus everywhere. But I feel like this image really also captures the simplicity of the texture that I'm using. I'm using a stipple in this case. It is not a complex style of, let's call it quilting. I'm trapping the yarn with, again, the clear thread, and the clear disappears into the yarn itself. Now, layering is also showing nicely in this image. I made a bunch of yellow polka dots all over this back of this octopus. And then I went back with 3 shades of yarn, a very pale cream, sort of a medium gold, and then that mottled brown, orange, blue area, 3 additional yarns, and sort of went in between all of the yellow polka dots. And that's how I'm creating those layers so that I'm not individually doing a bunch of yellow polka dots. I just did a whole bunch of them, just sort of jump stitching my way around, and then scribbled in between them to create this look. Again, mostly the skill here comes from understanding layers and sort of lighting a little bit, how to light 3-dimensional objects. Again, totally lucked into a great jacket. This is a faux snakeskin leather jacket, which I decided to embellish with this adorable little snake here and the cherry blossoms. This also does show, though, that sometimes I add actual embroidery details. So when I'm completely finished, you can see his little tongue and, scales along his little mouth here. Those are put on with thread, like an Issacord or Glide, some kind of embroidery style thread. And I'm just free motion embroidering those extra details. Think of yarn couching as impressionism, and think of embroidery as fine art painting. So with embroidery, because thread is super thin, you can get really tiny details. Yarn is yarn, though. You're not going to get that small of a detail with yarn. So it's really about more like impressionism. So it's important not to get too wrapped up in the too small details. You need to step back a little bit to really appreciate yarn couching. And the little bumps that you see here on the middle of the flower are some little French knots made of yarn. Similar idea with using some embroidery details on this butterfly. So all the little black lines that you see sort of distinguish the sections of the wings is all embroidery with thread, free motion machine embroidery with thread, not done with yarn because those details are just much too small. This little jacket to coincide with my trip to Hawaii for Christmas several years ago. And very politely on the black sand beach, you can see in that lower right-hand photo, a sea turtle very politely coughed itself up onto the sand for me, basically on cue. Couldn't have asked for a better photo op for that guy. These little chickadees are for a quilt that I made from a jacket that I made for my mother. She's from Maine, and so the state bird is the black-capped chickadee. But this image, particularly the lower right image, once again, emphasizes this idea of layering. So I think you can see pretty clearly here a piece of green yarn, a simple up and back movement, then the white yarn, then another piece of green, then some more white, then another piece of green, then some more white, keeping it very, very fluffy. And then the end result is a layered piece of what looks like snow sort of trapped in the needles of the pine tree. So there is some starting and stopping that's going on here in order to make this happen. On the prow, another really, really fun piece. I went to Las Vegas to go hiking with my son. So what better thing to do than a white tiger? This gold leather jacket, again, it has this really amazing 1970s collar on it. So it was just super perfect for this project. I would just like to draw your attention a little bit to like his face, right around his nose. You see there's sort of a brown area because I needed really more value, more detail in order to make it appear three-dimensional on both sides of the bridge of his nose. And that's just done with wool roving loose on top of the yarn and gone over that with the clear thread to nail it down. So sometimes I either tear apart yarn or we'll use loose wool roving. And the nose and eyes of this one are not hard acrylic like the eyes of some of my birds. This is in fact needle felting because I intended to basically lean against him in order to be able to sit down. And I didn't want to lean against something hard. People ask me all the time though, and I'm going to go back to stop sharing here just so we can like talk. Maybe. There we go. Okay, it worked. People ask me how sturdy are my jackets? And my answer is they're just as sturdy as a knitted sweater. So your knitted sweaters will pill in the high wear spots, like under the arms, for example, just with the action of your arms walking around. And so the jackets will pill just the same. You know, if I wear them and I rub my back against a chair, they will over time pill. But they're just as sturdy as a sweater. And the truth is that I'm not usually wearing an outerwear coat and sitting around ruching my back against a chair when I'm sitting down. And so they actually are very, very sturdy and they hold up really well. If this is a class that you are interested in taking, it is available both through Sewing Machines Plus or on my personal website. And it's available all the time. There's no need to wait to take the class. It's an on-demand available class. The main things that you're going to need are whatever sewing machine you already have, clear thread, a lot of yarn, and I won't lie, yarn, like it can get expensive. So I just buy it by project. So I just look at one project that I want to do and think of the values for that project. And then over time, obviously I have more yarn. But if you have yarn people in your life, you can maybe share because you're not really going to use very much. You're only going to use 20, 30, 40 feet of it, even on a big project. You're really going to have basically the whole skein left over when you're done. But the main thing you're going to need is those yarn couching feet. And so that might require just a tad of research to find the foot that works for your machine. Again, an oval opening, not ideal. You're going to want a small circular opening. And sometimes feet aren't labeled free motion machine yarn couching feet. Sometimes, for example, Bernino has a foot that's called a spoon foot or a dish foot, and it's clear. And it has a small hole in it, and it works fine for yarn couching. So sometimes you might need to use kind of off-brand a little bit. All right. Well, I think I'd like to hand this back over to the fabulous folks over at Sewing Machine Plus. I do have the YouTube open on the side over here.
We're here.
So I have seen some of your questions, and
Hi,
so I've just. I just wanted to thank everybody for saying such nice things. I'm kind of like distracted looking over at some of the really thoughtful,
I do have 4
thoughtful things.
questions. I was taking
Yeah.
notes as you were talking. I was trying to collect all the questions. I mean, just like I'm beyond words. Like my mouth, it's just so amazingly beautiful. You're so talented. So really quick, because we only have like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Let's see, boy, a lot of questions here. The questions with the clear thread. Do you have any problems with clear thread with the tension or breaking? And is there a brand that you recommend that you like?
Honestly, I've used all the brands. I really don't really have a preference. In terms of breaking, we are putting a lot of pressure on the thread with the yarn catching. So you should just expect breaks. And also it heats up with friction. So I think you just have to be patient with that. But you don't have to start and stop them preciously. You just literally just start and it just vanishes. So even though you do get some breaks, it's not like a thread break on a quilt where you have to back it up and fuss with it.
Do you take the lining out for these jackets they were asking?
No,
Okay.
I don't. I don't sew clothing. I mean, it would probably be nicer. And if you were a clothing sewer, you might do that ahead of time. But I don't. I'm too lazy, and they're just for me, so I don't care.
And then last one, when couching on a quilt, do you do it on the entire quilt sandwich or the fabric first?
I've done it both ways. I will say that doing it through the entire quilt sandwich leads to a lot of distortion. So only on the fabric and then heavily stabilized with like tearaway stabilizer. Think of this as embroidery. So if you've ever done embroidery, you know that if you don't stabilize it, you're trashing your project. So think of it as embroidery and you'll be okay.
And everyone should take this online, this on-demand class. It's amazing. Learning curve. Everyone's worried about the learning curve, but we'll take the class. Right?
If you have free motion machine quilted, this movement or this movement, you're good.
Awesome.
So if you can shove it back and forth or make circles, you're fine.
You're amazing. Thank you so much for sharing all of your talent and your art with us and your skills. And everyone needs. Yeah.
Thank you. And I guess I'll see you Friday for a little talk with the other judges.
Yes, absolutely. And again, everyone, we can get your online or your on-demand class at your website or at SewingMachinesPlus.com.
Yes, either one. And mine is White Arbor Quilting, or you can look up Beth Ann Nemish. They both kind of point to the same place.
Perfect. Beth Ann, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Week. All right, we'll see you on Friday.
All right.
Wow, everybody. Thanks. Thank you. Wow. Beth Ann. I mean, I am floored. That is just so beautiful and brilliant. I know we are all excited. And I'm just like you guys. I'm like, I don't know that I could do that. It's just, she's so talented and she's such an artist. It's just fantastic. Okay. So am I continuing to go? I think Blaine's coming back. Oh, there's Blaine.
I'm here.
I'm so sorry. I just was like sidetracked and lost in all of her artwork. Blaine.
Well, man, I tell you, Beth Ann's so talented, and Beth Ann's one of our judges too, Jane.
That's a tough judge to impress.
Well, and again, they were talking about how tough it was. There were so many great quilts that were entered. How tough the judging was. So, but we have 4 judges that are looking at to get the best of show, and there'll be 1 winner, and so we're super excited. We'll announce that on Friday.
So amazing. Okay, I'm gonna go continue to just like come down from all of this amazing. I'm like, I gotta find my words. That was so cool.
It was. All right, Jane, we'll see you just here in a few minutes. All right, we're going to continue on, and next up, we're going to talk all about robotics, and we're going to talk about Butler robotics, excuse me, in particular, and just everybody, if you have a long arm machine, this product will work on any brand of long arm machine. This is why you need to take, pay attention to this and take notes, because this is going to be an incredible demonstration. We've had our next guest on here before. It's Aubrey Hartman, and Aubrey, she's the area sales manager for Butler Robotics. And Aubrey has a long history with thread, fabric, and sewing needles. She has been sewing since the age of 5 years old, when she took a kid's quilting class and never looked back. She has a degree in theatrical costume design and enjoys making her own clothing, especially every year at Halloween. She makes a Halloween costume. So y'all, welcome to the show, Aubrey Hartman. Hey, Aubrey.
Hi, Blaine. Hi, SMP Nation. Glad to be back with everybody. I'm great. How are you guys?
We're fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We always love having you on here. And I know, we usually, you make a project and just kind of show it the whole week. I don't know if you've got that in store for us this time, but everybody loves when you come on. So we're going to let you take it. And I will be back in about 30 minutes to tell everybody about the different packages we have for Butler Robotics.
Thank you, Blaine. Well, I do have a project that I'm going to be working on all week. I think it's going to take a little bit longer than this week, but it's something a little bit different. Usually I do a strip quilt, and this week I have one that's got blocks all over it. So we are going to be filling in different blocks all week with our Butler robotics system. And as Blaine said, it doesn't matter whether you've got a King Quilter 2, whether you've got an APQS, whether you've got a Gamma at home, you can get a Butler robotics system for your long arm machine and enjoy automation too. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to show you a few things. We've got our quilt down here. It is bright and happy with lots of spring colors on it. And we are going to be filling in our different blocks with different things that you can do on your robotic system. So I'm going to start with this big orange block here in the center, and we're going to fill this in. So we're going to start by adding a layout box. And that's how we start with everything here with our Butler robotics system. We are going to mark a layout box, and whether it's the square like this or one of these little squares over here or your whole quilt top to do an edge-to-edge design, that's where we start. So I've got a little button up here that says layout, and I'm going to hit a plus sign because I'm going to add a layout box today. My robotic system gives me the instructions I need to follow along, so there's no guesswork here. And it says to set the first point in my pattern box. So I'm going to start here in my top left corner, and I'm going to hit a plus sign. So that is going to be my first point. Now I'm going to do this particular box with just 2 points. You can set a whole layout area with just 2 points. So I'm going to move my machine down to my bottom right corner. I'm going to hover that needle over where my 4 corners of fabric meet here, and I am going to hit my green check mark. And when I do that, I'm going to bring my screen over to you guys. It might be faint, but I've got an orange layout box here. And that is the box we're going to be filling in that represents this big orange square on my quilt. The next thing we have to do is choose a pattern. And this particular system that I'm working with is the Professional, which is the top of the line, and it has over 500 patterns loaded on it already when you buy it. Now we've got the basic and the deluxe that you could purchase. So it's a matter of you deciding which system you want from Sewing Machines Plus, but I'm a little bit spoiled. So I have the top of the line that's got all of the bells and whistles on it. We're going to go ahead and go into our patterns, and we've got a whole menu of patterns of everything that's already loaded on here. Now, that doesn't mean you can't buy your own patterns. If you want something that is particular for a quilt that you're working on, you can find something on a quilt design website, purchase it, and import it onto your EPC display here. Sometimes you just need something particular. If you've got someone who likes, little dogs and you want to find a dog pattern and we don't have one on here that meets your needs, you can go ahead and buy one and load it yourself. We're going to go ahead and search what's already on here. Now you can use your touch display. That's right. This is a full color touch display, but because I know what I'm looking for, I'm going to go ahead and go over to my little menu bar and open it up just by touching. And I got a keyboard and I'm going to type in the word bubble, because I know that the design I want is a bubble design. And right here it is up here in the corner. So when I touch it and highlight it, it's going to turn orange, and I can hit my check mark over here and now put one repeat of that design into my layout box for that orange square on my quilt. But one is not going to do it for me. So here's where we start with our editing features. I've got all kinds of goodies over here on the right-hand side of my display, and we're going to make more bubbles so that we can fill in that whole square on our quilt. I'm going to open my repeat function here, and we've got repeats across our screen, both vertically and horizontally, so that we can fill in this space. Now I can cheat a little bit because I have an autofill function here, and I can hit that button and it's just going to fill it in the way the robotic system thinks is best. But I like a certain density of design, so I'm going to go ahead and tell it how many repeats I want myself. So I'm going to go ahead and use my little plus sign over here, and I'm going to hit my plus, and I'm going to do 3 repeats across and 3 repeats down. And if you can see this on the screen, I'm a little bit outside that orange box. So I need to go to my scale feature and make all my bubbles fit inside my box. Now my scale feature is over here on the right too. And I've got my options to change the size of my designs. I can make them fit in the box. So you don't have to use the designs the way they are in the Butler robotic system. You can change them a little bit. We've got plus and minuses and slider bars over here that will help us. And if you get the professional system like I have, you also have auto scale on here. But that's a little bit of a cheat. Sometimes you want to do it yourself. So I'm going to do it myself. And I'm going to use my minus button and just shrink my design to fit into my orange box. So I'm going to use my minus both horizontally and vertically. And now I get all of my bubbles to fit inside my orange box. So I get the density of bubbles that I want, but they fit in the size that I like. Now, sometimes if you shrink things a little too much, they might get a little wonky. So you want to be careful when you're working with designs that are specific shapes like circles. You don't want them going oval on you. So now that I've got this all sized out the way I want, I can just go to my home screen here and stitch out. But it's going to take us a little too long to stitch that out right now. So I promise you I'll stitch it out after we're done here today so you can look at it tomorrow. But I have plenty that I'd like to show y'all. So we're going to go ahead and skip over this. I'll do it later. We can look at it tomorrow. So the next thing I want to show you guys is how to fill in just one design instead of repeated designs into a space. And I've got these cute little blocks that are bordered. I hope you can see one down here. So there's a little box here and it's got a little border on it. So we're gonna do a layout of the inside first, and then we're gonna add a design to that. So I'm gonna bring my machine over here. Now this isn't gonna disappear. I'm gonna be able to go back to this. I'm gonna go back to my layout and I'm gonna add another pattern box. Now I can come over to this block here, and I'm going to mark all 4 corners of this one because I cannot guarantee that I put those little yellow polka dot borders on here quite straight. I try really hard, but you never know. So I'm going to start with my top left-hand corner, and I'm just doing this inside block. So I'm going to hit my plus sign. I'm going to then move down to my bottom left corner and hit my plus sign. I'll move over to my bottom right corner and hit my plus sign. And then I'll move up to my top right corner and hit my check mark. And I'm gonna bring it back over to you guys because now I've got a new orange layout box, and that's representing that inside of that square. We're gonna go ahead and hit our patterns again. And once again, I figured out what I wanted ahead of time so y'all didn't have to see me scrolling through all these patterns. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up my little box here. And this design starts with the number 6. And right here it is, the 6-pointed loop. So I'm gonna highlight that orange and hit my check mark. Now, if you can see this on the screen, my 6-pointed loop is a little bit too big for my square. So I'm going to use my scale feature again to make it the right size. I'm going to go ahead and hit my scale feature, and this time I'm going to use that auto scale button. So that's this button right here, and when I hit that, it automatically scales my design to fit my box. But I've got a little bit of an empty space over here because it scaled it to fit my box.
They're asking if you're using your needle to check your points, or is there a laser?
Oh, so someone's asking if I'm using a needle to check my points or if I'm using my laser. I don't have a laser. I'm actually lining my needle up with those points on those 4 corners. So I'm just lining my needle up the best I can and hitting those points. If you need a little bit more accuracy, you can roll your needle down, but you don't want it dragging on your fabric as you're pushing your machine around. You don't want to tear anything or get any runs in your fabric. So I'm using my needle to line up those points. So I want to just make sure that this gets a little bit bigger. So I'm going to come up here and just autofill. And there we go. I'm going to hit my morph feature, and now it's going to stretch this a little bit. So because my design didn't quite fill, I've got a feature called morph, and it's just going to stretch that a little bit to fill all of my space. So now that I've got my design all filled in, we're actually going to stitch this one out because it goes pretty quick. I'm going to go to my home feature, and that means I'm ready to stitch out. I've got a little green go button up here because green means go on everything. But this needle over here is real important to us. We want to make sure our needle's engaged. If our needle isn't engaged, it's going to trace over our design, but not actually stitch it. That can be very helpful if you want to make sure your design fits in a block space or stitches out where you want it to on a location on your quilt. But you always want to make sure you engage that needle if you plan on stitching. So I went ahead and engaged the needle. Then I'm just going to bring my machine over to that area so that it doesn't have to travel as far on its own. So I'm going to slide my machine over to this block and get close to my start point. I'm going to hit my green button to go. And now my robotic system is giving me instructions again. So we're going to follow along. And it says the machine's going to move to the start of the pattern block and start my pattern. It wants to verify that my needle is in the up position. Once again, we need to make sure that needle is not touching or dragging on our fabric or inside our fabric because we don't want to tear our quilt and ruin all that hard work we did. So my needle is up, so I'm going to hit my green check mark. My machine is going to move to the start of the pattern, and it's telling me to do a single stitch with my machine. So I've done a single stitch, and I'm going to hit my green check mark. And now it says pull up the bobbin thread and press OK. So this is where we're going to pull our bobbin thread up to the surface so we've got our tails. And I'm going to hit my green check mark. Now that I've done that, my machine moves back into place, and it's telling me to cycle my needle to lock my stitches. So I usually do 3 little cycles, and I lock my stitches. And now it says turn on the stitching on your long arm, and your machine will start moving when you press OK. So I'm going to engage my stitching and hit my green check mark. And off it goes. The nice thing about what we've got here with our robotic system is I'm running at a speed of 30 right now, which is a good average speed. But you do have speed control here. So if you'd like to run a little bit slower, if your pattern has a lot of points and curves or is very dense, you can slow your system down. Or if you've got a wide open pattern that isn't very complicated with few curves and points, you can speed it up to run it a little bit faster. Especially if you're doing one of those edge-to-edge designs and you have a really big quilt, you might want to speed it up so it takes a little bit less time to run out your pattern. Just be careful to make sure that you're getting nice clean points and curves. You always want to make sure that it looks the way you want. And speed control really depends on your pattern, the fabric your quilt's made out of, your particular machine, the thread you're working with. Lots of factors go into your speed control. So we're done here. So it's telling me to turn off my stitching. I'm going to hit my check mark. It says cycle my needle to lock my stitches into place. So we're going to do that. And now I'm going to pull my bobbin thread up to the surface so I can get my tail back for my next block. So now we're all set there. We've got that in place. And now I've got that all stitched out. So I can move on to the next thing. I'm going to go ahead and do something called point to point. Point to point is going to allow me to fill in my little border here. Now I've divided the border up into little 3-inch sections, which cleanly came out an even number for what I've got around this block. So I can actually choose a design and place it around my border. And this works on full borders or just these little block borders. You can do this on sashings. So I'm going to go ahead and just bring myself back to my full layout screen. And I'm going to go into my edit. When I'm in edit, here's all the features we have for scaling, resizing, moving things around. But my friend, point to point, is right here. When we do this, we have our commands where we can find our design. I'm going to find my design because I know it's called P2P. We'll find it that way. I did prepare so I didn't have to dig around for files all the time. So my little design is up here in the corner. It's very tiny, and I'm hoping you don't get too much of a glare, but it's up here in the corner. So now that I've got my design selected, I have to choose a pattern height because it's giving me the pattern height that it was designed in originally. But my little border around that block we just stitched out isn't that big. It's actually only 1 3/4 wide. So I'm actually going to open this up and change my pattern height to 1.5. I'm going to go a little bit smaller than what it was. So now my pattern height shows at 1.5 because I've changed that, and I know that little design is going to fit in my yellow polka dot border. Now what I'm going to do is start using my plus sign to lay down points. And just like I did with laying out my points for the block, I'm just going to use my needle hovering over my marks around that border, which are every 3 inches, to choose my points on where the start and stop of each design is going to be. These are going to chain together around that border in one long chain because I'm going to go all the way around it, and then I'll be able to stitch them out and get the whole border stitched in one big swoop. This takes a little bit of practice to learn the motion of the machine, but it's a lot of fun when you get the hang of it. So I'm going to take my machine and I'm going to move it over to the first point that I'm going to start at, which is my top left corner of the inside of my border. So I'm going to start here and I'm going to hit my first point by using my plus sign. When I do that, the robotics system is saying select the next point in my chain. So I'm going to come over to the right 3 inches where I've put a mark, and I'm going to go ahead and hit my plus sign again. When I've done that, my little design moved from the top left corner of my space to where it would be on my quilt. I'm then going to move again to the right to the other inside corner of that border and hit my plus sign again. And now I have 2 of those little designs chained together. But now I need to come down the side here. So I'm going to move the machine towards me to that 3-inch mark and hit my point. And now the designs come down the side. So I'm going to come all the way around my whole little border on the inside using those marks that I've put every 3 inches to get an evenly spaced border design all the way around. And I'm moving around in a clockwise position because that's how I want my design oriented. Depending on the motion of your machine will change the direction of the design. So I'm back at my top corner and I'm going to hit my plus sign. Let me bring this on over to you guys so that you can see. Let me see if I get this in frame real good for you guys. So you can see I've got that little tiny design and it's chained all the way around in that border. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch that out real quick. This is a quick design, so it won't take long. Again, from this screen, we go to our home screen because that's where our start button is. We're going to go ahead and hit our green button. It tells us to make sure that needle's not down in our fabric. So we hit our check mark once we've double checked ourselves. I'm going to do my single stitch and hit my check mark, pull up my bobbin thread, hit my check mark, cycle my needle to lock my stitches. And again, I just do it 3 times, hit my check mark, turn on my stitching and hit my check mark, and off it goes. And now it's stitching in the border. And because I gave it that height of 2 or 1.5 inches, it's staying within my border and it's not running into my seam allowance on any of the sides. So you kind of have to take that into consideration when you're deciding the height of your point-to-point design. You may be making it a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller than the original design intention, but it works out in the end to get what you want. So as soon as this is stitched out, I think we'll be close to our timeout. So I'm going to want you guys to see this. So I'm going to take you off the stand and hopefully we won't get disconnected so you guys can get a close up because this is really cool. I just did an entire quilt using this. It's not just for borders. It's not just for sashings or anything like that. You can do this on the interior of a quilt for like half square triangles. It makes a great way to do custom quilting. So I did a whole half square triangle quilt doing this method. So we're almost finished. It's amazing how fast it quilts out this way than trying to do it yourself. I'm not very good at free motion. Okay, it says turn off my stitching. So I'm going to turn my stitching off.
Hey, Aubrey.
Yes.
About the maintenance on the robot.
So there's very little maintenance on the robot. We had a question on that. You need to make sure you keep your screen oil free. So having a normal screen cleaner like a dust cloth from the oils from your hand. And then there's a little, I have one here. This is your motor box. And there's little pulleys on this. So you want to make sure no thread gets wound around those. But you don't need to oil this or anything like that. You just need to make sure there's no thread in this and keep it dust free. And then you need to make sure that, you know, your rails and everything stay clean, but there's very little maintenance whatsoever on this. It's a very easy system because you're not having to do extra work. You just plug it in, play, and have fun. I'm cycling my needle, so it's locked off. And now I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread. And I keep putting my scissors down on my other table. I did put a hook on here so that I wouldn't lose them because I'm notorious for losing them and then I don't end up hanging them on the hook. All right, so we have that stitched out there. So I'm going to go ahead and disconnect you guys from the stand so you can actually see what that looks like. So I'm going to go really slow so that I don't drop you guys. So here's the design stitched inside the box. And then here is the little design all the way around the edges. So if I pull that out, you can see I've got one full block completed on my quilt top. And then I promise you that tomorrow this orange block will be stitched out with all of those cute little bubbles that we put together. So I'm going to put you guys back.
Hey, Aubrey, what other options do they have besides the professional?
So the options for the robotics system, like I said, I'm working with the professional, and this comes with a 12-inch screen and over 500 designs. But there's the basic, which comes with an 8-inch screen and 150 designs. The deluxe comes with a 10-inch screen and 250 designs. The features change as you go up in models. So if you're just looking to do some basic edge-to-edge work and things that aren't too complicated as far as changing designs, maybe the basic is for you. But if you want to get really involved with your design work, design manipulation, and really seeing how creative you can get with your robotic system, then you may want to move up to the deluxe or the professional model. It's really where you're comfortable, but it doesn't matter what long arm you have at home, a Butler robotics system will fit on it. So you need to call Blaine's team, let them know what your long arm is and what your frame is, and they can get you matched up with the right robotic system for you.
Aubrey?
Yes.
Somebody is asking if you can record designs. Is that on the show schedule for this week?
Yes. So you can record designs. So if you're a free motion quilter and you are interested in recording some of your free motion work, you can do that. I think I might have like 2 seconds where I can show you that, but I do plan on doing that this week. We have a free motion button right here. You can hit your start and you can free motion away. This is not what I planned on doing. I actually did plan on writing my name for you guys because I have been practicing. And then you can stop your record and you can get your little loop-de-loop. I think that's in frame. And you can save it. So I can save it as loop and hit my check mark. And it's going to tell me that that is saved into my save feature that is within my patterns. So I can come into patterns now and scroll down my tag list, and there is a tag that says saved. And right there are my loop-de-loops. that I just created. So yes, if you're a free motion quilter and you love saving your designs and being able to use them, if you're someone who likes to sign your quilts, you can make your signature and save it so that you can bring it up every time you've quilted a quilt. It's a great feature, and I will try to do that again another time this week. I just didn't plan it for today. All right, well, guys, I think we are close to the end of our session. I'm so glad y'all joined me today, and I hope you continue to see me the rest of this week, because I really want to get as much work done on this quilt as possible and show you as many features on the Butler robotics as I can. So I think we'll go back to Blaine and find out how you guys can get one.
Well, thanks, Aubrey. Great job, and looking forward to seeing what you're going to create this week, and I know everybody else is too. So we'll see you again tomorrow, same time.
Thanks, Blaine.
All righty. All right, everyone, this is the Butler Robotics. Now, the great thing about this, there's 3 different levels that you can get. There is the basic, the deluxe, and the professional. And the difference of them, there's the difference in the designs and the size of screens. You're getting an 8, 10, and 12-inch screen with those, and you're getting different designs. Now, right now, we have a great special going. You can get the professional series for the deluxe price, which is incredible. So you can get that for $59.99. The basic starts out at $43.59. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. They can actually help you. You just tell them what kind of frame you have, what kind of machine head you have, and they're going to be able to get you set up with the exact one that's going to fit yours. This will fit any long arm machine on the market. You'll be able to get yours fixed up out there. Again, you're looking at the deluxe edition or the professional. I'm sorry. There's the deluxe edition, and go to the professional. You're going to see it's exactly the same price. So right now it is a no-brainer. If you're wanting the deluxe, just go right up to the professional, because you're saving yourself about $600 on the professional just for the show at $59.99, and it's going to have the most designs, has that 12-inch tablet that comes with it, makes it really easy to see and easy to work. This thing is awesome, and basically what it does, it turns any long arm quilting machine to a fully robotic machine. And you saw her just touch a little bit of the things that you can do on it, but Aubrey showed you that record feature. So if you have a friend that, you know, they can come in there and they have these they do the best feathers you've ever seen in your life. You can get them to free motion a feather, and you can have the record feature on. You can save that, and it actually makes it a design in your system, and you can use that forever. So, and you can repeat it for the whole quilt automatically. It is awesome. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, or you just can go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, type in Butler Robotics in the search bar. It'll take you where you can see all 3, or you can just go to smplive.tv, and we have the product right there on the page. You can just click on it right there. All right, we're going to continue on, and we're bringing my co-host back in here, Jane Klaus.
Hello, Blaine. Hi, everybody. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good.
And I know we got a great presenter coming up next. So I'm going to let you take it away, Jane.
Oh, yes, we do. She is one of my friends. I love her. I'm super excited to see her here with us today. Sarah Vetzer is going to talk to us today about the Brother Print Moda. But Sarah is a Brother educator. She also creates content for social media outlets in order to create an online brand awareness and presence. And she incorporates sustainable sewing and quilting by using recycled materials. Her own personal line is SAV_NYC. It is always so much fun to say hi to Sarah Vetzer. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Jane. Great to see you.
Nice to see you too. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. I'm in my new studio.
I love you moved into a new house. You have a new studio. I've been following you on all of these social media networks, and I think you told us you were moving in, so it's super exciting.
It's so exciting. I'm in the Catskills, which is upstate New York. And this is my first live stream that I'm doing in my new studio.
Oh my gosh, it's so exciting. And the studio looks great. You have way more space, don't you?
Oh, yes. Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Do you have a name for your studio yet?
No name. No name.
No name. Okay. I'm super excited because I love Brother Print Moda. I love the Print Moda by Brother. You do a ton of it. If people follow you online, they can see all the projects that you make. They're really great. But I know that I love it. You know that you love it. Let's tell everybody else why they need to love it and get one today.
Absolutely. Okay, so the Print Moda Studio, let me angle my camera down a little bit more. There she is. The Print Moda Studio is Brother's awesome inkjet ink fabric printer. So Brother is a leader in the printing and fax machine world, and you guys may not know that because we love our sewing and embroidery machines, but they took their technology for printers and fax machines and they created a printer for us crafters and quilters and sewists. So they modified a color inkjet printer to have this lovely tray that holds a roll of fabric. So this is my fabric roll right here. It's a nice bright white. It is 100% cotton. It's woven, no stretch. It is pre-treated and it's pre-backed. So that basically means that you just have to set it in the machine, print your project. Once you're done printing, you let it dry for 15 minutes, and then the fabric is ready to be used in so many different kinds of projects. And I'm going to spend most of my time today just showing you everything that I've made with my Print Moda fabric. So we are going to get super inspired. All right, so it comes in a 5-yard roll, and the width is about 11.69 inches. And the length, again, 5 yards on the roll, you can print up to 3 yards continuously. All right, isn't that awesome? So right now we have those consumable sheets that are 8.5 by 11. We can throw them in our printer at home, but 8.5 by 11, you know, it's limiting, right? How about 3 yards? So now you can print 3 yards at once. So if you want to print yardage for a quilting project, you can do that. If you want to print banners, full-size banners, isn't that awesome? You can do that on the Print Moda. So this is a birthday banner that I printed. I always show it as one of my samples, and I embroidered little eyelets in the corner. I've also done banners where I put metal eyelets in. That way you can string it up year after year, use it for Ethan's birthday. Fun. Okay. You can also make all kinds of wall art. You can print really big size photos. The photo quality is stunning on this machine. I love how all of my photos print out. And are we getting ideas for our quilt? Okay, picture quilt blocks. Hello, this is perfect for that. So the roll goes into the machine really easily. I'm gonna put the fabric side down, load it in. Let me switch my hands. Okay, so I'm loading it into the tray. And then I'm just rolling it up. You can see the fabric kind of rolling up the side there until it hits the notches. There are notches in the back here that go up the sides of the tray, up the back of the tray. And that's what's going to grab the fabric and pull it in when you're ready to print. Then you set it back into the machine. And we're ready to print. This is a wireless printer, so you can print from your phone, your tablet, your computer, any way that you would normally use your printer at home. You can send files to this printer, same way, wirelessly to print. Like I said, inkjet ink, so this is where our inks live, right inside the front cover. It is full color, so you have your set of CMYK inks. If you have a color printer or you've used one before, these probably look familiar. Standard CMYK inkjet inks. And one set of these inks will print 35 yards of fabric. So it goes a long way. It prints a whole lot of goodies. Now, in addition to printing on our lovely fabric roll, we also have tray number 1, which will be your dedicated paper tray. So yes, you can print on paper, you can print on cardstock, you can print on Brother's incredible photo paper, all in one fun machine right here. I did have a dedicated printer for my office. It was a Brother printer. Yeah, I gave it to my brother. I said, do you need a printer? Because I don't need this one anymore. I have my Print Moda. I can do everything and more with my Print Moda. All my office printing, print out coloring pages for the kids I babysit. I print out all my cards on cardstock. And of course, I do all of my fabric printing. So I showed you my banner. I showed you my wall art. Let's get into these samples. So I made this cute little hat here. I designed my own fabric, printed it out, and used it as an applique fabric. This hat was a big mess up. I messed up an embroidery design on there. So my applique is not only adorable, but it covers up my mistakes. I like to just frame the fabric that I print sometimes. In fact, I just made a gift for someone recently. She found this artwork that she really liked, and we printed it and framed it, printed it on fabric, framed it for her granddaughter's nursery. So it adds like a little extra something to your art or your photos, that texture of the fabric, and it prints really vibrantly. So it looks beautiful in a frame. This was a fun cut and sew project. So I printed out the photo, chose the background, and then I cut up my fabric and sewed it together to make a little photo album cover. I love this as a gift idea because you can, of course, personalize it with your own photos, add a little message on there. It's a fun, quick sewing project, and then put all your photos in an album. Fun, right? Now this is Quilt Fest. So, of course, you can print your quilt labels. The printer works with Brothers Art Spira app, and there are lots of different project templates in the app, including several different quilt label designs. So you can go in there, you can print, depending on the size of the label, 4 to 6 labels on one piece of fabric, and you can change the name on each label and make all the labels you need for your quilting projects. This is a fun one too. I did some bookmarks. I made custom fabric and used that to sew the back of my bookmarks. Are we getting inspired? Are we getting ideas? This is a digital art that I actually drew on my iPad, printed it on fabric, sewed it into a pencil cup. It really, I love how it captured all the little details of the design that I drew. All the colors came out beautifully. And the fabric just, as you can see, it lends itself to so many different projects. Okay. Like I said, I like to print my greeting cards on cardstock, but sometimes I like to switch it up a little bit. So for this card, I printed this design out on fabric, I cut it, and then you can see my little stitches. I sewed it onto a piece of cardstock, again, to just do something a little different for our cards. So quilting. I made this cute iPad sleeve. I printed the dog out with my Print Moda, of course, and I quilted over it in my Luminaire. I really wanted to see how the fabric would perform when I quilted it. So you can see there's no cracks in the print. There's no white spots where the needle went into the fabric. It quilted beautifully. And then I sewed that into my iPad sleeve. This was another project I did to kind of put that fabric to the test. This is a mouse pad. So I found a blank mouse pad and I created my design in Brothers Art Spira app, added the photos, the sticker, the background, did all that in the app, printed it out. I put a layer of glue down on the mouse pad, put my fabric down, let it dry, put another layer of glue on top, And I wanted to see how the ink would stand up to that kind of treatment. You can see, again, it did beautifully. There's no smudging, no running of those colors. It looks great. So then it dried with kind of like a rough surface so you can use it. And I have used it before with my computer and my computer mouse. It works great. So this is another fun project. So for Quilt Fest, I had to do something a little special, and I made a brand new sample of a little photo quilt. How sweet is that? So of course, printed my photos out with the Print Moda Studio, cut them up, and sewed them into this little quilt sampler. I love how this came out. And we're talking about putting the fabric to the test. Oh boy. I cut it, I marked it up, I ironed it many, many times. I steamed it, I washed it, I dried it I tumble dried it in my dryer, washed it in the washing machine. And the colors of these pictures really stood up beautifully. The colors are a little muted because of the style of photography that was used to take the photos. But I promise you they look just as good as when I first printed them out. Yay! That was a really fun one to do. And I'm super happy with how it came out. So if you love to do photo quilts or photo projects of any kind, this is the machine for you. All right. So as I mentioned, the printer is designed to be used with Brothers Art Spirit app. You can, if you're not really into using apps on your phone, it works on your phone or your tablet. Of course, you can print anything you'd like from your computer, no worries. But if you use Brothers Art Spirit app, it's free to download. I have it wrong way. I have it right here so you guys can see. This is what's on my phone, so you can see it nice and easy. This is the Art Spirit app home screen. And just a quick note about the app is that it is designed to be used with all of Brothers' wireless machines. So the Scan and Cut, the Print Moda, the Sublimation printer, which is another awesome printer that they have, and any of their wirelessly enabled embroidery machines. So there's so much packed into this app. I could spend days just talking to you about it. I am going to focus in on the printer features on the app because we don't have all day, unfortunately. Okay. So at the top of the screen here, under the Explore tab, I'm going to go to Printing Designs. And now we have all of our different design template categories right here. So our banners live here. When you select a category, it gives you more subcategories. And here's my birthday banner. It gives you a little thumbnail of what the project looks like. So I can select that and it shows me, again, another thumbnail of what it'll look like when it's finished, plus it gives me the dimensions. If I press create, it brings me into the template editor. And now I can just kind of tap around until you see those blue boxes that are popping up. That means that I can edit that part of the design. So for example, if you want to make a banner for someone who's not named Ethan, you can tap on Ethan and tap on edit down in the corner of the screen. And now it's showing you all the font options that you have, all the font colors, and then you can tap on the keyboard and put in a new name. Switches it out for you, and you're good to go. You press done, you can save it or not. It gives you another preview and tells you, again, what the dimensions are. So it says roll length is 51 inches, so you know that you need to have pretty much a full roll to print out one of these banners. Let's see what else they have here. So we have wall decor, photos, we have those labels I was telling you about. There's all these different templates for quilt labels. And the minimum print size is 8.26 inches. So you have to print at least 8.26 inches. Now, instead of just creating these templates where it's one little label in the corner and then you're wasting all that fabric, what Brother did was they designed this to fill the minimum amount of space. And so it gives you several labels if it decides to load. So it'll give you several labels, and then you can individually edit each of those. There we go. So I can put different names on each of these labels. And that way I get 6 at once. And you print those all out and you don't waste any fabric. Beautiful. There are also some really great fabric patterns. Now there are different kind of modes for the app. So there is a subscription. It's called Artspira Plus. Anything that you see that has a blue crown in the corner of the thumbnail means that it's part of the Artspira Plus subscription. But of course, there's plenty to look at and play with in the free version. And there's even a way to filter out, if you really don't want to use the subscription, there's a way to filter out all the subscription items. If you just deselect Artspira Plus as the membership type, now it's only going to show me the free patterns. So how these work is that, let's see if I could find one that I want to print, but I don't have yet. I want to print these cherries. So the way this works is that you can decide how much you want to print. Again, you have to print at least 8.26 inches, but you can print up to 3 yards. So if you want to print some yardage, you can go ahead and do that. I can change the size of this, and the app is going to recalculate. Let me change the size here. It's going to recalculate. It's going to fill whatever space you tell it to fill with that pattern. All right, so I can use my handy dandy undo button. We love the undo button. And I'm just going to print out this little piece for now. So once I press done, I'm not going to save it. I have a couple of different setting options in here. I have eco mode and fine for print quality. I have tested both of those modes out. I printed the same pattern in fine and I printed it in eco. You can barely tell the difference between the two, but eco mode does save a little bit of ink. So I always print everything on eco mode. Every sample that I showed you was printed on eco mode. So you can see I'm really not sacrificing on quality when I print in eco mode. Okay, and then you could choose to print it borderless as well. So the printer has a built-in trimmer. So it knows that I want to print 8.27 inches. That's the size of this piece of fabric, the swatch we're going to print out. And so it's going to trim the fabric for us right off the roll. So we don't have to cut off the roll and reset it. It's going to pull the fabric in, trim it, print on it, and then it spits out perfectly to size. So I'm going to send this over to the printer. Like I said, it works wirelessly, so it's just going to send it right over. And then let's listen to how quiet this machine is. It prints really fast. It's very quiet. The main noise that you're going to hear is that trimmer right in the beginning. That's going to be the loudest thing. So let's do it. Okay. Did you guys hear any of that? It might be too quiet for my microphone to even pick up on, but we are all printed. How cute. This is such a cute fabric. I'm definitely going to have to use this in a new project. Give me project ideas in the comments, please. All right, so as I mentioned before, the fabric is pre-treated. So all we have to do is wait for this to dry for 15 minutes. I'm going to break the rules because we are live and I don't have 15 minutes to wait. So it's also pre-backed. You have that shiny backing material on there. So what I'm going to do is just peel that backing off and show you guys what the fabric kind of looks and feels like. They're satisfying. It peels off really easily and there's no residue left behind on the fabric. So again, do as I say, not as I do. We let this dry for 15 minutes before we peel the backing off, but peel it off and it is ready to be used. It's ready to be sewn, glued, quilted, put it in a frame, anything you can think of. It's just, I've had so much fun. As I hope you can see, I've really had a lot of fun playing with this printer, and I'm just going to continue to test out different methods and make new projects. Also, my family loves that I have this printer. I have made several gifts for people, for my family members. So it is just a whole lot of fun. And this is Quilt Fest after all. So think of the photo quilts that you could make. So sweet. And these are relatively small, but I just wanted to make a quick sample. You know, I really wish I did, but I don't have the time to make a whole quilt. So that's why I went kind of small on the sample. But if you're really going for it, you could print a huge panel to put in your photo quilt. And you can quilt right on top of the fabric. It doesn't crack, no white spots. You can wash it. All right, let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm going to browse through the comments really quickly. Love it, love it, love it. Yes. Can you put fabric sheets in the top tray? Absolutely. So if you have those consumable 8.5 by 11 sheets, that would work on your inkjet ink printer that you already have. Of course, you can finish those up before you get started printing on your roll by putting it in the top tray where the paper goes. Yeah. Oh, a little purse with the cherry fabric. That would be very cute. That's a great idea. Thank you, Bernadette. Yes. The fabric feel. So I know you can't feel it. We're virtual today, but it feels like a nice crisp quilting cotton. It's not super transparent either. I have very bright studio lights shining on me right now, and you can't really see my hand through there. So it has a nice opaque, I think that's the right word, opaqueness to it. Yeah, not flimsy. Nice and crisp, but soft at the same time. Can you design your own designs? Of course. Of course you can. So the Artsphere app has different editing features in there if you want to go that route. If you already have a design program that you use and you want to, you know, design something in there and then send it over to the printer, absolutely. That is what I did with my pencil cup that I showed earlier. So I drew this in a very popular drawing app that's available for iPads. And then I just sent it straight from my iPad. I didn't use the Artsphere app. I used AirPrint, which you can access on iPads and iPhones, and sent it right over to my printer. Printed it on fabric, and then used it in my project. All right, guys, I hope you are inspired. I hope you can feel how much excitement I have about this printer. And I'm going to pass it back to Jane so she can tell you how to get one of these for your studio and start creating.
Oh my gosh, Sarah, the creative juices are flowing with all of the projects you showed us. And that mini quilt is just perfect.
It's sweet, right?
It's really sweet. I have a couple questions. Artspira app, you mentioned you can make your own designs. You can upload your photos right to the app. Super easy.
Yep.
And it comes with ink, but you can buy replaceable ink when you run out because you're making so many projects.
Of course. Yeah.
And the peel, the quiet, it's all so fantastic. I mean, it's just really a great addition to your craft room, right?
It's so much fun. As you guys can see, I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, well, you're fun, Sarah. We love hanging out with you. Thank you for that fantastic demo. And everyone loves this printer. I love this printer. So let's tell them all how they can get it.
Thanks, guys.
See you later, Sarah. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. That is the Brother Print Moda printer. You saw Sarah do a fantastic demo. This is a great tool to even add more creativity to the work that you already do. This is the Print Moda Studio Direct to Fabric printer. And you see the Quilt Fest pricing right there, $8.99. But guess what? You got to call in for more information because it is a Quilt Fest. And of course, there is more information to be had. So you're going to call 800-401-8151. Of course, you can always chat live to place your order, but call in to get that special pricing. 800-401-8151. And you know it because it's Blaine and Sewing Machines Plus. You're getting free shipping along with this amazing Print Moda printer from our friends at Brother. Again, great addition to your craft room, and the ideas are truly endless. I love it. Sarah did a fantastic job. Okay, so don't forget to call. You can chat if you have questions. They are waiting for you. I know it's day one, but today is the day. You got to get that Print Moda. It's so much fun to play with. All right, let's move things along to our next presenter, Becky Thompson is here to talk to us all about the King Quilter Elite 18. Now, Becky, as you know, learned her passion for stitching from her mom, who is an amazing garment seamstress. So she's been around sewing machines for her entire life. So throughout Becky's 20-year career in the United States Air Force, thank you very much, Becky, and 17 years as a federal civilian, she learned to become very comfortable with technology. And she combines that knowledge with her quilting and machine embroidery skills. And she loves to teach you and show you how it's done. So please welcome to the show, Becky Thompson. Hi, Becky.
Hi, Jane. Oh my gosh, it's good to see you again.
Oh my gosh, it's always good to see you, Becky. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm always so inspired when you're on the show.
Oh, you're so sweet. I just love doing this with you guys. It's always so much fun. Can I show you a couple of Print Moda projects that my husband made?
Why not? Of course, it weaves right into the next one. Everyone's still buying their Print Modas before we dabble right into the King Quilter Elite. So let's see it. We'll put you on full screen.
This is just going to take, this will just take a minute. And
okay.
I got to show you, we have a Print Moda. This is a template that is inside of the Print Moda for free. And my husband actually messed around with it. He knows Artspira much better than I do. But look, he took our favorite pictures. There's my first shark down at the coast.
Wow.
There we are in Key West.
So
and there's my little dog.
That's great.
Isn't that nice?
Yes, and
So
your husband did it.
Yeah, my husband did this. He absolutely loved having it. And then I want to show you up close. This is our little dog, Frito. Everybody loves a Frito visit on my channel. So there she is hanging out at the pool. So, and my friend Katie printed her own fabric from, this is a JPEG that she found on Google Images. And then she took my logo and made a little ornament for me. How nice is that?
That is so cute. That is so creative and fun.
Awesome.
Thank you for sharing all that, Becky. That's amazing.
I just loved Sarah's presentation. I thought she did such a good job, so I couldn't resist.
I think it's great. You're inspired to do it, and she inspired all of us to get creative. And the fun thing is that as we're watching, we're all like-minded. We're like, oh yeah, I've either done it or that's a great idea. I'm going to go do it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, hey everybody, hi. I'm Becky from Power Tools with Thread, And I've got a YouTube channel right now, a little over 70,000 subscribers. It's about 4 years old. And if you are not already a subscriber, after Quilt Fest is over today, please jump over and look for Power Tools with Thread on YouTube and join us. We have such a great time. I have lots of pre-recorded free tutorials on scan and cut and embroidery machines and the King Quilter 2 Elite as well. And then every morning at 7 a.m. Central, I have a virtual stitching retreat that is live, and it's called the Stitchuation Room. And we have a ball in there. It is so much fun. And every day, I don't know, there's 600 or 700 people hanging out in there. And then the third Sunday of every month, I do new product reviews and show you some stuff that's out on the market, maybe some fabric that I bought. And I always do a giveaway. So be sure to subscribe to the channel and sign up for notifications so that you know when I am going to be on. Anyway, pardon me. I wanted to talk to you about the King Quilter Special Edition, King Quilter 2 Elite. I just got this and I absolutely love it, you guys. I had a little bit larger machine before, and one of the things I absolutely love about this one, it has an 18-inch throat. I can actually reach behind it to the hand wheel. You don't realize how nice that is until you cannot do it anymore. And all of a sudden you have to run around the back of the frame, right? But I am just loving this. I have got the frame that comes with it. It's a 10-foot frame. These lights I got from Sewing Machines Plus 100 years ago when I had my first King Quilter Special Edition. So the thing I love most about this is that it comes with Pro Stitcher. And Pro Stitcher, generally you will find on real high-end quilting machines. And this one just integrates perfectly with this. It's got a screen in the front just for the King Quilter for, you know, changing your stitches per inch and whatnot. And you can do precision, manual, the basting mode as well. And so I love this Pro Stitcher. I've used a lot of automation software in my life, and this is my favorite so far. I am so happy to be using this machine. My handles, I've got handles on the front and the back. My husband, many of you know, is a quilter himself. He loves legit kits, and he's talking about wanting to quilt his own quilts, but he doesn't want to use the automation. So on the back of the machine, it just comes with it, you guys. There's another set of handles back here and another screen as well. I'm not going to roll the camera around, but it's amazing. And he will probably be doing paper pantographs on the back of the machine. So it's just wonderful to be able to do this. And it also has a laser on the side, and I've got that on there. So he's ready to go. I know that I cannot do this, and so I'm all about the technology. And my last video I put out about the King Quilter was about how I load my frame using Sew-Tights, the magnets. Absolutely love those. And now on this same little quilt, I want to go ahead and baste it down. And that's what I was going to do with you guys today, was baste it down. I need to jump down to new comments and make sure I don't miss anything from you guys. I hate to be cutting off the top of my head, but 'tis the nature. That's how it goes, right? I'm my own cameraman, sound, production, you know, grip, whatever that is. Up here, I've got my little, this is from Sew-Tights as well. It holds my little snips. And this little thing right here, you're probably looking at it. That's my microphone. So you don't need to worry about that. But I also do a lot of ruler work on this machine, and it comes with the King Quilter 2 ruler base. This thing is so easy. I've never had a ruler base where I didn't have to find a screwdriver. Well, you don't have to with this one. Check this out. I love this ruler base. It's very, very cool. So it has these little hooks right here. It comes with these little felt pads already on it. And this is what it looks like. It's very neat. And on the King Quilter, let me point you down here so you can see. I'll kind of zoom you in a little bit. It has these little, this is in the metal. This is steel right here. It's in the metal. And you just pop this on like this and just give it a push, just like that. And it's on. Ta-da! So simple to install the ruler base. I just love this. And I do a lot of ruler work because I just like, you know, if I'm going to stitch in the ditch or something, you really need to have the ruler base to hold it on. So I just wanted to show you guys how I am going to base this quilt. Okay, let me see. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, everybody needs good scissors, don't they? So I have got this on right now. I've been watching a lot of videos from Handi Quilter educators, and those are a great resource when you are figuring out how to use this machine and this frame. So there is a ton of educational material out there for you. And one thing I didn't know, and I've been long arming for years, is not to put your side clamps on until you have got your sides basted, because that way it doesn't pull on your fabric wonky on your backing. I didn't know that, but I was watching somebody the other day and I thought, you know, that makes a lot of sense not to do that and have that the way. So one of the things I'm going to do first is I am going to baste the batting and the backing together using a plumb line essentially. And so I'm going to use my channel locks for that. That'll probably be the only straight side of this quilt. You know how that goes, but that's okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. But I want to roll you guys over here and let you take a look at this. Of course, I have a million cords that have to be in the way, and that's how that goes. Let me put this over the back. Sorry about that. That way I'm free to roll over here and this will be good. And you guys can see what I'm doing. I want to bring you up to the screen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? What do we got going on here? Uh-oh. What happened? Let's see. I don't know. Sorry about that. Oh my goodness. We had a button get pushed somehow or another. Okay, there we go. Yeah. And it happens when it's live, right? That's my life, you guys. Okay, so I wanted to show you the screen so that you can see up close how easy it is to put your channel locks on. Hold on one second here. I need to go to settings and I want to do that one. There we go. Boy, I had all kinds of stuff change here. On this software, I'm just going to touch the Pro Stitcher tab and you've got channel lock right there. So you want to put the needle exactly where you want it to be on your batting before you touch the channel lock button, okay? And you might notice that my fabric goes up the back. It's behind the take-up rail already. A lot of quilters will start with the leader like right here. Because I'm using sew tights, I like to start with it all the way up behind the back take-up rail. Otherwise, those sew tights, they're so strong, they will grab onto your idler rail, and then they will also grab onto the base of the machine. So if you're aware of that going in, it's pretty simple. You just need a couple more inches of fabric to attach on the back up here. So this looks like a pretty good spot to get started with this. And I'm just going to needle down and needle up. Okay. Pull up my bobbin thread. And then I'm going to show you here in the software what we're doing. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to just touch channel lock. And we've got horizontal or vertical over here in the sidebar. And I'm just going to touch horizontal. So it said locking horizontal and it's good to go now. And right here in the stitches per inch, there is a basting stitch ability right here on the B, but I just prefer to do like 5 stitches per inch using the keypad just from the King Quilter itself. And I'm ready to go. I'm gonna hold my threads down and start it, and then stitch back and forth a little bit to do a lock stitch, and I'm ready to go. So let me zoom you out here, and we're ready to go. Using the ruler base allows me to get a nice firm touch on the batting. I'm going to lock it and stop it. Okay. Get you guys so you can see. And I'm just going to turn off horizontal by touching the button again. And now I can pull the machine straight toward me and get a little thread, and then needle down, needle up, and pull up my bobbin. There we go. And I've got my snips right there, easy to get to. So that is how I create a plumb line to go right across the top of the batting, and that is my starting point. Now on the quilt top itself, I kind of do a accordion fold on this, and I want to have extra so that I've got plenty of ease when it comes time to put this on. Okay. And I'm just laying this directly on top of that line. This is a adorable patriotic quilt. It's a couple years old. It's from Riley Blake, called Red, White, and Bang, and it's by Sandy Gervais. And I just love her designs. I met her at Quilt Market at Houston last year and did a little interview with her. So I am taking some pretty strong quilt pins, and just every couple of inches, I'm taking a big bite and I'm about 1.5 inches to 2 inches down. And I'm doing that so that that stays right where I want it to on that fabric. Just put this on here. And then the fabric stays right on that line. This is so simple. And you guys, it's so much fun. Oh my goodness. It's such a nice, gratifying thing to get your quilts quilted yourself. For the price point, this machine is really the way to go. I am very, very pleased with it. So if you are not into the Pro Stitcher, you don't have to get that. That's an add-on, and you can always get it later if you'd finally decide you're ready to jump into doing the automation. And I love that. I want to challenge myself this year with this software to learn how to stitch around applique. I love doing applique quilts, and I had figured that out on the Butler software with my old King Quilter, and I want to be able to figure it out now with the Pro Stitcher. Okay, so we are ready to do this. Now you can go straight across. I generally will start in the middle and work my way out, and then come back and start in the middle and work my way out. That's just the way I learned. There's a million ways to do things. And so I just enjoy doing that way. And I'm just going to kind of eyeball it and stitch. I could use a ruler, I suppose, but I'm just going to eyeball it within 1/8 of an inch of the edge of the fabric. So let me get you in here so you can see up close. All right. And I'm still on that 5 stitches per inch. And I marked center with a friction marking pen. So I've got that there. And now I'm just going to go and lock it and then just press and just push it across. And I'm just freehanding this but I am stitching within 1/8 of an inch of the edge of the fabric. Okay. And I want to make sure that you can continue to see what I'm doing. I think I'm too close. Let me back out just a little bit so you can watch. There we go. And then from here, I'm going to go ahead and come on down. Let me move this pin. And I'm going to come on straight down. Now with the ruler base, you're going to have a little less room because you've got, it actually ends right here. So that's all right. I don't mind it a bit. Pull this. And then I just come off and do a lock in the batting and stop with needle up. You can choose needle up, needle down. Either way, it will do it to stop it either way. All right, so that one's done. And now I'm going to come back and start in the middle and go the other way. And just lock it. And I want to make sure to do the basting stitch within 1/4 of an inch of the edge of the fabric so that it will be covered by the binding when I put the binding on. I like to put my bindings on while the quilt is still on the long arm. That is a huge, huge time saver. And I'm going to come straight down. Okay. All righty, here we go. I'm just going to pull it straight down toward me. You could put a channel lock on here if you wanted to. I'd get such a pretty stitch with this. Now lock it and stop. And then I like to push it straight backwards or forwards, not side to side, so I don't put any sidewards, is that a word? Sideways stress on the needle, just forward and backwards. That's the way I like to do it. So that's it. And then now I can go through here and remove my flat pins. All right. Oh, I've got to get these big strings. Pull these up. And when we come back, I'm going to be here again on Friday, and I'm going to show you guys how to advance a row on your quilt on Friday when I come back. So let's see here. Okay. Now what I want to do is to go ahead. I had this accordion folded to give me some ease. And now I want to make sure that the lock is on. The ratchet lock is on the belly bar, which is the batting roll, the batting. Oh, I'm sorry. Going to open this up and I need to, yep, roll that up. Tighten it up. There we go. Okay. And now I can move the quilt forward a little bit so that I can continue to baste. Now, normally what I will do is I would go ahead and stitch a row right now and get that done. But now that it is finally basted, I can go ahead and put on my side clamps. And these are great. They work really well. I'm just going to put them on. And it doesn't have to be trampoline tight. Where'd the other one go? I've got so many little black cables around here. My goodness. But now, because this is basted to the backing, you're not going to get any weird pull on the backing, any kind of torque or anything like that. So I just, you know, to me, that seems kind of like a no-brainer, but I just had never thought of it like that. So now everything looks great. And I could go into the Pro Stitcher quilting space and set that up so that I know exactly where the rows would go in the space that I have. So it's pretty cool. So if anybody's got any questions or anything like that, so that's how I like to base, the top, and the sides of my quilt. We've got a few minutes left. It's really pretty simple, you guys. But when we come back on Friday, I'm going to go ahead and show you how to set up a pattern and get that first row started. It'll sit here and think about it for a little while. So that's about it. Let's see. You watched me. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. Yeah, I work on the long arm. I do all kinds of stuff. And you never know what's going to happen in our situation room. There's always something going on in there. Yeah. And you guys need to check it out because we're doing a whole big quilt with scan and cut. And if you are afraid of your scan and cut, if you've got one and it's still in the box, then check it out. If you don't have one, get one during Quilt Fest from Sewing Machines Plus because you're going to get a great deal. Yeah, it's just really a wonderful thing. I'm showing how to take paper applique patterns and convert those into applique embroidery designs. So you don't have to manually stitch, stop, turn, and all that on a domestic machine. And I just got permission today from Amy Bradley Designs to do Happy Halloween. And we're going to do that in May. So you guys, there's so much going on in our sewing world. I encourage you to take a look at the channel. And I'm all about stitching with these fabulous Brother machines. I'm a Brother baby, but you can do you can do this with any embroidery machine too. So you guys are going so quickly on your comments, my goodness. But yeah, check it out. And then I've always got links below my videos to Sewing Machines Plus. So you can get scan and cut or your mats, anything like that. And anything that you need to play with your power tools with thread too. So is Jane around? Are we done? We got a couple of minutes left.
I'm right here. Oh, Becky, don't you worry. I can fill up a couple of minutes with questions. That's what I do best.
Yay.
So first question is, because everybody's like, you explain everything so perfectly that it's so easy to follow and everyone's just kind of taking notes or following along as you go. So thank you for that. You really dive deep into the technology and innovations of all these amazing machines. Do you sleep?
Well, I quit work at 4 every day. And then I go to bed at 8:30 and I'm back up and at it at 5. So one of the things I'm doing that's very cool on the channel, if you guys have got a Luminaire or a Stellaire, you need to check it out because when you have quilts that have like a hand stitching, I show you how to digitize that hand stitching in those machines so that the machine stitches that instead of you. Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
I know it's very cool. I know we have a minute, but I want to show you quickly. I'm doing.
We got all the time you want, Beck.
Nancy Halverson's Art to Heart. Okay, on Wander Lane. Here's her little mini quilt. Check it out for March. We are making these each month of this year. See how it says "Lucky You" and the little stem for the clover leaf.
Yeah.
And his little eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Those were all digitized on the Brother Luminaire.
Wow.
So I'm telling you, it is amazing what we can do with these machines now. And I walk you through how to do this step by baby step. So you can do it too. And a lot of my viewers, they just amaze me. They say, oh, I have a Stellaire and I took a picture of it with my phone and sent it to the machine and it just did it. And it's just so nice to see the inspiration that they have. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
Also, so this was done using a paper pattern because this comes in one of those On Wander Lane books from Nancy Halverson. And so I cut out the fabrics with the scan and cut, the Brother scan and cut, and then all of the digitizing was done in embroidery software. And I show you guys how to do that. It's just so cool. I did not take my domestic machine and blanket stitch this. The embroidery machine did that. And it does it in a fraction of the time. The Air Force taught me how to be an instructor. And so I really enjoy taking the technology that is out there that seems scary and making it usable for everybody, because you don't have to know every little thing it does. Who cares, right? I want to know how to make it do what I need it to do. And I've been demoing this method at the Houston Quilt Festival for the last 4 in-person years. And we're just getting more and more momentum going with this. It's so much fun.
Well, and like you said, you don't have to know every single detail. We want to know it all. And sometimes the details are, you have to dig in and get deep. And I would say we're all experts at something. There's something about all of these machines that we kind of are drawn to because it's what we get. But it's so wonderful that there are people like you that show us the things that we might have missed. And then we can add that into some of our expertise and some of the arts and crafts that we do in sewing and quilting.
Absolutely. That's one of the things I love about I call it the PTWT Nation. We have got an amazing group of people, everybody from beginners to experts, and we all share and help one another and teach each other. And it's not just me. A lot of what I do, I get inspiration from my viewers. And then I'm like, how can I automate that? How can I make that work? And then I share it with you once I screw it up about 4 times.
Well, that's good to know that you do mess up, actually. I mean, you're just so clever and just wonderful in showing us, and you do it. You know what? That Air Force teaching you how to be a leader and a teacher. Well, they did a great job.
Oh, you're awful sweet. Well, I cannot wait to see you on Friday.
I'll see you on Friday, Becky. Thank you so much, everybody. Say bye to Becky. Let me tell everybody how to get the King Quilter Elite. So we're going to throw that screen right up there for you. There you go. That's the King Quilter Elite long arm 18-inch quilting machine. You saw Becky put her arm all the way to the back. You've got your Quilt Fest pricing. You see it right there on the screen. But guess what? Because it is Quilt Fest, you got to call in for that special 800-401-8151. Of course, if you have questions, you can also chat live to get all of those questions, but call in to get the special 800-401-8151. Put that in your cart. You don't want to miss out on this. You saw how the great demo that Becky did, that could be you by the end of the week. Oh yeah. Don't you think, Blaine? That could be our friends in SMP Nation by the end of the week if they order now.
That is true. So, hey, great demonstration by Becky, and a great machine, by the way, because that's our own brand, Jane.
Great machine, because it's your own. You're the guy in the back, like tinkering around with it. The
Yeah,
last
we
little
have-
thing. That's you.
Yeah, that is specially made for us, and super, super proud of that machine. And we've got a little surprise a little later today on a brand new King Quilter in a new size.
Oh my goodness, I can hardly wait, Blaine. This is amazing. It's only day one and there's surprises.
And it's going to be shot live in our San Marcos store. So our buddy Roger is going to be over here running the cameras today and at the San Marcos store. And we're going to unveil the brand new 16 Elite.
Oh my God, you just told us. This is amazing. What time is that happening?
3 p.m.
Okay.
Pacific time.
Yeah, they'll be right at the end of the day, Central Time.
Yes.
Okay, I'm in.
And we got the world famous Carrie Hansen coming in to demo it.
Amazing. I can't wait. Now everyone, just keep watching though, everybody. You have to keep hanging on. You'll get there.
So we got a special price for it, introductory. It's going to be awesome. We can't wait to see her demonstrate it. And it is a really good looking machine. We're real happy.
Wonderful, Blaine. Thank you so much. I can't wait.
All righty. Well, we're going to continue on, Jane, and I'll see you back here in about an hour. All right. So up next, we've got Juki in the house. We have Kelly Latreille coming in. And y'all know Kelly. She's been on our show many, many times. Today, we're going to talk all about that TL2000 with the Juki fabric frame. And Kelly, she's a national account trainer at Juki America. She's an accomplished, performance-driven territory manager with a strong background in operational management, budgeting, staffing, inventory control, training and development, and last but not least, customer service. Kelly has been with us live. She's actually traveled to San Diego in our stores doing things. She's been on many and numerous of our live events, and we're super excited to have her here today. So welcome to the show, Kelly.
Thanks, Blaine. It's so good to be back. How are you?
I know it's been a while. So happy to see you. And we're actually today, we're doing a product we've never shown on our show before from Juki. We've had the TL2000, but we've never shown it with the fabric frame. So we're super excited about that. So I'm gonna let you get going and I'll come back in about 30 minutes and tell everybody how they can get it.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Blaine. Hi, everybody. It's so good to be back. Today, I am focusing on the Juki tabletop frame along with our Juki TL2000 QI. The TL2000 is a classic in our straight stitch line, and I'll tell you more about that in a minute. But let me talk to you about this portable frame. This is a quilting frame that if you don't have the space for a long arm, you may have the space here. What you need is a sturdy table and just some room to quilt. I put this together in about an hour, so it's very easy to do, to put together. But think about it. Once you have it together, you could actually put it in your RV if you're taking a vacation, or put it in a second home if you've got a long arm. It's versatile, it's small, and it's fun to use. So let's talk about the size. It is 48 inches long, and it goes back 33 to 38 inches, and it stands approximately 11 3/4 tall. So when I'm done using this, I'm going to take the machine off and put it in my closet. Right now I have it on the cutting table, so it is easy to put on and off and to set up for your quilting. So the quilting frame does have handlebars here that you move the machine, and we're going to talk a lot more about that. But let's talk about the TL2000 QI. As you know, our TL machines are second to none because they do the best straight stitch possible. This machine has a stitch length on this side, and it goes from 0 to 6 millimeters. So it gives you a really nice long basing stitch. It has needle up down. It has a thread cutter, a reverse lever, and I also can drop my feed dogs, which today I have because we're going to be doing some free form quilting. On this side, I have a pressure adjustment for the presser foot, so I can adjust that for heavy to thin fabrics, which is a really nice option. I have a light here, as you can see, and I have a needle threader. So I'm going to show you how to use that needle threader quick, because if you've tamed your needle threader on the TL, it's awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the needle threader down, and I'm going to thread it from left to right. And right now, when I release the needle threader, I'm not going to pull the thread. People tend to pull the thread, but don't, because that thread is coming through the needle. Wasn't that easy? The TL2000 takes metal L-style bobbins by Juki, and then they can be threaded right on top. So it's a solid, semi-professional straight stitch machine. As you know, Juki is the largest industrial machine in the world, and we take that expertise and put it into our home line. We make them strong, we make them sturdy. It's changed my sewing life. So another thing that comes with the machine is, of course, the foot pedal. And on the TL series, the blue part is the speed control. And on the ankle, I can cut my thread if I so choose. Now, let's talk about the power control, because this will be important when you're doing quilting with the Juki tabletop frame. You can actually adjust the speed. There's a micro computer chip in here, so you can go slow to fast depending on what you want to do. So it's easy to adjust the speed. So I'm going to put this on the floor because I have an extension. I have an extension that comes with the tabletop frame, so that it extends my foot pedal so I can put it down on the floor. So now I can use it with my handlebars to maneuver my quilting. All right, so let's talk about sewing and quilting, the sewing zone. So before you set up your quilt, which obviously I've already done, but I'm going to take it off today and show you what's important. But now that my quilt is on, I'm going to show you my sewing area, because that's what you'll want to focus on before you start quilting. So I can begin here, and notice this fabric is squared off. I'm making a baby quilt. I thought it would be a great project because what I'm going to do is just quilt the squares, and my sewing zone is from here to the 4th square. So what that means is I can quilt all of these in one step, and that not one step, in 4 steps, because I'm going to move it over and quilt them. But then I can take the quilt out and shift it and do my last ones. So it's all about the sewing area and the sewing zones. What I suggest though, before you start on a quilt, get a couple of pieces of fabric from the fabric store and practice, because what you want to know before you get on a quilt is where you're sewing and where you're going with this. So you can see my sewing area. Okay, so I've already done one block. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just bring my bobbin thread up with the needle up down. And I'm just going to start on this block. So we're going to do it right here. So I'm going to bring that up. And then I'm going to lower my, there it is. Got it right there. And so now I'm going to lower my presser foot. And I'm going to take a few stitches in place. There we go. And then I'm just going to cut those threads real quick. Get them out of here. And now I can start quilting. So now with the handlebars, it's important before you start quilting to adjust them the way you like them. Because if I went all the way down, it would hit my table. So make sure you have enough clearance to get going. So I'm going to start. And I'm going to start at a medium speed. Make some loops here. Oh, it's so, the straight stitch is so beautiful. Then I'm going to go up here and loop it around. And I'm going to go up and make another row. Put one loop on the, oops, put one loop on the end, got close to the edge there. And then I'm going to meet up where I started, just take a couple of stitches in place. And remember, on that foot pedal, I can cut my threads. So I just have one done. And I'm going to cut those threads, and then I can advance it to the next square. So let's talk about a couple of things. What am I using for a foot? I am using the open toe freeform quilting foot by Juki. You can also use, this is a 1/4 inch foot. This is another one I like, especially if I'm going to do any echo quilting or outlining. I can follow that 1/4 inch and get a perfect spacing for my quilting. As far as thread, you can use what you like. Right today, I'm using a cotton Aurifil thread for my baby quilt. So you can see how easy it is. But I think just like embroidery, the hooping is where it's at. So let's talk about putting the quilt on the frame. Now, leaders can be used with this system, and if you're a quilter, you know that that is the fabric or the lead fabric that you can pin your quilt on so that you can start exactly where you want to go. Today, I bought some extra fabric because this was such a bargain, and I bought extra backing and extra batting so that I could start up here. So I'm going to show you what the process is. I'm going to take off these hooks in the front. I have the majority of my quilt right now pinned and rolled up here, okay? But where I'm actually going to start is here. I'm going to take all these off, the hooks, and there's 3 clamps in the back. You get 3 clamps to hold your frame, okay? So when you're putting this on, and I've got one on the side, I actually pinned a leader, just an extra piece of fabric over here, because my quilt wasn't wide enough. I'm working on a smaller crib quilt, but that worked out well to keep it nice and taut while I quilt. So I do have a side one here. It comes with 2 side ones. And then in the front, I have 2 clamps. So I can take these off. Okay. And what's important is not just slapping it on, but figuring out where do I want to start and where do I want to stop. So there's a bar back here that I'm putting this around, okay? So I'm putting this up over the bar. And then, of course, we might want to show the whole. I want to make sure it's under my needle, right? So I'm going to slide this under, put it over this bar, and then put the clamps back on. So don't rush this part because it's important for you to get that sewing zone correct, where you want to sew. And it's important to line up the front. So I'm going to move this back a little bit. And I'm going to start up here. And because I'm not going to use that front row, that's why I bought a little extra. But I know that I want to get down here. So I'm going to put this so that I can clamp it.
No. Short, that's the long
So
clamp.
that
You need the short clamp.
there we go. Thank you. So I'm just clamping this in the back, okay? And then once I have my clamps on, you just want to make sure you're rolling straight. So I want to make sure this quilt is straight as I guide these on. Okay, so it looks good. It's easy with the Juki tabletop because I can just put Juki in front of me and I know that it's lined up. All right, so once I have the fabric in there, I'm actually going to roll this up and make sure my alignment's correct. And it could be a little higher back here. So I'm just going to take this off and straighten that part out. There we go. And then I am just going to check the alignment again and put my clamps on the bottom. Get that a little more taut. There we go. And then on both bars, you have the clamps that you can adjust for different sizes of fabric and quilts. So I'm just going to roll this up. And I take my time. This is the most important part for the tabletop frame, is getting that sewing zone correct. And I knew I was missing something, another clamp that I'm going to put on. All right. And they have a couple more clamps back here. One here, and then the last one here. I'm going to also do that on the back so that it's nice and taut and straight. But what you want to make sure of is that you're in the sewing zone you want. In other words, can I sew where I've placed my quilt? So what you do to test it is just bring this back and see how far back you can go. And technically, I should lower it a little bit, but let me show you the clamps on the back. So now I can bring these up, roll it up, because I can adjust them once I move my rows up and do more. So now I'm just going to secure these. And you know what? I am going to adjust that a little bit further down. If you're doing it, you might as well do it right. So I'm just going to take these a little lower and go. That looks better. There we go. So for portable quilting, if you don't have the room for the whole long arm setup, or I have friends of mine that have the long arm and have this in their RV, so they can be quilting whenever they want. Now I'm going to do the clamps at the back, so it's all held into place. And I'm going to put that center one in first. There we go. Nice. There we go. Now we can put the rest of those clamps in. So what's important is lining up the top, making sure you have a plan for quilting, and quilt in the quilting zones you're in. So the last step, once I've got that all done, is I'm going to bring this up and clamp it into place. It's an easy way to go if you don't have a lot of room. And this is right on my sewing table, my cutting table. There we go. Beautiful. And let me just check the whole setting. Very nice. So now that we've got that all clamped down, here is when you check your sewing area. So you know how far up and down you can quilt is also how far across you can quilt. Take a couple yards, practice, but it's a lot of fun. You can make tabletops. I'm right now working on a crib quilt, and you can make any size quilt you would like because it is set up in a system that you can shift the zones around. Now, you get the combo today. You get the TL2000 QI with the Juki tabletop frame, so you're set to go. Once you get home, you're going to put the quilt frame together, put your machine on top, and you are ready to get started. The machine, remember, goes 1,500 stitches per minute. That's fast. So you can do some beautiful freeform quilting with the Juki tabletop frame and the TL2000. When you're not using the quilting frame, this is a fantastic straight stitch machine that can go from leather to silk easily. It's a wonderful machine. It takes standard sewing needles and you are ready to go. The other feet I'll talk about is we do have an echo quilting foot. We have a foot for ruler work. So whatever type of quilting you like to do, you can start with or expand your quilting with the Juki tabletop frame. It's easy to put together, And when I'm done using it, I can store it in a closet or under a table because it's that portable. It's easy to pick up. And remember, it is 48 inches long by 33 to 38, and then about 11 3/4 tall. So wherever you have the space, in a closet, under the table, up next to a wall, this will fit. So I'm going to proceed to my third quilt square here and then just go on. And then after it, I'm excited to bind this quilt and get started with a new one. So if you've never tried the Juki tabletop frame, try it today. It's easy to set up. You can do it on any type of table. Just make sure it's sturdy. And you can use a lot of domestic machines. However, you want the TL Juki 2000 QI. Why? Because it's the best straight stitch machine on the market today. Will go from thin to thick. So you can do heavy quilts in here. You can do minky fabric on the bottom or the top if you want. Just go. Let your imagination run. And I'm going to check in with Blaine because we do have a couple of minutes. Let's see if there's any questions out there.
Hey, Kelly.
Hey, Blaine, how you doing?
I'm good. Well, thank you. That was a great demonstration. And I'm excited for this because this is the first time we've ever had that the combo of the frame and the machine. But we're going to let everybody know how they can get it, okay?
Awesome. Thanks so much, Blaine. I'll see you tomorrow.
You will. All right. Thanks, Kelly. All right, everybody. This is the TL2000, and we've got it comboed with that frame. And again, guys, the price on this is $699. Great price on this. Again, we have some special financing available. It's going to be free shipping nationwide. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. That's the only way you're going to get that special Quilt Fest pricing is to give us a call. So again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We're going to ship this nationwide, absolutely free. And we do have some special financing. So you got to call them to find out about the price and the financing and all that good stuff. And but what a great combination. And you can use this machine not only on the frame, but you can take it off the frame with that extension table and just use it as a regular straight stitch sewing machine. So a little combo there, you could use it for both. So,
and I believe that frame, a lot of other machines could use that.
Yeah, that frame it's set up. It's kind of a fabric frame. It's got a carriage on it that you can put pretty much any domestic machine that will clamp down in it. So not only can you use it for the TL2000, but you could use it for a lot of other frames or other machines you wanted to as well. And one thing you could do as well with this is later on, if you wanted to actually upgrade from the TL2000 to a bigger, longer throat, long arm machine, good chances it'll fit on that same frame as well. So, but you can give us a call. We can give you all the details on that. Just call us at 800-401-8151. All right, we're going to continue on, and we got Baby Lock in the house, and we've got Barb Lewis coming in. And Barb is a national educator for Baby Lock with 10 years of experience teaching sewing and sergering. She does all kinds of sergers. She is also trying to find something new to serge or sew or serge. And she loved to see all possibilities. Outside of sewing and quilting, she enjoys spending time with her grandchildren and baking in the Utah weather. And I tell you what, today, guys, we got a treat for you because we are basically launching the very first time we've ever been able to sell this online, the Baby Lock Triumph Serger. And this is the top of the line serger from Baby Lock. It's only been able to get it in the retail stores like brick and mortar stores, but now we can ship this nationwide. And this is a unbelievable serger, and Barb is here to tell us all about it. So welcome to the show, Barb Lewis.
Thank you so much. You know, this is my favorite thing to do is work on these sergers. I know
that. And you know, that was so funny when we first started talking about I know we kind of switched gears with you too, because we found out we could start selling this online. I said, oh my gosh, I found that. Barb, do you have this serger? And you're like, yes, I do. Because, we've always kind of every time I think about sergers, I think about you. you know,
Oh,
because
thank
you're
you.
so good on sergers. And when we found out the Triumph, I was hoping you had this in your stable of machines there. So you did. It's working out. So I'm gonna let you take it away, Barb, and we'll be
All
back
right.
about 30 minutes and tell
All
them
right.
all about how they can get one.
Sounds great. Well, as you all know, probably, and I know Blaine knows, I love sergers. I mean, I speak serger. And when I found out that the Triumph is now going to be an online machine, oh, you can't have it any better. Let me take you right over to it because you're going to love this machine. So the first thing you're going to notice there is that there are 8 threads up here. And you think, oh my heck, what am I going to do with 8 threads? Well, that means that you have a cover stitch machine and you have an overlock machine in one machine. There you go. This one will do all of the cover stitches. That means you've got the cover stitch and the chain stitch and all the wonderful things you can do with it. And I'm going to show you some samples in just a minute. But then you have the overlock machine. With the overlock, you've got the wave stitch, you've got the flat lock, you've got the rolled hem, you've got the 3-thread, 4-thread. There are so many things you can do with this machine, and we're going to show you some of them. Now, when you first look at a machine like this, I mean, it's a serger. It's a little bit scary. You're a little intimidated by it because we're used to those nice little sewing machines, but this is a serger. And it begins as an industrial machine, but it's not industrial anymore. You can have it in your home. Yes, the wave stitch is cool. I do love it. Let me show you some of the things on here because you look at this, oh my heck, it's not like a sewing machine at all. It is a serger because you think, oh my, I want to do all that, but we're going to show you today how you can. So when you first look at the serger, and if you've used other sergers, you're going to notice something is different about the Baby Lock. There are no tension dials, nothing at all. It is amazing that I can get every stitch that you could have gotten with the tension dials, but you don't have to have them. That's what I like about it. And then look down here. If you've had a traditional serger, you're going to say, how do I thread it? Well, let me actually show you how easy that is to thread. I'm going to clip one of my threads. Now, if you're on a serger and they clip the threads, that would be panic time. I'm going to clean my ports out right here. Let it go. And all that did was get the thread out of my ports down here. Now I'm going to put it in threading position. So I'm just going to put this dial down. It says threading. I'm going to turn my hand wheel. And you're going to notice right here what happens. The pipes lock into place. That means it's going to just push that thread right through with air. So if you've had a serger and say, I don't want to get into a serger because I don't want to thread it, I don't want the tension dials, Baby Lock has it all figured out. Let me show you how easy that is. I've got it in the threading position. I've got my thread right here, and I've got a little port. Just a little port. I'm going to put just a little bit in, not even very much, and you're going to see what happens. Now, when I push this button, the thread is going to shoot out right there. So watch what happens. Did you see that? That is how easy this is to thread. Why wouldn't you want a serger that does this? Air threading is really the way to go. Not only does it thread the loopers, it threads the needles too. So it's going to shoot it through with the air here. It's going to suck it through with the air in the needles. What more do you want? I tell you, if you haven't seen these in person, this is something you're going to want to have. And I know the deals that they're having today at Sewing Machines Plus are going to be things that you want. I love that. They're saying, I love Baby Lock. Well, when it comes to sergers, there is not another machine out there. They have a corner on the market when it comes to sergers. I'm going to take it out of serging mode. The next thing you might say, well, I don't have tension dials. How do I know what stitch I'm going to get? I'm going to open the door again. Right here, I have a stitch selector. So if I want a 3-thread overlock, I got it on B. If I want a 4-thread, I got it on A. If I want a rolled hem, I'm going to move it down. That's how easy it is. And then you're going to say, how does this machine know what it's doing? Well, right up here under there, it's got some thread paths for that thread to pass through. And when I move this around, it changes the path. When it changes the path, it automatically knows what it's doing. It also has something called the automatic thread delivery system. It can sense how fat your thread is, whether you got a 12 weight, a 45 weight, 80 weight, whatever you're putting in it, in the loopers. It's going to know right in here how much thread to push out to make your stitch. It is really amazing. When I talk about sergers, there's nothing that I don't love more is my serger. And the fact that it's going to tell me how much thread to put out, it even senses how thick the fabric is. It knows just what to do. So whenever you set this up for a 4-thread overlock, you're going to get a beautiful 4-thread overlock. When you set up for a 3, it's going to be a beautiful 3. And you're going to say, how does it do that? And how do I do it? Well, it comes with this right here. This is called the Quick Reference Threading Guide. So you can see on there, if I want a chain stitch with the needle, center needle position, it shows me exactly where to put those cones, colored pictures. So I can follow the thread path down there. I know exactly what to do. I know where to have all of my settings. Let's move over to a 3-thread overlock because that's what we're going to set up for right now. Oh, I should show you this whole sheet right here. Do you see how many different settings I can do? Do you know it will do 87 different thread combinations? That's how many stitches you can get for this machine. All right, so many that I'm going to have to look here for a minute to find the 3-thread overlock. This is the one I'm going to set it up for right here. It tells me where to have my needle. It tells me what my length should be, what my width should be, what my stitch selector over here, where that should be. And then it tells me which to have my upper looper up and my blade position, my knife cover, and the subsidiary looper. It tells me everything I need to know. If I want that stitch, follow those few little things on there, I've got that stitch. It is so fun to use. I also have another function here. This is called the differential feed. And what that does, this was mostly initially designed for knits because that's what a serger does, right? You want to do knits. All right, with knits, sometimes you will get a wavy edge. Sometimes you'll get the edge where it's all puckered. So to alleviate that, we have a differential feed. If I put it up in the highest point, which is a number 2, I can see the picture right there. That's what Baby Lock does too, is they give you great pictures so that you will never have a question. That picture right there shows that it's pushing the fabric together. If I put it all the way down here, it shows that it's pulling the fabric apart. So you'll be able to adjust your stitch with the differential feed. So if you are sewing clothing on knits, there is never a question. Just run a little test scrap, then you'll know exactly where to put this. You will have the perfect stitch every single time. There's another thing you're going to notice on this. I'm going to lower my door so you can see. Look at that throat space right there. How often do you see that on a serger? This is 5 inches of sewing. If I didn't have that, I would feel so squished. And I have another serger. I have one of the very beginning sergers that Baby Lock made. And I just would feel so squished because it came clear over to here. But look at this. I've got 5 inches to work with. And then you're going to say, well, why do I need 5 inches? Well, because you're going to be able to quilt on this machine. You're going to be able to piece on this machine. There are so many things you can do where that 5 inches really comes in handy. You will really, really like it. Notice something else here? Do you see? In fact, these lights are so bright and I can't turn them off. These lights are so bright that it's difficult for you with a camera to see this because we have our own lights set up here. But this is so bright with all this beautiful LED lights that you are never going to wonder where you're stitching, how you're stitching, or what the stitch is going to look like, because you're going to be able to see very clearly where you are because that light is amazing. This machine also comes with a knee lift. So if you want to keep your hands on the project and not have to raise the foot up and down, You've got a knee lift right there. You just push it over, raises that foot up, and then you can get positioned exactly where you need to be. Also, I'm going to put that down. Right over here, we have a handy storage place. Now, some of you may think this is where you're going to keep your M&Ms, but nah. I keep my tweezers. I keep my screwdriver in there. I keep my tools. I keep my the screws that I'm going to sew my attachments on with. That's where I put this handy little tray in the tray. And this is so nice. It just tucks right back in there. And it's really, I can't tell you enough wonderful things about this machine. It also comes with 2 different tables. This is going to be my sewing table. Let me take this guy off. This one is my knife cover. So you can see right there, it's going to cover the knife. But with all that sewing space right there, you're going to need a sewing table. And I'm going to slip that on. I'm going to put my upper looper down so it doesn't bang into my sewing table. And look, do you see what you can do now? Then you've got 2 rows of screw holes right there, because there are attachments that you can get for your serger. There are so many different attachments. I'm going to show you a few right here in a minute. But this right here, that's so you can screw them right onto the table. So you might want to put a double fold bias binder. Yes, it folds it double and folds it under and over, and you put your fabric in there and it binds it at the same time. In fact, let me show you an example of what it can do. Right here, this is a strap to a bag, and I have used the triple cover stitch, and I have used my bias binding attachment, and it actually folded the fabric over and stitched it right onto my strap in one easy step. So there are many things you can do with this. I know we get a wow out there. It is amazing. So if I am not using my sewing table, I can take it off. Just that easy. And I'll set it aside. I'm going to put my knife cover back on. There's something I want to show you with this knife cover that I think is pretty cool. When I first started using the serger, I thought, well, if you're garment sewing, you're going to be doing 5/8 of an inch stitches. And this cuts it off. How do you know when you have 5/8 of an inch? Do I need to go along and mark all my seams so that they are 5/8 of an inch? No, I don't. And I'm once again going to tilt this a little bit so that you can see, because I know the lighting is so strong under there. You'll see an L and an R, and these markings are on the sewing cover, or excuse me, the knife cover, the L and the R. That means that I am 5/8 of an inch away from my left needle. So in the overlock stitches, you have 2 needles. You have a left and a right. This is 5/8 of an inch away from my left needle. And of course, the R is going to be 5/8 of an inch away from my right needle. So if you're looking for the perfect 5/8 of an inch stitch, you can do it. There is no question. It is easy to do. It is fun to do, and you are going to have beautiful stitches. All right, there's another fun thing on this machine. And really, I have to make myself use this one because I like to sew fast. But look right up here. I have a speed control. So if I'm doing possibly ruffles, oh yeah, we're going to talk about ruffles in a minute. I might want to slow my speed down. Or if I'm going around corners that I know I have to go slower, and my foot, I have a lead foot. I want to go fast all the time. I may want to slow it right down there so that I have a perfect project come out in the very end. I don't want to have it be too fast when I really need to slow my speed down just a little bit. And really, when you use that knee lift and you got your speed control and you can have your hands on your project the whole time. Yep, we're going to talk about ruffles in just a minute, Sue. So you've got your hands on your project the whole time. You don't want to take them off, because sometimes when you take it off, you might lose a stitch somewhere, or your fabric might twist. You want to keep it down, right? With your knee lift, your speed control, that is going to help you do that. All right, and to clean this, Have you seen how easy that is? Now, the nice thing about it is I can actually move my door open because that's how I'm going to thread my cover chain and chain looper. Anyway, I need to have that door open. But with the door open, I can easily blow my threads out, which is nice because not a lot of machines have that ability to do that. So when I clean out my machine, I can brush it or just carefully blow it out. Then it goes out. It's not getting compacted back in the deep side of my machine. And I can shut that door nicely. Another thing about this machine is that you do not oil it anywhere. There is nothing for you to oil. You're going to take this to your tech maybe once a year and have it oiled, have it serviced, but you don't have to do it yourself, which is really nice. There's no oiling down in here. I can put my blade up or I can put it down. If I don't want to cut my fabric off, I don't have to. I can have it up or I can have it down. And you also have two knobs right here. And even though you've got this little chart that's going to tell you where to put those knobs, you may want to turn them. Right here, some people will say, well, I don't remember which one's the length and which one's the width. Just like on your sewing machine, you're going to have a length and a width. This is my length. This is my large knob. This is how I remember. So the large length. Then you get down to this knob right here. There's a couple of ways you can remember because when I move it, you will see. In fact, let me move that foot right out of the way. See how easy that comes off? So now you can see the blade. When I turn this is my width. It is going to move the blade either wider or narrower. That's how you know that that's the width knob. But here's another way to remember. If you already have a Triumph or when you're getting this one today, you're going to remember that this is the wee widow knob. The wee widow knob. That means it's the width. So put that two together. It's the width is the wee widow knob. And this is my large knob or my length knob. So the wee widow knob and the length knob. So there you have it on that. I love being able to know what my machine is going to do and how it's going to work. And also, while we've got everything off, right here, there is a stitch finger on a lot of sergers. When you want to go into a rolled hem, you have to actually physically take that stitch finger off. And sometimes it will have a little compartment here to set it in. But for me, you take that stitch finger off, I set it down, and I lose it. This machine, you don't have to worry about that because this length knob is also my rolled hem knob. And I don't think you're going to be able to see it very clearly right there, but right there, there is a stitch finger moving back and forth. And when I put it in rolled hem, it takes that stitch finger away. When it takes it away, it's going to roll the fabric under. And we're going to do a rolled hem in just a minute. But that's what that does. So you don't have to worry about losing your stitch finger. And it's so easy to clean. I mean, all the things we've talked about, there's no tension dials, perfect, easy threading. I mean, really, if I don't have to use tweezers and a magnifying glass to thread, you've got me. That's where I want to be. So we don't have tension dials. We don't have to thread it. We've got our stitch finger right here on our length knob. We don't have to oil anything. We just have to keep it clean. It is wonderful. And do you remember how I put that little guy in here? Let me do it one more time because I love to do it so much. So I put it down in threading mode, lock in my pipes, and you heard them lock in. And I'm going to put just a little bit of thread. I can just put a little bit. I don't have to worry about how much I put in. I just put it in. Now watch it right over here. There it is. It was kind of short. There. It got caught on my dial down here. I'm going to do it one more time. Are you ready for this? Sometimes when there's static in the air, it sticks to my fingers. There. It shot right out. You do not have to thread this. That has been the nightmare of sergers for so many years, but you don't have to worry about it because every time you're going to get perfect threading. It's not going to fall out of place once you're started threading. I've been on sergers where I've been doing a stitch and all of a sudden the stitch is gone. I'm thinking, what happened? What did I do? Then I have to rethread it all over again, but not on this one. Another nice thing about it is if I run out of thread on one of them, or maybe my thread breaks for some reason, I don't have to start from 1 through 4. I just replace the one that came undone, the one that broke, or the one I want to change the color on. That's all I have to do. I do not have to rethread in a certain order. There is no order on this. When I want to put a thread in there, I put that thread in there. So I can change my threads out so much. When I first started doing sergers, and I didn't have a baby lock, the teacher that was helping me, she said she had 4 sergers. And I said, why do you have 4 sergers? She said, oh, I have one for all my colors that I use. And I'm thinking, why do you have 4 sergers for all those colors? Well, because she didn't like to thread it. Now, this is so easy to rethread. You don't have to worry about it. One serger is going to do it for you because you don't have to tie your threads together to pull it through. You just shoot it through. How easy could that be? Why would you not want to do that? Thread yourself. My new best friend. Yep, that's true. And this has some great, great features. Okay, I'm just reading your comments. I love it. I love it. Absolutely easy threading. Amazing. Yes, this is amazing. Okay, I want to take you and show you a few stitches that this will do. So let me turn my machine around. There are some safety features that I want to point out though. Right here, this is your foot up, foot down. I'm going to put it up to put my foot on. That is really easy to pop on and off. How many sergers do you have to reach around the back and lift it up back here? Well, you don't have to on this one. Right here, this is what you've got. It's right in front. And not only that, because on some sergers, you can have the foot up and not even know it's up. And you can stitch and stitch and you think, why is my stitch so ugly? Well, this one won't sew if the foot is up. So there's a safety feature. It won't sew if you've got it down in threading position. It won't sew. So you have to have those things locked in place. And that means you are not going to have an ugly stitch no matter what you knew. All right. Yes. You didn't know you could quilt on Minky? Well, Minky is great. This machine can handle anything. In fact, I'm going to show you how well it can handle on some really tough fabrics. First of all, I've got it set up and I'm going to look at my thread guide right here. It's telling me that I want to do a 3-thread overlock narrow. So I am right there going to look at my settings. All I have to do is quickly look through those and know that I have it in the right place. And I am ready for a 3-thread overlock narrow. My foot is down. I am ready to go. See how I like to just go fast. And look at that stitch. Can you see that stitch? Let me see if I can hold it up closer and not be totally out of focus. I'll show you on the other camera in just a minute. That is a beautiful 3-thread overlock. If that's what you want, that's what you got. Now I am going to go into a rolled hem. Let me show you how easy that is. Remember this length dial down here? I'm simply going to put it on rolled edge. That's it. I'm going to put my stitch selector over here on D. And let's look at this. And there is my rolled edge. That's how easy it is to go from a 3-thread overlock to a rolled edge. I didn't have to take any needles out. I didn't have to stand on my head. I didn't have to wish and hope and cross my fingers. It is perfect. It is that easy to do. And I didn't tell you that right here on the side of the machine, there is a thread cutter. So you've watched me wipe it across the front because with the camera here, I can't really reach back there at the thread cutter, but it's there, so you can use it. All right, I talked a minute ago about doing a ruffle. Okay, was it Sue? Were you the one asking about it? You've got to see this. This is so easy. This is another thing I'm going to do. I'm going to put it back up into 3-thread overlock. I'm going to change my length to a 4. Remember, my length is the big knob. And I don't have to move my width at all. I'm good. And I can move that up. Remember how I said that's going to push your fabric together? And the reason it can do that is under here, you have 2 sets of feed dogs. The back one is constant. The front one, when I'm doing a ruffle, when I've got this differential feed all the way up, it is going to take a bigger bite and faster. So look what it does. This is going to happen so fast, you're going to have to watch careful. Look at that. I now have a ruffle. This is a pretty good 2-to-1 ruffle, and it's pretty cool to be able to do this. Oh, Darlene, you want to see the wave stitch? That is actually going to be taught in your owner's class. That is going to take me a little longer, only because I have to move the threads around. It'll take me a little longer than what I still have things I want to show you. So definitely know that that's an easy thing you can do. And I'm going to show you some samples of it in just a minute. All right, let's go over and let's look at some samples that you might be able to do with your serger, because it's going to be yours before you know it. All right, so there is a foot attachment that you can get for this serger. And remember how I showed you how you could do a ruffle? Right here, I have my rolled edge. But right here, I not only have a ruffle, but there is a ruffling foot you can get that will attach the flat fabric on top, finish the seam, and ruffle underneath. So this is done in 1 stitch. That's all it takes. That is so fun to do. All right, let me show you what I have done with this, because I think it's really fun. Let me show you this pillow first. This right here. So you can see I've got my ruffling, I've got my rolled edge, and I have attached it to the fabric underneath at the same time. So this is 1 stitch. 1 stitch. How easy is that? You talk about the wave stitch. Not only can I do a wave stitch, but not very often do you see a wave stitch on the center of your fabric. This is called the flat lock wave, and Baby Lock has a patent on this. This is something that we can do, and we can show you how to do it. And this will be included in your owner's classes. You also have piping that you can do. Now, the one thing about piping, when you do it on your sewing machine, yes, you can put it through, but then you have to go along and trim it, correct? This one you don't. It trims it at the same time. And there you go with that. Here is a bag that I created. Here I've used the double bias binding attachment right there. I've got piping, I've got ruching. So to do ruching, you're just going to gather on both sides. I've got piping, I have the flat lock wave. All right. And then here I have used, let me flatten this down. I have used the cover stitch as a decorative stitch right here. So this is the back of the cover stitch. That is the front. And I like to do that. Here I have installed a zipper. Wouldn't that be fun? I love zippers. Here we've got more ruching. We have the triple cover stitch, and we've got a zipper in place. And this one was also completely made on the serger, even the binding, because you have a chain stitch. There's the cover stitch as a decorative stitch. There's my ruching that I love to do. And this one is a lot similar. I've got my flat lock wave stitch in there. I didn't talk about this, and oh boy, I want you to see this. This is a serger crochet. This is nothing more than a 4-thread overlock with pearl crown rayon in the loopers. Isn't that beautiful? This is something you can create and do with your serger, whether you do it on a baby blanket or a bib or even the bottom of a sleeve or the bottom of a shirt. How pretty this is. And one more sample I've got right here. This is where I have done a crazy patch, and I have used my serger with the back of the cover stitch right here to put decorative stitches on all of my seams. Isn't that fun? This is very irresistible. I'm sorry. You guys are going to love this machine, and I know that Sewing Machines Plus has some great deals for you today. Let's see. Let me see if there's any questions. Kim says she sold all of her life and she did not realize that she needed to have a serger. I tell you, another thing I do with my serger is after I have pieced my quilts, and you know how you have the edges where if you've got two pieces coming together, it separates a little bit. So you send it to the quilter and it comes back, and those are separated and you're not really happy with it. Well, with a serger, I just serge all the way around my quilt, all the way around, so that I know that those edges are going to be beautiful when they come out. And I like to do that. Let me see if there's any other questions. I love the projects too. Well, you could do them with us if you wanted to. And I know that you are going to get, with your purchase, you will get 60-day, it's called Access to the Video Vault. So there are over 1,100 videos that Baby Lock has, and you'll get access to all of those videos. And there are projects on there too that go with your serger. So you could go home tonight with your serger, and with 4 spools of thread, you'll be sewing. It's not hard to do. It's really quite easy to do. You just have to put the fabric in there, pick your stitch, and you are ready to go. Are there any other questions? Well, I love having you guys join me today. And if you want to join me some more, I would love to have you do that. There's all sorts of classes out there that you can take on your serger. But you know what? Don't put it in a box. Don't put it under your table or in a closet. Leave it out, because when you leave it out, you are going to use it. And the more you use it, the more you're going to love it. So what do you think, Blaine? Do you have some deals for him today?
Hey, Barb, we sure do. Thank you so much. That was incredible. A great job on that. You make it look so easy, I'm telling you. And
it is easy.
I know it is, but you know, somebody like me that doesn't sew, I'm like, I get out there and I've messed around with that a little bit, and it, you know, you make it look so easy. Trust me, it's not that easy to me, but everybody that sews out there, I know it's easy for them, but man, what a great job you did.
I tell you, it is easy. When they get it home, they are going to love it.
Yeah, one of the things, I never really messed with sergers before, but you know, I learned a lot from just, you know, making sure you pull in that, you know, the whatever you're serging out, and making sure you pull enough of the tail out to cut the thread, and just little things like that. But what I was impressed with all the Baby Lock sergers is just that punching power it has of sewing, you know, when the needles go down.
You know, I didn't even show you that, because this will sew through denim, thick denim, and it doesn't even miss a stitch. It's beautiful.
You know, I saw that demonstration before, and I was really impressed with that. So, well, thanks, Barb. We're going to continue on. We're going to tell everybody how they can get it. And are we going to see you again later in the week?
Tomorrow.
That's what I thought. Okay, well,
tomorrow,
we'll see you tomorrow then.
Okay, see you then.
All righty, bye-bye. All right, this is the Baby Lock Triumph serger. This is the very first time we've ever been able to sell this online. So what a great addition to our online sergers. This is Baby Lock's top of the line serger as well. And we have, man, what a great deal we have for y'all today. And again, if you want to take a look at that, you can go to smplive.tv. We have the product. You can just click on it right there. Or you can go to our website and just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, type in Triumph in the search bar, and it's going to take you to that product page. Now, again, the normal price on this is $4,999. So it's right at $5,000. What we have going right now is, with a bundle, you're going to get a $499 gift card to go with this, so you can buy all your accessories. But wait, there's more. If you call in, we have an actual quilt show price that you can get if you call for the serger. And so you're getting a really smoking deal today, everyone. You're getting that gift card plus whatever the quilt show pricing is. And we're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. And we have some special financing available if you need it. Just inquire about it. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. All right, let's bring my co-host back in, Miss Jane Klaus. And
hello.
Jane, we're already almost done with the first day. It's flying by just like we said it would. It goes so fast. But I know you've got a really great presentation coming next. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see y'all back here in a little while.
Okay, thanks, Blaine. Hi, everybody. It's so great to be back here with you. What a fun day we're having so far, huh? Quilt Fest Day 1. So let's keep things moving along. Our next presenters, Jana Matthews and Jarek Erznosnik, are with the Grace Company. They're talking about the Little Rebel. I know we love this so much. But let me tell you a little bit about Jana and Jarek. Jana Matthews is the assistant sales manager with the Grace Company. She joined the company a little over a year ago as an account executive. And since being promoted, she's had the chance to work with both customers and dealers across the country. And when she's not at work, Jana is an avid baker and loves bringing in tasty treats to share. I wish that I could have some tasty treats right now. Jarek initially started as a quality control and repair person for the Grace Machines and now works as an account executive for the company. Outside of work, Jarek enjoys spending time painting, being creative, and loves spending time with their Labrador Retriever, Eva. Oh, that's so nice. It's Eva or Ava? Eva. Jana and Jarek, let's say hello to you guys. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Jane. How's it going?
Okay, first of all, what did you bake, Jana?
Recently, for work, we made lemon bars for someone's birthday and a chocolate cake.
They're really
I love
tasty.
And Jarek, is the Labrador, is that Ava or Eva?
It's Eva. Yeah, her name's Eva.
All right, well, give Eva some pets for us. I'm super
right, I
excited.
will.
You guys are going to talk about the Little Rebel, yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're showing it in our sit down function, so that's why we're sitting down today, because we're showing this is what you can do with this machine. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll let you guys do it.
Thanks, Jane. Hi, everybody. We're so happy to be here with SewFest. It's going to be fantastic. Or Quilt Fest. I can't remember which one we're doing.
It's one of them.
It's one of them, yeah. The fests. We love the fests. But we're here with the Little Rebel. If you haven't heard of it, it's our new 13-inch sewing machine. And we wanted not only to show it as quilting and sewing, we want to show all the different things. So stick in later this week. We're going to have it on a frame, so you'll be able to see that. But we wanted to show you all the things that it has able to do for sewing and then push quilting.
All right, Jenna, it can do so many things, and it's such a great little machine. Like, look how big this is, too, for like being a sewing machine.
Like, can you stick your head all the way in there? You know,
like
kind
almost,
of.
Yeah, I can fit like my, yeah, I can fit it through there.
Now you'll notice we have it backwards, and we did that on purpose. We're working on some things. We'll have a camera behind us to show all the buttons we're doing, but we also wanted to show what it looked like when it's on the other side. You can see this fantastic new design. This is all the vent area, but it's stylish as well as functional.
Oh yeah, and that is just like really important. Like you might call it a little bit superficial, but like, come on guys, like when your equipment looks nice, you're just like, yeah, I want to go out there and use her to stitch some nice, you know, whatever I'm working on. It definitely motivates you to get out there and do it.
It's true. I love this blue design. It's so sleek. And then I love that a couple of things people have asked, is it able to be lifted up? So this is our little handle right here. It's strong. It's only 28 pounds total for you to move it. And so you're able to get, you know, your arm underneath here and then lifting it this way. So you're lifting it together, able to move it wherever you need to take it with you to guild meetings or sewing meetings or wherever you're going to have fun with your sewing machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really not, I mean, all sewing machines are honestly a little bit heavy, right, Jenna? But it's not going to break your back, hopefully. I don't think it's going to break anyone's back. And so it really makes it nice to, you know, they're going to do the frame later. But you'll see you can take it on and off real easy or go to your guild meetings like Janet was saying. So yeah, it's really easy to move around.
So first we want to talk about some of the features that the 13 Little Rebel has. One is that it is M-class bobbins.
Jana, that's huge.
That's so
that
fantastic,
is so huge because
right?
Let me tell you, like whenever I'm quilting and my bobbin runs out, like that's when the fun runs out. And so like when there's like more time between the fun running out, like that's just way better.
Well, and for me, I'm a sewer more than a quilter, and having an M-class bobbin to sew with is so important, so important, so that we can get going on there and know exactly how much longer you have to sew. So the Little Rebel has its own bobbin winder, right? So we're gonna show you how to wind the bobbin. You'll notice in our thread mast, we have two holes. One is for your regular sewing machine quilting section, and then one is specifically for the thread winder, so the bobbin winder. I'm gonna let Jarek take it away since it's on his side.
So yeah, this is the M-class bobbin like we were talking about, and this one is twice the size, and it always, like, it blew my mind when I found out this was twice the size, because it looks maybe like I don't know, 20% bigger than the other one
It is
does,
so
than
much
the
bigger,
L.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it's like twice the size. And I guess that's how math works for you. I don't know. It's twice the size of the bobbin, and this has its own built-in bobbin winder and motor. So you can see this right here. This actually can run at the same time as the machine, and that just makes it really convenient. You don't have to like switch anything, or you don't have to like cut your thread. And like Janet was saying, there's like 1 and 2 right here. So you can like put your thread, and I'm gonna put this right on there, and we're gonna show you how to do a bobbin. So this one goes right up there, and then we're gonna put our bobbin on there. And this has like a laser detector, so this makes it super accurate. And I like the mechanical ones, those work okay, but those have a tendency to kind of get tweaked. Like you accidentally bump it a little bit too hard and it will notch it out of place. And that's really common. So this one's got the laser right there. And you can still adjust this. You can still adjust this forwards and backwards, but this comes set perfectly for you. We check in our QC lab, like they mentioned, I worked in the QC lab. That's part of what we're checking there. We're making sure that it's gonna wind bobbins perfectly, because not wind bobbin correctly, that's gonna cause a lot of problems. So yeah, we definitely precision check that. And so I'm going to show you how to go ahead. And what's so nice about this, Jana, is that it's actually got how to do it printed on here.
Printed so that it's almost foolproof, right?
It really is foolproof.
So it's
you have to kind of like
ABCD, right?
Yep, and it's got like pictures on there too to make it really obvious how to do it. And I remember that's one thing that I had. It was just like a learning curve to remember how to thread it, and so I'm jealous because like back in my day, like they didn't have like this thread. They didn't have that. So all you do is you go up from this post right here, and there's like this little tensioner right here, and you literally just go in through this little thing that's right here, and you go around. You want to make sure it's in between the discs. Yeah, make sure it's flossed in there.
Just like when you floss your teeth, you go all the way down. You want to make sure your floss is all the way through.
And then you're just going to do like a couple winds around here. Just
and
like
it even
you would
tells
on
you
other
which way to
ones.
go. I love that.
Yep, it does show you on this last one right here. You can see it tells you to wind around. So then you just press this play button right here.
And there it goes. I don't know if you can hear that. It's just zooming along.
And Janet, we can run the machine at the same time.
Yeah, you can.
There you go. So there you go.
All
I got my
finished.
bobbin. And then it does have a thread cutter right here too. So
That's really nice because then if we were using 2 different spools of thread, right, we're using the same one because we want the same color for our bottom and their top, and we're using the same type of thread on the bottom and the top because we want to make sure that that tension is the same. Having the same thread is very helpful to have both. Also the color, right? You don't want any stitches to come up and be black and it's gray, or purple and it's green, or something like that. So we're going to use the same. So that's why we're winding it, because we wanted to do the same color on both of them. But if we were keeping the same, we had 2 different spools of thread, we could keep that one threaded to wind bobbins as we go along and then thread our machine directly.
Yeah, and it's like, it doesn't seem like a huge deal, but it's so nice to not have to worry about like moving out the threads and like cutting it and rethreading it. So yeah, and then you just load this like a regular bobbin. You know, when it's facing towards you, you're gonna make sure that this is on the left, and then you're gonna put that right on top of there and put it through just like a regular bobbin case.
And you're going to test that bobbin case.
Yes,
for
we're going to
tension,
test it. This one, it's a little bit,
tight.
Might be a little bit tight.
So what you want it to do is have the bobbin case stand up on your hand, but not be picked up. So if it's laying flat on your hand, you want to tighten it. If it's being picked up, you want to loosen it. So you just want it to come up and then stand there.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
It's a little bit tighter, but that's all right. For this machine, I do like to set it a little bit tighter, so we're actually just going to leave it how it is right here, and I think that's going to be so nice for us.
Yeah, I think that's a good amount, yeah. Now, the bobbin case assembly, unlike other machines that are drop down or reach in, it's just this front loading right here, and it has a light in it. So if you're trying to clean stuff out or look where you're going, you can easily clean that out and also insert the bobbin that way.
Yeah, so we're just going to take this and we're going to pop it right in there, just like that.
And you're going to wait for that click, then you know it's all the way in.
And then, you know, it's easy to take out too. You get like muscle memory. Like you all know that your different machines, you know how to like slide in there, because sometimes it's a little bit far back. So this one, you'll get the little, just like that.
Perfect.
You see I can boom, click it right in there.
So now we're going to sew with this machine. So we need to thread the machine. So we're going to switch over.
I'm going to cut this here.
Yeah, Jarek's going to cut that for us and put it on the other side.
And it doesn't really necessarily matter, to to be honest, but we're just going to
It
show
can
you
be on
how
other
you would
ones,
do it. It
but
can
yeah.
really be on either one. Just for good measure, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And so yeah, you just go through this one up here, and it's got the pictures in the same exact way. So we're going to go around through here, and then number 4, you're going to make sure that this is threaded.
Again, that floss, you can go all the way through. Think of your teeth all the way down. The first time I ever threaded a machine, I had tension problems, and it was because I didn't floss it good enough. And then I fixed it, being the flossing, and sure enough, I was able to get that all taken care of.
Yep, and then, so as soon as you floss this one, and you also notice that these are completely enclosed, and that's because this is a super high-speed machine.
Mm-hmm.
So this one has a really fast motor on it, so that's why these are all closed. Same with this little lever right here. This one is completely enclosed. There's no threading it through. You have to feed it through.
And we do get that question a lot of times. Why isn't it easier to thread? And this is why, because it's a high speed, high tech. It's 1,600 stitches per minute. It can go through leather and canvas and what was one of the other things? Oh, denim. So it's such a powerful machine that you can do so much with it. But that is why Jarek's right. It's enclosed because it, you know, otherwise it would pull out, and we just don't want that to happen.
Now I'm just threading it through the front here.
Now, because this is a machine that can go on frames like the QD or the Hoop or even the Evolution Elite frame, it's all front loading on the bobbin. So it feels like when you're first in front of it that it's a left hand insert, but when you have it on a frame, it's designed to be on that front area.
All right, we're just gonna pull this down through. All right, that feels good to me. You can pull kind of just to see what your tension's like. It does feel maybe a little bit tight, but we'll go ahead and just see how it looks before we start messing with it too much. And it's, you know, you don't want to pull too tight on this front one right here. So, all right, Jen, I think I got that all threaded for you to sew.
For me. Okay, so one of the things that this machine comes with is this fantastic kit right here. I'm going to open it up so you can see. Now, some of the things in here we're not going to use just yet, but we've got this plate here that will be for when we start push quilting and sewing. We've got the presser foot that's on here now, it went right here. And then we have this foot storage, as well as some other fun things, some needles, our needle magnet, so when we're putting it together. It has a threading tool in here, so that if you aren't having problems threading, you can do that. It's not an automatic threader. It's got some Velcro and some different things. So all the little handy tools that will help get you started. But the one I want to talk about most is these different kind of feet that we've got available here. So we've got, if I turn it around here, we've got the quilter foot, a zipper foot, a quilter foot with the edge guide, and then just the regular straight stitch presser foot. They're all in here contained, as well as our hopping foot for when we're going to do quilting. But I'm going to pull out this guide here really quick. It comes attached to the back here, and of all of these have we have in our tool bag, we have a, come over here, we have a screwdriver that'll help tighten these down. But this guide, what it does is it helps allow me with my edging. I can do it at 1/8 inch, 1/4 inch, 3/4, wherever it is that I'm trying to do, so it lines up specifically where I want it to go. So I'm going to do 5/8 inch right now. I'm going to tighten that down. And then to even help us a little bit more, we have our great big extension table. Now I can just use this, and this will fit great on anything that we're working on. But I want to show you this extension table when we pull it out, because you know, it's partly unboxing.
And to
today,
clarify,
right?
yeah, and to clarify, this comes with it. So a lot of people ask me, oh, do I have to buy that separate? No,
Yes.
this just comes right with it.
This is all part of the fantastic package that we've got going on with everything that comes with the little Rebel and the hopping feet. Let me just pull those sticker things out. Now there's some styrofoam in there I'm going to pull out first. And then take that plastic. And so you can see here, there's several different legs, right? There's some here in the back, there's some in the front, some in the middle. That's so that no matter where you are in your table, you can easily have it braced. So I'm gonna lift this up first, which is my presser foot. And I'm gonna slide this on.
You can see there's like a line right here. That's where it slides right into.
And I didn't practice this at home. There's my ripper.
There you go. Yeah, once you get it started, it goes super easily.
Yeah, it's just getting it lined up. Now I'm going to take these pieces and pop them down for support. And I'm just going to do these front ones right now just because they're easy to reach. But now I've got this nice table, so when I am sewing, I no longer have to worry about it hanging over the side. I don't have to worry about keeping it all together, that it's all set here together, right? And now my lines right here are lined up with my 5/8 inch, my 3/4, my 1 inch, so I can all set. So I can get started. I'm gonna put down my presser foot. Now we have two ways you can start quilting. You can push down the foot pedal. You can press the needle up, needle down. You can press the start button if you unplug the foot pedal. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have Jarrett push the foot pedal and I'll hold it. So, let's talk about the buttons first. So I have 3 different buttons here for speed control. You can see that there's a half light and a full light. Even though there's 3 buttons, it's 6 different speeds. Now, if I come down to this level, that's 2 levels, there's 1, there's 3. It doesn't matter how much Jarrett pushes down on that foot pedal, it is only gonna go to level 3, which is really nice, because sometimes I think a big, strong, powerful machine like this can get away from you. And so just only doing the speed that's going to be consistent for you is helpful.
Yeah, and just to point out something here on the camera, it looks like these are flashing a little bit, but that's just because of the way it's recording. So these are not actually flashing at all, because that would kind of be annoying. Yeah. So I'm just pointing it out. These are just, they look solid in person. It's just like our eyes can't usually perceive how fast it's blinking, that like all lights do. So.
Yeah, and then these lights, this is our stitch lengths. So you can see there's 5 lights, but 10 different stitches lengths. So I'm going to come down to our medium length, and I'm going to have Jarrett push on our foot pedal, and we're going to start sewing. Now you can see he's just started pushing. Give it all the gas, Jarrett. That's still a nice even speed, so we're going to stop that, and then we're going to give it all the power, and so we're going to go from there and see. All right, what it feels like.
Janet?
Yeah,
it's ready. Okay, I'll start a little bit slow, and then.
That was pretty fast.
It goes really fast.
Right? It's super fast there as we get going. It's almost like I've had people who are using it at shows and stuff, and they're like, they almost like let go with their hands. They're like, it's so fast.
Yeah,
don't do that in your car, I hope. Yeah. So it's really powerful, can go through lots of different things. The other buttons that we have here, this is for when you're quilting. So when we put on the needle plate in a moment, you'll see that. And then also we have the needle up, needle down. That's kind of hidden by our tension knob right there. Our reverse button. And if you didn't want to use the foot pedal, right? You're like, I don't want to use that with my feet. I'm standing, because sometimes people like to sew and stand. You can unplug the foot pedal. So if you undo the foot pedal this time, Jarrett, and I just press the start button, it's just going to sew for me, and then I can press my stop button there. So I have that ease, whichever way you're doing it, start or stop. Now, okay, we're going to switch over. I'm going to unscrew this so we can get
Jenna, let me just point something out here too that I love so much about how easy it is to switch the bobbin out. And we'll do this as soon as we can get this off of here. I'm just going to pull it up here. And I'll
now people have asked, is there a automatic cutter? There isn't, but right here on the side, I don't know if you can see that at all, there is a cutting switch.
Oh, yeah,
so you
can
reach
right
up
there.
there and get it cut.
Yeah, and now look at this, guys. Look how easy this is to switch your bobbin out. You just
because you thought, oh no, we can't reach it now, right?
Reach right inside of there. Let me get it. There it is. Oh, come on. There we go.
It's the left-handedness.
Yeah, it is.
So easy to do and accessible, even though I have the table on there. And snap it just back right in.
There you go.
We're ready to go again. Okay, so switching out your hopping foot. So your machine also comes with this fantastic toolkit. You've got all these tools that you need to do. It's got an extra, it's a timing tool. It's got some oil for all those oiling needs. And people have asked like, oh, how do I oil this machine? Well, in the bobbin case area, it's just like any other long arm machine. You're just gonna do a drop inside the bobbin case, not inside the bobbin case, but in the bobbin hook. And then the wonderful thing about the Little Rebel is it opens up. So if you can see that right there, just at the bottom of this bar, you're going to be able to just do a drop, and that's your needle area. I don't know if we can get that back in there. Okay, so we're going to pull all the needles out really quick. And so I'm going to use my tool that comes with the machine. It's just a sewing little tiny screwdriver. And I'm going to unscrew this hopping foot. Or I mean presser foot, so that I can attach the hopping foot. Now,
yeah, and you only really need the screw to just like kind of slightly undo it. And then like it's a really big, nice thumb screw, so it makes it super easy to do.
And then I'm going to get the hopping foot out of here. Now it's going to feel different because again, it's designed so that your quilting is done off of a frame. So everything's going to face this direction rather than you directly on the frame.
We also need our little plate too.
We need our plate.
And that comes in this box.
Now it's really nice to put the plate on as we have things falling down. You'll notice that the plate has this little spot right here. It's a little pokey thing that goes right into the nail plate. It's a magnet on each side to keep it in place. So as you put it in place, it's going to turn into our quilting. And now if you look at this button, it's lit up, which means we can start quilting. So I'm going to get our quilt over here because we're going to, that's how we know how high our hopping foot needs to be. So we're going to bring it over, and then I'm going to put this in, and I'm going to get my, if you'll put the needle down for me, Jarek. Now we have it without the thread at the moment, so we can get this all set. So now I'm going to push this in, get my needle all set, make sure.
Yeah, make sure your thing is down.
Your presser foot's down, or and we've got the hopping foot guide on there. So now if we bring up everything, you notice how it all came up at the same time. See how it's going to hop like that? So it's going to be set together. So as I go up and down, you can see that hopping foot will go up and down. So I'm going to back up so that Jarrett can thread our machine again and get quilting.
Oh yeah, you can keep that there, Jenna. All right, so now I'm going to thread this again. Now let's double check everything. All right, and we're just going to cut this and we're going to thread.
Because you always want to trim your thread, even if you're just getting started and you thought you did, just so that you make sure there's a clean cut and makes it easier so you can thread that needle. So he's going through the collar, and then again, it's a left-handed entry because usually it might be on a frame, and so that's the design of it.
All right, perfect. So I've gone ahead and done that there. So now there's a really nice option on this, which is a pretty standard option, but you can do if you hold this down, it will switch if it stops down or up. And usually we want it to stop down. So maybe I'll take.
And actually I have turned off
your you've turned off my foot pedal. Okay, you're gonna give me a start and stop.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so now we have it in quilt mode. We put that plate on, we've got our new foot here, we've set the hopping foot height, and we've done, I usually will do like a couple up and downs.
Mm-hmm. And I also want to point out that the speed control is now turned off because you're the speed now as you're pushing through the machine. You're going to be the speed of the fabric moving around. It's not the machine that's going.
Right, and we got a laser sensor here, so that's how we'll show you that in a little bit here, but that's how it's detecting. So now when we move it, it's going to move with us, and so that way I don't need to worry about how long my stitches are going to be because this is going to go with us here. So
oh yeah,
I'm
that
just going to go ahead.
Optical encoder.
I'm going to go ahead, when you press start, it's going to start sewing a little bit, and then when you move, you see it speeds up. And that's why we have such a fast motor, Jana.
That's so much fun. Look at you, you're quilting.
All right, I think we actually need to readjust our hopping foot height here.
There you go. So of course you want to always check that, do a couple of test stitches each time as you're switching back and forth, unless you have it all set for your quilt and everything like that. But that optical encoder you can see right there now, it's right in front of the needle plate, and that optical encoder, as you move the fabric past it, it will tell the machine, oh, we're going fast, we're going slow, so we can make sure that we get it to the correct speed and the stitch lengths that you put on there. And that's true whether you're using it here or you're using it on a frame, which we'll show you later this week, so you get a chance to see. And so he's just adjusting then that hopping foot guide. I think we did it a little high, right?
Yeah, that was just a little bit high.
Yeah, so now we've got it fixed, and so he's going to rethread it and get going again.
Yeah, all right, perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and press start here. There we go.
Now this is 13 inches, which gives you a lot of space to do those king-size quilts from the needle to the back of the machine. So you do some pebbles there, so nice. Now, I know we have some fantastic pricing for this machine. Now, we've got it with frames, or you can buy it by itself. Again, we're showing it without the frames, so you'll be able to see that later. But why don't we throw it back to Jane, and we'll let her tell you all about the fantastic prices we got going on.
Great demo, Jana and Jarek. Thank you so much. You make it look so easy and fun.
It is, well, it's because it is easy and fun. I don't even have to try that hard.
I think yours like speed too. You guys are going real fast. Okay. Well, it is fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm super excited to tell everybody how they can get their hands on the Grace Little Rebel. So we will see you guys later. And in the meantime, enjoy that little lab and then get back to the baking.
I will. Yeah. Thanks, Jane.
Inspire us there as well. Inspire us in the kitchen. I love it. All right. Let's tell everybody how they can get their hands on the Grace Little Rebel straight stitch sewing and quilting machine. You see your Quilt Fest pricing right there, $2,699. But guess what? There's a call-in special. Of course there is, because it's our friend Blaine who always has call-in specials. Now you're going to get a free accessory package with your purchase, and that's a great value right there, a value of $500 to go along with your amazing machine. And all you need to do for that call-in special, you know it, call 800-401-8151. If you got questions, no problem. You can just put a little note in the chat and then chat live. They're standing by. They're waiting to hear from you. This is really great pricing. I know you guys are saying, wow, this is amazing. This is amazing. But call in. It's even better. And plus you get that accessory package. So that's super cool. So thank you so much to Jana and Jarek from Grace. Okay. Hi. How are you guys doing? Do you want another joke? We'll wait to the next session. I'll give you another joke. I'm just teasing you because I'm writing my tight 90 seconds. Okay, moving on. Our next presenter, super excited to welcome to the show with Reliable, is Joe Zundel. Joe is here. He is the sales manager at the Reliable Corporation, and he's going to talk about the flat seam and also making a rope blanket. I'm going to ask him about that. Let's say hi to Joe.
Hey, Jane, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Joe?
I'm doing well.
Well, you look good today. You got a nice big space there. So I'm super excited. You're going to be talking to us today about a couple of things, right?
You got it. I got a whole bunch of stuff, and we got some great specials going on for Quilt Fest, so I hope everyone's enjoying themselves so far.
Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
I love it. All right, I'm ready to go too. I mean, I could talk to you for the next 15 minutes, but I want to hear about all your things. So I'm going to let you take it away, Joe, and everybody. Let's get our thinking caps on and totally focus. I'm ready.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you very much, Jane. So hello, everybody. I hope you're enjoying your Quilt Fest so far. Very happy to be here on day one. I got a little bit of sun on my face thanks to the time change. When I tested it, it wasn't here. But anyway, I'll talk a little bit about Reliable as a company first. And then I'll get to exactly what Jane said. I'm going to talk about how doing a flat seam, and then also how to use our Zigzag 2300SZ sewing machine to make a rope basket. So anyway, so Reliable, just a little bit of background. We've been around since 1955, and we were founded by the father of the current owner. And we started off in the industrial sewing space. So we've been doing industrial sewing for a very long time. Where we are located actually used to be the apparel manufacturing heart of North America before all that industry shifted overseas. So companies would actually, workers would come, bring their sewing machines in here for 8 a.m., get them fixed up before they would take them to go work for 9. Obviously, like I said, that industry kind of shifted overseas as the year went on. And we had to change gears a little bit. So we figured, how can we continue to support and help our current customers who were mostly in the apparel and alterations industry? And the answer was steam, because they needed to steam irons and garment steamers and all that sort of thing to finish all of their garments. So because of that, we got into steam, and we do those things: steam irons, garment steamers, ironing boards, vacuum tables, you name it. And we've expanded our selection to cloth cutters and all kinds of things since then. So anyway, so I'm going to get into what Jane said with the flat seaming. So you're all here for Quilt Fest. You want to hear about some stuff that has to do with quilting and crafting. So here I've got some squares that I've stitched together, ready to go, as I'm sure you're all familiar with. And we're going to talk about flat seaming, doing a flat seam. So personally, I like to, rather than doing, there's two ways to do this, of course. You can do your open seam, if these are apart like so, which everyone's got their preference. There's no universal way. Sorry, I know the sun's in my face, it's kind of hard to see. No universal right way to do this. But with the open seam, it's got its benefits. But then the way I prefer to do it is having it all to one side, because to do your flat seam, because then it adds strength because you're really able to nest your squares together. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm always going to go from light to dark. And the reason you do that is so that you don't end up with a shadow. If you have your dark material underneath your light material, and you're making a quilt, then when it's showing certain kinds of light, you're actually going to see the shadow of the dark material in between, which is not usually what you want. So if you go from light to dark, it puts the seam on the dark fabric, and then that way you don't get any shadowing. So what I have here is our Velocity 270 IR. I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. But before I get into that, I want to stress that there is a very key difference between ironing and pressing. So really quick, pressing is when you just press down nice and firm. When you want to move your iron and go over some fabric in a different spot, you lift it up and you press in a different spot. Whereas ironing is when you're actually going to glide the iron while it's, glide the iron to iron out your fabric. Sometimes you don't want to iron as opposed to press your squares and your quilting fabric, is because you don't want to risk stretching it, especially if you're using steam. If you're ironing, there's a chance that you can relax fabric too much and you end up with stretching. Whereas if you're pressing, there's no risk of that at all, and you can use, that's a method you want to use with a dry iron or with a steam iron, and that's going to give you a nice flat seam. So that's what I've done here. You can see it's nice, it really flattens it out nicely. So when you put your squares together, your quilt's going to lay nice and flat. And then the reason I do that, as you can see, I have another one here. I'll quickly just press this one for you. So again, I'm going from light to dark. I'm going to press that out there. And that's all ready to go. Really simple, because again, I got steam on this iron, which I'll talk about in a second. And then when I line up my squares, it is super, super easy to really get in there and nest the seam. So it still lays flat, and then I have all that extra strength with no shadowing whatsoever when I go ahead and make my quilt with the backing and then the batting and then the front of the quilt as well. So I was using this iron. I'll talk about it a little bit more. This is our Velocity 270 IR. It is a steam iron, and I know some of you out there might be a little averse to using steam, or you prefer to dry iron. The reason steam is good, again, if you're ironing, you're doing the gliding motion, steam can be dangerous because you might stretch out your fabric. But if you are pressing, it's really the steam that is going to release your wrinkles. Not so much, like the heat will help, but if you really want to have that perfect, absolutely flat, again, I know it's hard to see, I'll try to hold it up there, absolutely flat finish, that's where the steam, in conjunction with the weight of the iron, is really going to press that down. Steam's going to get in, relax all those fibers, and then it's going to become nice and flat. The reason that quilters love this iron in particular so much is for a number of reasons. Number one, you'll notice there's steam coming out, but I'm not actually pulling any trigger. In fact, there's not actually a trigger on this iron at all. And the reason for that is it's got a sensor steam handle, so you don't have to worry about trigger fatigue if you're pulling your finger all day long. It can get really tiresome. But you also have, what we have in here is our compact vapor generator technology. That's a fancy word for saying it's got like a mini boiler in here that generates steam. So this iron will never ever spit or leak. It's actually impossible because instead of a traditional iron, which will spray iron at the sole plate, which has got super, super hot, and then cause the water to evaporate, this iron generates the steam before it ever gets to the sole plate. And the reason that's so important, number one, it means we have steam on demand whenever we want. The steam's already been created. We can just, as soon as I touch it, that steam starts pumping out. But it also means that with those traditional irons, if you're spraying too much on the sole plate, it can cause the sole plate temperature to drop. At a certain point, it's not hot enough to turn that water, or evaporate that water anymore, and then it starts running down, and that's where you get your spitting or your leaking. With this iron, that will never happen. But an even bigger reason quilters love this iron so much is because if you're doing your squares, say you've done some squares, you've ironed them all, and then you want to go cut and stitch some more. By the time you come back, for safety reasons, a lot of irons, including this one, by the way, has a safety auto shut off. So after 8 minutes of unuse, this iron will shut off. Now, I know when you're quilting, that can be frustrating because you just want to keep quilting. You don't want to come back to your iron ready to iron and have to wait a minute or two for it to heat back up. So this has an auto shut off bypass. So if you know you're going to be doing something, you're going to be using it intermittently, you don't want it shutting off in between, you can actually hold down this button for 5 seconds and it'll give you a beep, and then that auto shut off will be disabled. So then you're able to, whenever you're ready, you come back to it, it's hot and ready to go on demand. So those are some great reasons. People love our Velocity 270 IR. It's also got 8 different temperature settings. So I know when you're quilting or if you're doing various types of crafting, you're using a lot of different fabrics, a lot of different materials. So this, you can actually just turn the dial and set it to the exact temperature and steam setting that you want. On any given setting, you can adjust the steam high, low, or off. So you always have that as well. So if you guys are familiar with Reliable, you'll know that this isn't our only iron. We also have a Velocity 240 IR. The only difference between these two irons, they both have the sensor steam handle. They both have the compact vapor generator. Both will never leak. But this one, the only difference between them, besides price, of course, is the number of temperature settings. So this one has 8, like I said, pick it whatever fabric you want. This one has 2. Again, sorry, you can't see it. It has the legend on the back. Sorry about the sun. So it has 2 numbers. It says auto, which is safe for all fabrics, and turbo for when you want to kick it into high gear. Now you might ask, how can it be safe for all fabrics? Like, of course, surely if you leave an iron on a piece of fabric for too long and too hot, then it's gonna burn, or it might cause shining. The answer is, again, because of that compact vapor generator, we don't need the sole plate of our iron to get as hot as a traditional iron because it's not relied on to create your steam. You can have a low sole plate temperature that is safe for all fabrics with no risk of burn or shine, and still get that steam, because when your hand touches that handle and you have the steam turned on, it's simply just going to pump it right on through. And again, relax those fibers, make steaming way easier, more efficient for you as well. Anyone who's familiar with their irons as well will know that they are quite heavy. So again, when you're pressing, if you have a light iron, you might see yourself, really having to push down. Again, over time, that can be hard on your shoulder or your elbow. It can be tiresome. With this, there's enough weight on the iron that can just, leave it sit, and the weight is enough that it's going to just press it right on down. And again, in conjunction with the steam, just makes it super nice and flat. So those are Velocity irons. There's another one here that I want to talk about, and that is our Maven 140 IS. So this is a steam generator iron rather than the compact vapor generator I spoke about on the Velocity, where it has like a mini boiler inside. Instead, you have your water reservoir in this tank here, which is also removable. I can pull that out. You can see it there. So this is enough to hold 1.5 liters of water, which is about 5 times the typical capacity for an iron. So, if you're used to using a traditional domestic iron and you're tired, you're ironing all day and you're getting tired of going to the sink all the time and refilling the reservoir, waiting for it to heat up again, this might be the right iron for you, because you fill this up and you're good to go all day. Even if you do somehow manage to go through all that water, you just take this reservoir, take it over to the sink, fill it back up, pop it in, and away you go. These irons, we have 2 different sizes. This is the 140 I have here. It's 1.5 liter. The Maven 125 IS is 1 liter, so about 3 times the typical iron capacity. And they each have 4 different temperature settings. So again, for whatever fabric you need. This one does have a trigger, and it does have the auto bypass as well after 8 minutes. Again, I know that like I said, it can be frustrating if you come to it. The nice thing about this iron, although it doesn't have the bypass for the auto shut off that those ones have, it does heat up extremely quickly. This iron, even if you haven't used it for like an hour, it'll heat up in less than 30 seconds. So you are ready to go very quickly whenever you'd like. You might be wondering, hey, this is a lot to carry. Like, how do I carry this around? It's got a nice little handy dandy lock on the front that I just turned, and then you can pick it up by the handle, and it's really easy to move around that way. Another nice thing, so if you are worried about, again, the weight of the iron, there's pros to that, like I said, with the velocities, but this iron, because none of the water is stored in the actual iron, it's all stored in the base, it is actually much, much lighter to use and move around. So that's our Maven there. Now you might be wondering, I don't know if any of you noticed, the ironing board that I've got in front of me here is not your typical. Your typical ironing board, as you all know, is tapered at the end, which is great for when you're doing shirts and you want to get right into the shoulder for shaping and that sort of thing. However, for quilters, if you're ironing or pressing yardage, you really want to make sure you have the maximum amount of space possible, because it means you're moving your fabric less, you're able to get lots done at the same time. So this ironing board here is our 350 LB long board, and it is designed specifically with quilters in mind. So it is a 52-inch long pressing surface from here to here, and it's 19.5 inches wide. I'm not going to do it right now because I have too much stuff on the board, but it's also height adjustable. It'll adjust anywhere between 30 and 38 inches high, so that you can make sure it's the perfect height for you, however tall you may be and where your comfort level is. Perhaps one of the coolest things about this iron is the cover. So it's got our Verafoam cover, which is almost like a memory foam. So you feel it's kind of spongy. That's not to say it's not breathable. So it's designed specifically for moisture to pass through, because again, you don't want to be working on a wet workspace, because that's, nobody likes that. So it'll let the cover breathe. It lets the moisture pass right through. There's a galvanized steel frame under this as well, but it's a steel mesh frame. So again, it's lots of holes to allow it to breathe. You're not going to build up condensation, and you don't have to worry about rust or anything. But the coolest part about this cover, in addition to the fact that it's going to hug your board perfectly, you're never going to get a wrinkle in it ever again. It fits nice and tight, and so therefore it's nice and smooth. But is this black area here? So this is called our Connex heat zone. It is made of the same material they make firefighter uniforms out of. So you'll notice this iron's on that I've been using for this demo, and I turned it on about 10 minutes prior. But I have had this sitting on this Connex heat zone for this entire presentation, and I have no worries at all that it's ever going to burn through. So again, what I was talking about before, if you have trouble with arthritis or you have sore wrists after ironing for a long time because you're always doing this, flipping it up, again, that's a hard motion to do on your wrists all the time. You can just go ahead, you can do your ironing, and then just slide it on over onto the Connex heat zone, and you're not causing yourself any kind of pain or distress or anything like that. So really great for ergonomics. Also, I don't think I mentioned this, but this board is 100% made in Italy. So it's very solid, very sturdy, and it even comes with a little drawer. Like, you can't see it from there, but you have to trust me. You can hear the sound of it opening and closing. That's a little drawer to keep all your notions and knickknacks. Again, we designed this board specifically with quilters in mind. Okay, so that's some great tools we have, and we've got some great specials going on for Quilt Fest as well, which Jane will tell you about afterwards. Again, this is kind of 3 different iron options for when you're doing your squares, or any kind of ironing or pressing, and then we've got our long board as well. So I'm going to change gears a little bit. This isn't quilting related per se, but I know a lot of you crafty people out there have probably seen these rope baskets around before. Again, sorry about the sun. Hopefully you can see. You know what I'm talking about. It's a rope basket. And I have a great video on how to use this machine. This is our, again, we started off in the industrial sewing world. This is our industrial zigzag machine, the 2300 SZ. And it does straight shits and zigzag. And I'm going to have Kennedy show you a quick video of Brian, my head technician here, actually showing you how to make a rope basket. So Kennedy, if you don't mind, please go ahead and play that video.
Hi, my name is Brian. Today I'm going to introduce you to the 2300 SZ Zigzag Direct Drive Sewing Machine. The 2300 SZ can be used to sewing light to medium weight material. It is versatile, handling tasks from applique on team jackets to sewing dance wear and dress shirts. The direct drive with its speed adjustment and needle position helps in doing detailed work such as crafting a rope basket. Today, we'll use the 2300 SZ to create a rope basket. The first step is to coil the rope to create the base of the basket. The coil should be big enough so that you can sew back and forth to tack it into place. So when you're tacking, put your machine on a small stitch and tack back and forth to secure the base. The next thing you should do is set the zigzag stitch so the needle is penetrating approximately halfway into each rope. Line the ropes up with the center of the foot to create the base. Now we have the base of the rope basket. The next step is to decide the width of the basket. To set the width of the basket, we need to turn the basket at approximately a 30-degree angle and sew. This will determine the width of our rope basket. Now that we have determined the width, we will move the basket to approximately a 90-degree angle and sew to set the height of our basket. Keep going until you reach the desired height. So what we will do now is cut the rope off. We can either do a sew over or we can tuck the excess to the inside of the basket, like this. And there you have it. The rope basket is ready.
All right, as you can see, that was a lot easier to demonstrate through a video than me trying to show you on this table. But did you never know that making a rope basket could be so easy? As Brian showed you, this machine can do a lot of things like applique and any kind of zigzag stitch on whatever you want to do. We have a setup that's designed specifically to make rope baskets as well. So it really is that easy. Some features on this machine. So first of all, if you get a sewing machine from Reliable through Sewing Machines Plus, it comes exactly like you see it here. It comes fully assembled, tested and sewn off with the thread stand, with the machine, of course, fully installed. This is a direct drive motor, so you'll notice that there's no belts or anything, a lot less maintenance that way. It's completely silent when it's not being operated, and when it is being operated, it's very quiet. In terms of your speed and needle positioner, that's all built right into the direct drive motor, which is right here. You also get our Uberlight Flex sewing light. So this is a really cool gooseneck light that you can bend in literally any position, and it's going to 100% hold its shape. And this might be difficult to tell because the light's shining in my face, but it's got 9 different temperature settings as well. I don't know if you can see there. Anyway, it's got bright white, natural light, and then a warm yellow light, which is good for any detail-oriented tasks. You can take it right off the sewing machine table if you want. It's also sold separately for anything, if you're quilting, you're sewing, you're crafting, whatever you want. But for this purpose, obviously, we're using it for sewing. It's got 3 different brightness settings as well: low, medium, and high. So really great for anything you want to do there. Yeah, so at this point, that's kind of everything I wanted to show you guys. Jen, are there any questions I can answer for anybody?
I think everybody's really excited and they want to know how they can get it. A couple of questions on the irons one more time. Can you just show us those two really quick, the different sizes they were asking about?
Sure. So these two are actually the same size. So the red ones are 270 and the blue ones are 240. They've got 300 milliliter capacity, which is pretty standard for an iron. Again, the main difference between these is this one, the red one, the 270, which is our bestseller, has 8 different temperature settings, whereas the 240 has 2 different temperature settings, the auto, which is safe for all fabrics, and the turbo for you're doing stubborn things like linens where you want to kick it into high gear. And then if you're looking for that, you're doing lots of hours of ironing, you're looking for that really big water reservoir, so you're not filling it all the time, that's where our Maven comes in. So this water capacity on this one is 1.5 liters, so 5 times what you would get in one of these.
You can use the steam with starch on your fabric.
You can, but yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay, I love that.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Let me see. Any more questions? I had some. A lot of people love the demo. A lot of them are going to rewatch it. So this is really cool, Joe. I love it. And then also the video you had, and that was super great on making that rope basket. We know what it is. He made it look so simple.
Yes, absolutely. And we had a lot of questions for a lot of years on how to do that. And we finally said, you know what? A lot of people are making rope baskets these days, especially during the pandemic. And we said, why don't we just do a video on how to show people exactly how easy it can be? So that's what that is.
Do you know what the length of the hose is? I think on the steamer.
On this guy here?
Yes.
I believe it is a 6-foot hose, 5 or 6 feet.
Okay, very good.
Nice and long. But then you've got your power cord as well, so you can have the base right on your ironing board. Again, I've got this crowded, but I would normally put this on the iron rest over here, and then you've got plenty of cord to get across your whole ironing surface.
It's so great. So many great products, Joe, that you're showing us today, and there's so much more on smplive.tv. So, Joe, you're amazing. Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to go through a couple of the slides and let people know how they can get their hands on the things that you talked about, and then also that they can go right to the website and start looking around for all the reliable products.
Absolutely. I only had a little bit of time here, so I can only show so much, but we got all kinds of stuff on Sewing Machines Plus. So please check it out, and Jane's going to let you know about what kind of special promos we got going on right now.
You got it right, Joe. Thank you so much. It's great to see you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Okay, everybody, that was Joe Zundel with Reliable. So let's see. He talked about those 2 irons. There they are right there. That is the Velocity 240 IR. Now that's the compact vapor generator iron. You see your Quilt Fest pricing right there at $139. But guess what? You got to call in because there's a call-in special on all of the Reliable products. Ask about bundling it with your 350 pound ironing station. Excuse me, I can read. That's amazing. I love a bundle. We love a good bundle, don't we, friends? Yes, we do. Okay, 800-401-8151. That's your 240 IR iron, and he showed you that one there at the end. He also went through this one again. That's the 270 IR compact vapor iron. Great pricing on that as well. Again, ask about the bundle when you call in for the call-in special. I love this. This is 800-401-8151. I'm watching you guys talk to me as I'm telling you about all of these great specials. And no, I haven't changed my clothes today. I don't think I'm going to. I'm very busy making quilts. Let's see what else we have here, Kennedy. There you go. You saw this great video, this great machine. This is the 2300 SZ Professional Zigzag Industrial Sewing Machine. This is really a fantastic machine. You've got that direct drive servo motor. You've got the assembled table and the Uber light and the light lamp. Really great price. If you agree with me, I mean, raise your hand because that's a great price. But guess what? It gets even better because it is Quilt Fest. So call in for the special 800-401-8151. Yes, the bundle will get you every single time. You might as well bundle. So call in for the bundles on those ironing board or the irons, but then also call in for this amazing machine, 800-401-8151. Again, all of the prices, if you see something on the website from Reliable. They're all call-in specials. So if you're browsing around, you're not quite sure, go ahead and call in, talk to a sales representative. They can give you all of the information that you need. Maybe you didn't take notes when Joe was talking, but the folks at Sewing Machines Plus are there to help you out if you have questions, or if you want to hear more about the bundle, or you want to hear more about the machine and how it's going to get to you. So again, that's 800-401-8151. And of course, if you want to just chat, the live chat is there for you as well. Do we have any more single shots that we're going to show, friends? I don't think so. I think that's it. If we want to go through those irons, we can. But again, go to smplive.tv. I know that Joe did such a great job showing us all of these good products that he had. And certainly there is more at smplive.tv. Again, call 800-401-8151. Great pricing already for your Quilt Fest, but call in special? Oh my God. Can it get any better? I mean, really?
All right. Well, thanks, Jane.
You're welcome. Hi, Blaine.
Hey. All right. Well, we're going to continue on, Jane. We'll see you back here in just a little bit. Next up, we're going to have Handi Quilter back in the house with Shauna Westergaard. And we're going to talk all about the Pro Stitcher now, the Pro Stitcher Lite. Now, Pro Stitcher, as y'all know, is a kind of a robotics. They have Pro Stitcher and then they have the Pro Stitcher Lite. Well, they brought the Lite out. That's going to be for some of the smaller type machines. And so we got Shauna back in the house. So y'all welcome back to the show, Shauna Westergaard. Uh-oh. I don't see her. All right, there she is.
Hi. Can you see
me? Hey, Shauna. So
hi.
We'll let you talk a little bit about the Pro Stitcher Lite. And what's pretty awesome about that is our next machine we're going to be bringing up, this will work on it as well. So we're super excited about this, and we're going to be excited about showing the next machine. So we're going to let you take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So today, I don't know if you guys were with us a little bit earlier. We had talked about doing projects with Minky. We're kind of continuing that on today. Just fast projects that you can do on the machine. And Pro Stitcher is a great way for you to use what you have at home, use the scraps you have at home, and come up with some really quick projects. I mentioned before, this quilt behind me is actually cheater fabric. I'm going to step aside so you can see it a little bit better. This is just a regular printed fabric. I have not done any piecing on this. This is hexes that are printed on the fabric, and it's 2 yards wide. And then I have Minky on the back. I'll show you here. We've got some Minky, and it literally is, I just put this on my machine and I used Pro Stitcher to quilt out this design on the back. And then I had a quilt done. So if you ever are in a time crunch and you have a quilt you want to get out for someone, as a gift or something, having a cheater fabric is a great way to go. And you can use Pro Stitcher, have a computerized design stitch out, and you're set. So that's actually what I'm going to show you today here on the long arm. I should tell you, this is our loft frame, just as a little bit of information. The loft frame comes at 8 feet. You can go up to 10 feet if you get the 2-foot extension. And the loft frame works with our Moxies. We have Moxie or the Moxie XL. We're going to be sewing with the Moxie XL today. And that has 18 inches of throat space. And it does come with Pro Stitcher. When we talk about Pro Stitcher, we're talking about the tablet here, but it's not just the tablet. It's also the carriage underneath and all of the components. I don't know, because I've already got it loaded. You won't be able to see the carriage over here, but that's okay. So the carriage has all of the components that you need in order to have your system computerized. So it has gears so that it can follow a computerized design. Let me get you started here. This design on our frame is, I actually just put a whole bunch of 5-inch squares together. It's very, very simple, right? But I know you can get cheater fabric. I keep calling it cheater fabric. I'm sure there's another name for it. But you can get cheater fabric from Joann's or your local quilt store, wherever you shop. A lot of times you can find things on the bolt that are already pieced together like this. And you can just get, a yard or two and put it on your long arm and you're ready to go. So I'm going to bring my machine over here. I have not done any stitching or any basting or anything. So we're going to start with that. I should also mention that we have the glide foot on our machine. This foot, I I believe it does not come with, I believe it's an accessory that you'd have to purchase. But to me, this is the first thing that I would get if I were purchasing the Moxie XL. This is incredible for going over. You can see here I have flannel and I have minky right next to each other. Both of them are a little bit thicker, right? I can go over the seams no problem with my glide foot. And I haven't even basted anything down yet, right? So the glide foot's incredible for working over bulks, like bulky seams. It's good for going over bulky fabric. I honestly keep my glide foot on my machine probably 90% of the time. I usually only switch it out if I'm gonna be doing ruler work or anything like that. So I'm gonna show you how we do a quick basting stitch to get our project basted, and then we'll start playing with Pro Stitcher. So on the handlebars, we have buttons that we can do the needle down, needle up. So I hold on to my tail thread, push the needle button, the needle down button. I swing away, and here is my bobbin thread. Okay, and then on the Moxie, the way that we go down to a basting stitch, we actually have this screen right here. That's the smaller screen. This is functioning specifically for the machine head for the sewing machine, the long arm. And I can change my buttons here, and it's a little bit difficult to see, but I have buttons here. This is a touch screen as well. So I just come down to 4 stitches per inch, and then I'm gonna be able to stitch. And as I move, the machine automatically will stitch 4 stitches per inch for me. One of the wonderful miracles of regulated stitching, right? It'll do it all for you. So let's baste here across the top. And I'm just holding the fabric kind of where I want it. And then if I come to a square that's not quite right, I'll pause the machine. I'll adjust how I'm adjust my fabric, adjust my quilt top, and then keep basting. See, and I've got one right there that went a little wonky. Do you see that? So the way to fix this is to slow down. We can also come back and unpick if we want to, because this is a basting stitch. It's going to be very easy to unpick and readjust. So here I come to the end, and then I can come down the side to help baste here. Now, some people may not want to baste very much. I've heard some people say, why do I baste? What's the purpose of basting? I'm going to come over to the other side so you can see a little bit easier, and I'll baste over there. Basting is really important for helping you get a very straight, square quilt when you're finished. If you're trying to do a project, and you don't have any, is this going to be in the way if I pull this here? Let's try it. I'm going to stabilize my quilt here. I forgot to put my clamps on, and these clamps are really important for helping to hold your project steady as well. These clamps do come with the frame. Perfect, there we go. So basting is important because it helps have your project be square, especially if you have a project that is, when you've pieced it together, it's not very, not pieced very well, or if you have seams that are a little wonky, this can help. And you see me here, I could tell that my machine was getting a little bit bound up here. So I'm going to pull the bobbin out and check it again. And I actually have, oiled the machine before we started. This machine will come with a oil canister. I should show you that as well, just so you know. We do have this oil bottle that comes with, and one of the wonderful times I've been here with SMP Live, I actually mentioned how my husband likes to steal my oil because he likes to use it at home. And then when I got home and talked to him, he said, what am I, the Tin Woodsman? I don't use your oil that much. Yes, you do, babe. You know you do. So this, I've already oiled. You put it down underneath in the bobbin casing area. That's something you should be doing every time you change your bobbin. Every time. It's crucial for helping the machine run smoothly. And it's also important that you get out any lint that you have down underneath, just to make sure that things are running smoothly. Okay. And I like to talk a lot about machine maintenance and care, because when you buy this machine, it can be really intimidating. I know a lot of people will buy their machines and then they're too afraid to stitch with them, or too afraid to turn them on, or, not sure where to start. And so I like to talk about it a lot to make sure that you have a a good knowledge base for where to start. So we've got our project all basted here, and we're going to be ready to play. I'm going to show you something that we need to know when working with the Moxie. We definitely set our frame space. So I'm going to go to the screen, and on our screen we have several tabs at the top, and then we have a lot of different buttons underneath the tab. Buttons on the left side, buttons at, directly at the top underneath the tab buttons. We're actually going to go to the area tab, and then there's a button here called frame space. And you can see I pushed that. Let me hit my frame space button here. You can see there's a tiny little button or dot that has shown up on my screen. And when I set my frame space, I'm going to come to the very top left of where I'm going to be quilting. And so I'm going to hit this clear button again on the screen here. I'm going to hit frame space one more time. Let me hit my home button so you can see it. And now I'm going to bring my machine head down to the bottom and the right of where I'm going to be working. I'm trying to take in as much area as I can, and then I'll hit frame space again. And then I can hit the frame button down at the bottom to see my entire frame space. That was at the very bottom to the right by the magnifying glasses. And all of these buttons, if you ever have questions, there is a help button on your Pro Stitcher Lite so that you can gather information, to help you understand what it is you're doing. So now we have our frame space set. Why do we need a frame space? It actually helps protect our frame. If we are stitching and we have not set our frame space, you can, if you're not paying attention, the machine can bump into the poles and then we have problems, which is why it's required to set your frame space whenever you're doing anything fun like this. I should also mention, I do have someone here watching the comments for me if we have any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions as we get started. This is one of my favorite things to talk about, so I would love questions and interruptions in case I'm not covering everything that you people would like to know. So I'm going to go ahead and start with setting an area. So we've already set our frame space. The frame space is the biggest area within the frame that we're going to be working. To set an area, it's same process, but it means a different thing. The area that I'm setting is actually where I'm going to be working on the quilt. So I'm going to work on this blue square specifically. And so we're going to set an area just around this blue square. So if we come to the screen, I'm still under the area tab. I can hit to corner, and then I will move my machine from the bottom left corner up to the top right corner of the fabric square and hit to corner again. And you can see this pink square on my screen now that it has created this area where we can play. Now, the reason we set an area is so we know exactly where we're working, so when we pull in a design, the design can be put directly in the area. So I'm going to come to the File tab on my screen and hit Design. Now, this is your design library. When you hit Open, it's going to pull up all of the designs that come preloaded on the machine. Pro Stitcher Lite comes with 250 designs, so there's a lot of things that you can play with. And you can see these right here are blocks. So these are single designs that you can put into a block. And we have a lot. There's fish, there's fire engines, there's so many flowers. We love flowers as quilters, right? They're such a pretty thing to put on a quilt. So we're going to be working with blocks specifically. But before I go on, I did want to show you that there are continuous lines. And these are the designs that you would use for an edge-to-edge computerized design. We have a lot of them loaded. Remember, Pro Stitcher Lite comes with 250 designs. You can also purchase designs online from other stores, other websites. As long as you get a design that is the file type ends in .hqf, then you'll be able to use that on Pro Stitcher Lite. So we're going to come back to the blocks section, and we're going to pick something to put here in this blue square. And I think we want to do something maybe like this dragonfly. So I'll select the dragonfly and then hit Open, and it will populate the dragonfly onto my screen. You'll notice the dragonfly is not in the pink area square. That's okay, we can move it there multiple ways. I can touch the screen and drag it over, but you'll see it still doesn't quite fit. I have pieces of the wings that are coming out of the pink area square, and that just means that when I stitch it out, those wings, it will still stitch them, but the wings would go outside of my area onto the other blocks. And so there's ways, this is a wonderful program. There's ways to use Pro Stitcher to get the design to shift, and we can resize it, we can alter it how we need to directly at the long arm to get it to fit. So if we come to the modify button, we can hit align, and align is, you can see the buttons over on the right hand side. These buttons are for aligning the design. You can align it to your crosshairs or to the area. If I hit this button here on the bottom left under the stretch column, if I hit stretch, it actually will stretch it to fit the design. So, or sorry, to fit the area. It will stretch the design to fit the area. And that means that sometimes it will make it smaller to fit within the area. Sometimes it will stretch it to make it larger to fit within the area. It just depends on the design that you have picked. So I personally like to size it down just a little bit so that I don't have the design going right to the absolute edge of the fabric square. So now that I have hit stretch, I'm going to actually hit the button again to turn it off. You'll notice I'll turn it I'll turn it on one more time. If I hit stretch, you'll notice that I have the green buttons underneath that say horizontal and vertical. That's showing that the horizontal and vertical stretch are active. So if I hit stretch again, it means that they are not active, which allows me to resize the design even more. So I can come over to resize. I'm still under the modify tab. And then if I come over to the right-hand side, I can actually hit it. Right now it's selecting the width of our design. If I select the lock button as well, you can see another line popped up on the screen. That allows us so that it will just modify the size of the design, the width and the height together, which we want to do. There are times when you don't want to do it together to fit a certain area for a certain, if you're doing a rectangle design. But I'm going to use down at the very bottom right of my screen, it says 4.55 with a plus and a minus next to it. And I'm going to hit the minus button just to shrink it down just a bit so that I can get it to the size I want, and then we can tell it to stitch out. Do I have a question?
Yes, someone was wondering if you can angle it like at a diagonal.
Oh, great. Someone is asking if we can angle this design on the diagonal. The answer for that is yes. You can come to, and I'll show you right here. We come to the rotate button still under the modify tab. If we select rotate, then we can, there's cheater buttons. They're not really cheater buttons, but there's a button here that says 45 degrees. If I hit that, it'll rotate at 45 degrees for me. So I can just keep rotating it until I find maybe I want the dragonfly flying upside down, right? There's other things down here at the very bottom. There's something called a custom rotation, and that's where you can just do tiny bumps one at a time. See how I'm doing? Very, very slight. And it is moving, but it's moving very slight. So maybe we just keep going all the way around. And I'm going to go back just a few degrees. That looks good. Oop. I zoomed in. So down at the very bottom of your screen, there is a plus and a minus and a sliding scale bar. You can actually zoom in and out using that. So this is zooming in, this is zooming out. Or I can push my home button, and that shows me my entire design. So now that we've selected our design, the most important final step before we stitch it out is to hit baseline. So here on my left-hand side, you can see baseline. I have baseline at the very top because we're under the modify tab. I've selected baseline, and now the design is completely permanent, I guess. It's not saved. We haven't saved the design, but we made a lot of changes to this design. We rotated it, we shrunk it down, we moved it to fit within our area, all of these things. And it's saving all of the changes we made to the design before we start. So I'm going to move my crosshairs close to the green circle that's the start point of this design. And when you see the crosshairs moving on the screen, that is me actually moving the Moxie machine itself. And so I can get the machine really close to where I'm supposed to start. And then you have to come over on the screen, you have to go to the Pro Stitcher button so that you can actually tell the machine to run. So when I hit the run down in the bottom left of my screen, I hit run, and then I have a window pop up that says verify settings. And you'll notice that stitch says it's normal, tie off, start is off, end is off. All of these are telling you how the machine is going to run. And I've had some people get frustrated because the machine won't run, and then you find out that the stitch is turned off. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. If I turn the stitch off, there's this button over here to the right that says stitch that is green. If I select that, the stitch will turn off, and you'll notice that it now says air stitch. So if I hit proceed without checking my settings, you'll have to watch the quilt to see what happens here, but I hit proceed, and then the machine is going to start moving by itself, but it's not actually stitching. And this has happened. People get very frustrated. So that's why I'm telling you about this, so you know how to fix it when you have the Pro Stitcher Lite. So I just hit pause on my screen, and I can hit cancel on the screen, and then I'm going to be able to start all over again. I'll move my machine up close to the crosshairs, and you don't have to. If you don't move the machine close to the crosshairs, the machine will move itself there. I just prefer to move it so it takes less time. So I'm going to hit Pro Stitcher tab again. I'm going to hit the run button, and it's going to pop up and say check your settings, and that's where I will turn the stitch button back on onto the right side of the screen. I'll select stitch, and then I can proceed. So now I'll hit the green button. It's going to, oh, I didn't check my settings well enough, you guys. I got to keep working on this. Stop. Look what I did. Can you see this? I don't know if you guys can see close. So it looked like it was stitching out my design. It did beautifully following the path that I told it to, but this is a user error, so it's my mistake. I did not turn my stitches back up after I had done my basting. And this is another common thing that we find if we're too excited to start a project, then we don't turn up our stitches. So I'm going to do that right now so that it doesn't happen again. I'm going to, on my screen, my tablet screen, the small screen, not the Pro Stitcher screen, I select my stitches. I prefer to stitch between 11 and 12 stitches per inch. So that's what I'm going to jump up to. So I'm going to swing my machine out of the way, do a snip here, and I have all these lovely threads now that we get to pull up. So it's important that you learn as you're playing with Pro Stitcher, there's a lot of steps in the way, not in the way, that sounds bad. A lot of steps that you want to get right? You want to do them in the right order. And when you don't do it in the right order, it's okay because it will be obvious pretty quickly where you need to make a change. While I'm taking this out, I want to tell you the thread that I'm using is actually a King Tut thread today. I picked it because it's variegated, and I love a good variegated thread. It can make designs really pop because it adds another dimension, another element to look at when you're looking at quilting. So I will also tell you the one good thing about having a basting stitch turned on when you don't want it to is it comes out very easily. And there we're done. So I'm going to make sure that my bobbin thread, yep, we're not bound up on the bobbin. Perfect. And we're going to tell it to go again because I've fixed my stitches per inch, so we should be good to go. So on my screen, I'm going to select Pro Stitcher, and then I can select Run, verify your settings again, and I want to turn on my pull up. Right now it's turned off, so I'm going to select on the right-hand side. I'll select the pull up, and that'll show you a little bit differently what it'll do. So now I'm going to hit Proceed, and then so it takes one stitch and then it waits. So down here at the quilt, you can see I'm holding the tail of the thread, and I'm going to swing underneath to pick up the bobbin thread. And I'm going to hold both in my left hand and then hit resume on the screen, and it will start stitching. And the stitches are already looking so much better because I'm not in a basting stitch. And then we have our fun dragonfly design, and it's on an angle just like we told it to be. Perfect. So the other really cool thing we can do while we're playing in Pro Stitcher, there's something called tracing an area. So remember at the very beginning, I set up my pink square to show us where we wanted to put the dragonfly. And you can actually tell the machine, I'm going to have to pick up all these little threads. We can tell the machine to stitch out that square. So I'm going to, let's move over to, should we do another dragonfly down here on this blue one? That'll look really cute. Let me scoot this up just a smidge. So I'm coming over to the end of my frame, and I'm going to advance it just a bit, just so I'm protecting my machine and my frame space, right? We don't want to accidentally bump into anything. So we've got it advanced. Let's do a dragonfly here in this blue one as well. So I'm going to go to the area tab on my Pro Stitcher screen, and I'm going to, on the right-hand side, there's a column called area. There's a button at the bottom that says clear. I'm going to hit clear, and that takes away the pink square. We're going to set up another area, same thing that we did before. I move my machine to where I want to start my area, the area I want to select to sew in, and I'll hit the 2-corner button here underneath area. And then I'll come up to the right to the top of the area where I want to set it. I'll hit the button again. And then if I hit my home button, it'll zoom out and it'll show you where I have put the next area. So we can get our design there. I can just drag it. I'm touching the screen and dragging the design with my finger and putting it right where I want it. There's a couple of other ways to get it there. If you go to the Modify tab, you can hit the Reposition button directly underneath. And you can actually reposition it lots of different ways. This will reposition it to your needle. So if I hit Start Point, on the right-hand side, there's a button that says Start Point. If I push that, it'll actually jump the design to where my crosshairs are. And that's really helpful because if I want to have the design start somewhere specific, I can move my needle and hit Start Point, and it'll jump the design right where I want it. The other way to do it is to go to the Align button right underneath the Modify tab. And we can do center, and it'll center it for us exactly there. And now I'm going to tell it to run. We're going to hit Pro Stitcher, and then I'm going to hit my Run button. But this time, before I proceed, on the right-hand side, you can see it says Trace Area. So if I select Trace Area and then hit Proceed, and you can hit the Trace Area. You don't have to be in the middle of telling it to run or not. Trace Area is a button that you can access normally. And then I'll hit Proceed, and it will come down to the bottom of my area. And here on the quilt, I'm just pulling up my bobbin thread. And then when I hit Resume, it will stitch all the way around my area. So if you want to do stitching in the ditch, this can do it for you. And then you have your design. It'll pop out really nicely. And then I can move my machine away. And then I can pull up my bobbin thread. Perfect. And then we can tell it to stitch the design. So come to Pro Stitcher, hit Run. My trace area is off. You can tell by looking at the screen, the trace area is not green. Green means it is selected. So then I can hit Proceed. And I have to pull up my bobbin thread and then hold it out of the way, and then I hit Resume on the screen, and it will start stitching. And I try to trim my threads close to the beginning, just because I don't want, if I leave the threads in the way, they can get stitched under the design. Perfect. And this stitches out beautifully. It's a really fast, easy design, which is why we picked it. It's a nice, fun one to do. I always come and pull up my bobbin thread so that I can trim it. Yes, do we have another question?
Someone was wondering if they can switch in between using Pro Stitcher and
Wonderful question. Someone is asking if you can switch between using Pro Stitcher and doing free motion. It's kind of like you guys can read my mind, because that's honestly what I'm moving to next, which is brilliant. So let's say I have finished all of my dragonflies in the blue squares. Now I want to go into the minky, and I want to trace around, not trace around, but kind of use the minky as a way to practice doing my stipple. When you have polka dot fabric or minky fabric that has dots, it's a great way to practice free motion, learning how to stipple around polka dots. So all you have to do to turn off the gears, to turn off Pro Stitcher. I guess that's not a good way to say it, but the gears enable Pro Stitcher to keep track of the design it's stitching, sorry. So on my computer screen, on my tablet screen, if I go to Pro Stitcher tab and then I hit the gears button, the gears will turn off, they turn purple. And once they've turned purple, you'll actually see on my screen that the crosshairs are supposed to be there. They're supposed to be purple as well to match the gears so that you can see that you are no longer using the gears and no longer able to do Pro Stitcher. If you try to tell it to stitch a design now, it will not work. But that means it's easier for me to do some free motion stitching. So if you look at the quilt, I'm going to do some stipple around these designs, and it'll be so much easier because the gears are not turned on. When the gears are engaged, it's very hard to move the machine smoothly and fluidly. I really do love playing with polka dots. So there you go. That's how easy and simple it is to go from doing a Pro Stitcher design to doing free motion design. And it looks like we might have to finish up here because we've got Blaine. Blaine's going to need to jump back on in a minute. So are there any other questions before we jump back on that we can answer? I can also use the gears to do stitching in the ditch if I have straight design, like straight edges to my quilt blocks. The gears add just a little bit of stiffness and weight when you're quilting, that you can just do your 90-degree angle. You know, if I'm coming down on this block here, I'll just show you. Let's do it. I'll show you. I'm going to turn the gears back on, and you can hear the gears engage. That's how you know that everything is turned back on. And I oftentimes will stitch in the ditch just using the weight of the machine with the gears. Here we go. Because it helps you keep a straight line. And I can stop here in the corner and then go horizontal and then stop here. And then I can go back up vertical. And there you have it. That's one of the other things I love about Pro Stitcher is that it's easy. You can use the channel locks or you can use the weight of the machine. We talked about channel locks earlier today, using this specifically. This is a manual channel lock that you have to put on the wheel yourself, but there are channel locks in Pro Stitcher that it will make the machine stitch straight for me. So yeah, go ahead.
Someone wondered if you wanted to do multiple blocks at a time with the Pro Stitcher, could you set it up?
Yes, that is an incredible question. And yes, you can do that. The only thing you have to watch for, I don't know if you noticed when we started. So the question was, can you set up multiple designs in Pro Stitcher and have it stitch them all out all at once? Yes, you can. The only thing to watch out for, I don't know if you noticed here on the quilt, when we told it to stitch, it started in one antenna, stitched out the design, and finished in the other antenna. And then if I tell it to stitch the other dragonfly up here, it will jump all the way up here, start here, and finish on the other antenna. And the only thing you have to be aware of is that you're going to have a thread that will connect this dragonfly to this dragonfly that you'll have to snip yourself. But it does. It stitches them in order for you if you want it to, which is perfect. So I probably need to pass it back to Blaine so that he can answer your questions about how to get Pro Stitcher Lite. And are you there, Blaine?
I am, Shauna.
Perfect.
Well, thank you so much. Great demonstration. And man, I'm excited about this because it's going to work on our next machine we're going to show too. So thank you so much. And we're going to tell them how they can get it, okay?
Awesome. Thank you.
All righty. All right, everyone. That is the Pro Stitcher Lite. Now, Pro Stitcher makes this for a number of machines. They make it for pretty much 2 or 3 machines with Handi Quilter. They make it, I think, for one for Baby Lock. They make it one for Janome. And they make it for one for our brand new machine we're showing next, which is the King Quilter Elite 16. And so we're going to show you all that. But so this is the Pro Stitcher we have today. Normally, this is $59.99. We have it on sale right now for $54.95 Quilt Show pricing. We do have a call-in special, so you can call in as well and talk to them about this, and they can tell you all the different machines that this will work on. Again, we have some special financing available, and naturally, it's going to be free shipping right to your doorstep. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, and they can answer all your questions for it. But a great robotic system. So again, this is going to work on our machine we're showing next. And speaking of that, we're going to go to our last demonstration of the day. And this is our brand new world premiere of our King Quilter Elite 16. And we have the world famous Carrie Hansen in the house going to show it. And Carrie is the face of gotcha covered quilting and began her career as a crafter at a very young age. Carrie was raised in an environment of crafting, crocheting, knitting, needlepoint, and cross stitching. And it was only natural for her to pick up quilting, where her first quilt was a tulip applique. This quickly drove her into her true passion obsession with quilting, and now Carrie has over 20 years of being a master quilter under her belt. And y'all have seen her on our show many, many times. She's come in and demonstrated, and she is just a wonderful quilter and a great person on top of that. We love her coming in. And so she's live at our San Marcos store today. We got Roger over there with her. He's going to be running the cameras. So y'all welcome, a big welcome to Carrie Hansen.
Thanks,
Carrie.
Blaine. Just kind of garbled out. I don't know if you're still talking or not, so hopefully you're not. Anyway, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us, especially at the end of the day. For those of you who have been on here all day, we really, really appreciate that. You're like true fans, so applause to you guys. So today I'm going to be talking about the King Quilter Elite 16, the 16-inch. Has a 16-inch throat space. Sorry for me jumbling over my words here. On a 5-foot frame. And the thing that's really exciting about this is that I talk to a lot of people who say, I would love a long arm. I don't have the space. And they don't want to do what I did, which was give up my entire living room for my quilting space, which I can appreciate. So the thing that's really neat about this is it's a 5-foot frame. So a lot of people do have space for 5 feet. And it's really great if you're working on smaller quilts. So if you have like 46, 48 inch small lap quilts, baby quilts, that sort of a thing, this frame is perfect for you. But even better than that is the way the frame comes with the machine is with this hoop system here. And you can, I'm going to show you how to do it, but you can clamp your quilt down. So you can actually even do a king size quilt on this if you wanted to, because you're able to move it around. You're not attached to leaders like you normally would be with a long arm. What you're looking at here, you're going to have to use your imagination a little bit because we've got an additional add-on frame package already attached to this machine, which is optional if it's something that you wanted to do. So I'm going to show you the original way, and then I'm going to show you how to load things with the add-on frame. So the add-on part is the top and the bottom here, and that's where the leaders are attached. So we're going to pretend that it's not on the frame right now. So let me loosen all this up. And we're also going to pretend that this black fabric is also not attached. Didn't have enough time to take everything apart and put everything back together again. So this doesn't exist right now. What you're looking at when you get your machine with your frame is with this kind of hoop frame system here. So let me show you how this works. What you would do is you would take your also pretend quilt that you had pre-basted. So you can spray baste, you can pin baste, you can baste on your machine using a basting stitch or whatnot. Also, one of the options that you can do, which I just learned about actually, is there is water soluble thread. So when it gets wet, it basically disappears. It's not water. Yeah. When you spray it or when it gets wet, it disappears basically. So if you want to baste with that, you don't have to take your basting stitches out. You can leave the basting stitches in the machine or in the quilt. You can do all of your quilting. You wash your quilt at the end and all those basting stitches will disappear, which is super fantastic. I was excited to learn about that. Has a lot of applications for a lot of things when you're needing to put thread in that you then have to remove. So anyway, so basically what you do is you take your basted quilt sandwich and you pull it up and over this frame here and you attach it on here with clamps. But I want to show you one thing. In order to clamp on the back of your quilt and still have enough space to start your quilt top, you have to have excess quilt backing, which is to attach a quilt to a frame. So I don't have enough extra on this one. So what I did is I created my own little temporary little leader system here. So I have some scrap fabric and I pinned, you can see here, I pinned my quilt back to my scrap fabric here. And I'm going to use this as my attachment point so that I don't have to go out and buy more backing fabric. So I'm going to put this up here like such. You could also base these. You don't have to pin. You could actually machine base these to leaders if you wanted to do it that way as well. Or you have enough backing fabric where you don't even worry about it. So we're going to clamp these down here. I'm just going to put 3 on here so that we're not spending time watching me do all of this here. Okay. And now I'm going to pull, again, this sandwich is going to be basted. And I'm going to pull all this nice and tight like that. And then I'm going to use my smaller little clamp. This is going through multiple layers of fabric at the moment because I have the other ones underneath. And I'm going to clamp that down. And you can see that this holds everything nice and tight. So now I'm able to bring my machine over here, which I'm going to pretend, because this is our imagination time here. I would come in here, I would do my quilting, right? And when I'm ready, I've finished my space here. I'm ready to advance my quilt. I'm going to take the clamps off. Try not to drop everything on the floor. Okay, so let's pretend that I've quilted all the way down here where my fingers are. I'm going to pull all this up and over. Ouch. If you use pins, be careful. I'm going to clamp them down again. One of the things that's really nice about this is that if you have a quilt that is wider than this space, so you have a 5-foot frame, you have about 48 usable inches here. If you have a quilt that is bigger, you can work down one side and then you can move the whole quilt over and just have it hanging over the edge. So you can do something bigger than a 5-foot frame, which is really nice. Again, people talk about, not having space for the big quilt, but then also wanting something bigger than just 48 inches. So this type of a frame with the clamps gives you the flexibility to move your quilt around. If you think about if you're doing a quilt on your domestic machine, that's kind of how you do things. You do it like that. So now I've got this extra of my quilt. I'm going to put my clamp on here so that I'm all ready to go. The fabric underneath is kind of hindering me a little bit, which would not normally be the case when you're quilting. And now I have this extra. I've already quilted all of this. So what do you do with it? You don't want it getting in your way. So you can kind of take this and fold it up. Again, if you're going to pin base, just be careful with your pins because they do hurt. And you can tack it up like that. And then, sorry, let's try this again. So I guess that just demonstrates that it doesn't stay by itself, right? You put these little clamps on it like this and it holds everything up. So you can keep all of your excess quilt out of the way, out of your quilting space. And so again, if your quilt is, 90 inches long, something like that, you've got a lot of extra quilt that needs to be managed up here. You've got these clamps that can manage all of it. Again, you've got a nice, clean, clear, tight surface for doing your quilt. So again, you can do all of your quilting and then continue advancing like that. So you can see how quick and easy it is to actually do this. Clamps are super easy. I really like it. I think it's a great system for people who are limited in space, or simply don't want a large frame. Okay, so I'm going to take these off, and now we're going to talk about, if you guys have any questions on this, you can type it in the, you know what I'm talking about, the comments section, and we can get to them later. Blaine will mention them to me. Excuse my face being too close. Okay, so now I'm going to take this off. Now, if you wanted to get the additional frame, you do, like I said, you end up with the bars, the top and the bottom bar. You have leaders, just like you would with an 8-foot frame, a 10-foot frame, 12-foot frame. You attach your backing to the leaders. They roll. It's just like what you think of when you are looking at a bigger machine, other than it's 5 foot. So I'm going to roll this up, kind of get this out of the way. I'm not going to show you how to load your quilt on this because it's we don't have enough time to do all that, other than I preloaded it so that I'd be ready to go. And again, you have this clamp here. If you need it, if you feel like you need a little extra support on the quilt top to hold it steady, you can put this clamp down on here as well, like this. And you might find that you don't necessarily need it. It depends, but because you are loading your quilt back. Now, if you're going to use the frame like this, you do not pre-baste your quilt, and you are then limited to the width of your quilt being about 48 inches. So again, this is a fantastic system if you're planning on doing mostly smaller quilts. You can get this additional part. You don't have to worry about clamping. You don't have to worry about basting. You just load them up and you're good to go. So I'm going to take this off just to get it out of the way. Okay. Now let's just talk a little tiny bit about the machine. If any of you were watching earlier, somebody was on talking about the King Quilter, the 18-inch machine. The main difference between the machines is the throat space. This has a 16-inch throat space, whereas the other one's an 18-inch throat space. One of the things I love about the King Quilter, any of their machines, is that the little screen on the front has everything right here at your fingertips, and you don't have to hunt around and try and figure out where to find things. It's super, super self-explanatory, easy to use. You can set your stitches per inch for your stitch regulation. You can tell the machine, I want to be in, have stitch regulation, or I want it to be in manual. It's just a matter of press this button, press that button. You've got your needle up, down default. You can adjust your speed. Everything is just boom, boom, boom right here on the screen. So it's super, super simple, which I love. Also on the bars here, you've got toggles on the bars. I don't know if you can see that, Roger, or not, or you just have to trust me that I'm. So we've got our toggles here. So on the right side, you've got your really easy start stop button. You've got your needle up, needle down. So I'll show you, for instance, like that, because I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread while I'm here. And that's how you do it. So you've got your needle up, needle down here, and then you've also got the plus minus, so you can adjust your speed on the handlebars like this. So you're not constantly having to move up here. You don't have to lift your hands off the bars when you want to start and stop and do things, which is really essential when you're machine quilting. So it's basic in the way that there's not extraneous stuff on the screen, but it has everything that you absolutely need. So anyway. This machine also has the option to, if you wanted to do pantograph bars in the back, you can get a screen, the little screen on the back as well. So you have all of the controls. That's when you put the paper design on the back with the laser light, and you do your designs that way. So there is the option for that. I also just heard that there's the option to do, if you want to make this computerized, there's the option for that as well. Blaine may talk more about that, or sorry, I'm in the store, so people walk in, I get a little distracted here. This is how I teach my classes too, in case you wanted to know. So anyway, so there's a lot of options for this machine. So you can go with just the basic frame with all of the clamps, or you can start adding on some additional things if you want to. So anyway, let's see how I'm doing on time. I've got about 10 minutes left. So let's just talk a little bit about the fact that we have manual mode and stitch regulation. Some of you may know what that means, some of you may not, so I'll give you a quick little explanation. Manual mode means you turn the machine on and it just goes, and you have to keep up with the pace of the machine. And that's kind of daunting for some people because your stitch length might be longer or shorter based on how fast or slow you go. Stitch regulation, you tell the machine, I want the stitches to be 10 stitches per inch. No matter how fast or how slow you go, the machine will make sure that the stitches are 10 per inch or 8 per inch or 12, whatever it is that you set it. It's really easy to control it. Stitch at 10.
Well, it seems like the technology gremlins are out today. Seems like everybody's having a little Wi-Fi trouble, but I do know that it's they're storming a little bit across the nation today too, in different places. But, hey, here in San Diego, it's sunny San Diego, great weather today. So I don't know what's going on with ours, but sorry about that, everybody. I think Carrie was nearing to the end of her presentation, but we lost her Wi-Fi signal there, I guess. But we could go ahead and tell you a little bit about this. Now, this is our brand new King Quilter Elite 16. And guys, this is the first time you are seeing this. We just released this. We tested this machine. It's been tested a long time and before we released it, and we are super excited about this. Now, it's going to have a couple frame options. So right now the price on it is $49.99, and that's going to come with your 5-foot frame. It comes with the 5-foot frame. Now there is a little bit of an upcharge if you want to go to the 8-foot. So I think it's like $250 maybe, $500, Kyle? Kyle's telling me $500. So it's $500 to go to the 8-foot frame, and then maybe it's like $250 more to go to the 10-foot frame. I think that's where I'm getting the $250. So there is a little bit of an upcharge if you want to go in the frame. But the reason we did this is to give you that option. So, depending on how much space you have in your house, you can probably find 5-foot to be able to dedicate for a frame for to quilt on, and you can do long arm quilts on that. I mean, full size quilts on it. Then if you have the room to go to an 8-foot, hey, great, you could choose the 8-foot, and then if you have plenty of room, you can go all the way up to the 10-foot. And again, this is a great machine, and we are super, super happy with it. Now, prior to us showing this machine, you saw Shauna showing you the Pro Stitcher Lite. Well, what's good news about this is the Pro Stitcher Lite will go right on this machine and works really well. So we have that option. And then we also have a Butler option that you can put on there. So we have 2 robotic systems that'll fit on this machine. Trying to make it customized just for you. So again, if you are interested in getting this brand new 16 Elite machine from us, this is our own brand, King Quilter. It's tried and true, been tested for many years now, and the 18 inches we've had out since 2018, and it has been a workhorse. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. We got some specials that we can talk to you about. Make sure they get the right combination for you. They can tell you all about it. They are experts when it comes to our King Quilter, and they're going to know exactly how to help you with this. And we're going to ship this thing nationwide absolutely free. We have these in stock, ready to ship right now, right to your doorstep. And we do have some special financing. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. All right. So let's bring my co-host back in, Jane Klaus.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. So guess what?
What?
We just completed day 1.
I know. Come on. There's no more?
Yeah, that's it. Fast.
So
Completed day
fast.
1.
I want more.
I know. Well, we still get to give away some items today.
Oh, good.
And we're going to pick our first finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway.
Okay, but first, do you want a new joke?
Yes.
Okay. Why was the sewing machine so funny?
I'm trying to think about that one. Because it had you in stitches.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You got it. You're not supposed to guess the joke. You're supposed to let me
Well,
All right. That was fine.
That's pretty good. Had me in stitches.
because that always has the incision. All right, do you want another one?
Yes, one more.
Hold on, I gotta look at my reference list because I don't have them memorized. How many sewers does it take to change a light bulb?
Sewers to change a light bulb.
Yep.
3.
No, just one, but she'll need 3 spare bulbs, 2 new patterns, some fabric, and a sewing machine or a glue gun for a new lampshade.
There we go. That's awesome.
That wasn't so smooth. All right, I'm done for the day.
All right, we'll save the rest for tomorrow. All right, so we've got some really cool things to give away, Jane. We're going to do that giveaways first, and then our last drawing of the day, we're going to draw our first finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. And what's so awesome about the Dream Studio giveaway, it's worth $26,000 this year, whoever wins. But if you get in the top 5, you're guaranteed to win a prize regardless. And it will be a sewing machine of some sorts that everybody is guaranteed to win just by getting in the finalists.
Sounds like a good deal, and I love this too. And by the way, if you're not selected today and you don't make it to the final, one of the 5 finalists, we still give away a lot of prizes all week long. So that's a whole nother thing.
And the thing is, if they watch tomorrow, guess what? They can chat, do the same thing, ask questions, and they'll be in drawing for all the stuff tomorrow, including our second finalists for the grand prize. So each day we're going to draw a finalist. So you have basically right now you have 5 chances to get into the drawing for the Dream Studio.
That's what's so good about day 1. You still have 5 chances.
Yes. So, usually we have a lot of people that watch every day and watch the whole thing. And so hopefully they'll get in there this year. And then also on Friday, we'll announce, our winners of the quilt contest. We'll announce the People's Choice Award, the first 3 places. They're guaranteed to get a prize package. The Judge's Choice, which is called the Best of Show, they're going to get a really nice prize package worth about $11,000. And so it's great all week. We're giving a ton of stuff away all week. So everybody needs to stay tuned and really watch the show.
You always just exceed our expectations, Blaine. You give so many things away this week. It's so much fun. I mean, and all of the presenters, I feel like that's a gift too, because you're learning so much. You're talking about the products and the different brands, but you're learning. So it's all a win-win, really.
Yeah, I had an email from a customer one day was talking about, she says she loves watching the presenters just to see what their sewing rooms look like.
Oh my gosh. So true. How fun is that? I
never really thought about it like that.
Yeah, I love it too. It's really fun to see what everyone's sewing rooms look like. It's like, when you drive by a house and the lights are on, you're like, what's going on behind the curtain?
Yeah.
We all do it.
All righty. So are y'all ready out in SMP Nation? Are you ready to get some prizes? I want to see some chats going on in there. And remind everybody, we're going to start again the stream tomorrow. We'll kick off the stream at 8 o'clock in the morning. Jane and I'll come on at 8:15, and we're going to kick off our first presenter at 8:30 Pacific time, and which will be 10:30 Central. And so we, welcome everybody to come and join us tomorrow. We're going to do giveaways again tomorrow. We have another educational session tomorrow, and all great bunch of demos and a lot of great pricing. And the phones, Jane, will stay open tonight all the way till 6 p.m. Pacific time, which is 8 p.m. Central. The telephones will be so they can still order. And then the chat, the online chat, Kyle, how late does it stay open tonight? 10 p.m. So it's going to be 10 p.m. Pacific all the way till, so it'll be 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. I should say, 12 a.m. Central time and 1 a.m. Eastern time. Our chat will stay open.
Well, so that's good too, because we have people, if whatever, you got a doctor's appointment, you got to work, you missed a little thing, you want to go back and you're still ordering and you still have chats. So you got people watching, I'm sure, all night long.
Exactly. Well, and think about it. If you didn't get to see the live show and you get home from work today and you're watching the playback right now, later tonight, they could still get on our website and chat with a live agent to talk about the show, what they saw, and actually place an order.
That's great. That's great, Blaine. I love it. I'm telling you, put it in your cart and buy it all, because more is more and less is a bore.
All righty. Well, our first thing, Kennedy, what are we giving away first?
We are doing a AccuQuilt Go meat cutting machine.
Look at that. It's $149. And so, Jane, I'm going to let you do the honors.
All right, everybody. Kennedy, spin that wheel. I can feel it spinning. The first one, really.
We need to make a spinning song. We need to
I have it going. Kathy Lauer, congratulations. Watching on YouTube today. Blaine?
Yep, Kathy, congratulations. So, Kathy, how you're going to claim your prize? You have 30 days to claim this prize. We need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information completely, hit submit, and once we get that in, we will get your product shipped right out to you.
It's very exciting. Congratulations, Kathy. It was really nice spending the day with you.
All right, so what's up next, Kennedy?
Next up, a So Steady wish table that is going to be crafted after your personal machine. So
Yeah.
this,
Well, and it does. It takes about 3 or 4 weeks to get this. Whoever wins, because they actually custom make this to fit your machine.
It's so cool. I love these.
today, just real quick, when you go to submit it, when you win to fill out the form, make sure you include what your machine is.
Yeah, in the notes section, in the notes section on the form to claim the prize, you just put in there what brand of machine you have and what model, and then we'll handle it from there. Okay. All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woohoo!
Here we go.
Here we go. Spinning the wheel.
This is the
So
perfect
exciting.
way to do the quilting with a home machine, for sure.
Look at that. Deborah Smith just won, watching today from YouTube. So how can she claim her prize, Jane?
Well, Deborah Smith, all you need to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down to the bottom, fill out all the information, and most importantly, what Kennedy and Blaine just said, tell us what machine they are fitting for this amazing So Steady table.
Very well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Well, here's my question though, for Deborah, really. So she gets there and she gets there and she fills it out and she's like, I want this machine. And then the next day she's like, well, maybe I want this machine because she has two. Or if she has questions on how to measure it, can she call and find out to talk to somebody, or am I making it too complicated?
She won't even have to measure it. If she gives us the brand and model,
Oh, you'll know.
we have that on the file, the measurements, and they'll fit it to that brand and model.
I'm done.
But I mean, if she's thinking about getting a new machine this week, you might want to just
She can do
call us
that.
and we can work something out.
But if she wants a new machine, just still tell us the brand and model
yes,
of
right.
what she's going to buy, and we'll make the table fit that.
Perfect. Great job.
All right, Kennedy, what's up for next prize?
Next up, we're gonna do let's do a $50 gift card. So that way,
Yes.
we can shop today.
There we go. All right, Jane, it's all you.
Okay, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woohoo!
She's like fresh today because it's only day one. She's not even tired of spinning the wheel yet.
Donna.
Okay, Donna.
I'm not even gonna try.
Donna
No,
Legwin.
Lagmo.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the M, Blaine?
Well, it's kind of like Como, but it's Lagmo.
Donna, you gotta
I
set
don't
the
know.
record straight.
Tell us how to pronounce your last name, Donna, because
Yeah.
see in Louisiana when they have the EUX, it's
Yeah.
like Como, like Mo, like
Yeah, it's a ew.
something like that.
Boy, I mean, really, out of all of us, we can't figure it out.
I don't know. Somebody help us there. Put it in the chat right now, like how to pronounce this.
We need a pronouncer. Everybody's shaking
My
their
wife
head.
Michelle's watching. She can tell us. I promise you.
Wait, your wife Michelle just wrote, "Don't let Blaine pronounce anything." She did. I saw it go right
All
by
right.
that. I saw her name.
So, Michelle, tell us how to pronounce this. I mean, my wife could go on Wheel of Fortune and win it. She spells and figures all these words out. It's crazy. I'm like, go win us some money. So I guarantee
Betsy
she can
says
tell us.
Legoo.
Tell us how to pronounce this name, Michelle. Look for her cat
Maybe she
candy.
won't because I don't know. Maybe she's like, no, I'm not going to. And we called her out.
I don't know.
All right. Well, it's super funny because we're just talking about how everyone's saying Lagoo. I like Lagoo.
Lagoo.
That's good.
There we go.
I could agree with that.
I could agree with Lagoo because it's that last name or that N, the AUX. So, all right, Donna, here's how you need to claim your prize, Donna. Regardless of what your last name is, we need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information completely, hit submit, and we are going to email you back a gift card code that you can put it in at checkout, and it'll save you $50 off your purchase.
I like this. You said like ragu, it's Lagoo. I love it.
Lagoo.
So she has 30 days, right? All the prize winners have 30 days to claim their prize.
30 days to claim your prize.
Perfect.
All right. What's up next, Kennedy?
Next up is a Genomi TM16 sewing machine.
There we go for $299. So, Jane.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Spin that wheel.
Woohoo! Oops, I forgot.
Oh, hi.
Sorry about that. I'm spinning.
All right, here we go.
I think we need to do an SMP Nation spelling bee where Blaine spells sewing terms.
I can't spell anything.
Okay, go ahead.
Dana
Melberg. That's an easy one, Blaine.
Yeah, I got it. Dana Melberg. All right, Dana's watching today from YouTube. So congratulations. You just won yourself a Genomi machine. And what we need you to do to claim that prize is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim a prize, fill out all that information completely, hit submit, and we'll get your brand new machine shipped right out to you. All right,
Easy
what's
peasy.
up next?
Okay, let's do some sew mats.
Okay, this is our last giveaway until we pick our grand prize winner, Jane, for today. So we're going to give a sew mat away. Now, these come in 13 different colors. There's 4 sizes in each color. And what I always say, Kennedy?
You are doing your machine a disservice. Do you know how to spell disservice?
Yes.
Okay, good. You're doing your machine a disservice if you do not have this mat under your machine. It's just plain and
The
simple.
question is, do you know how to spell it?
I think so. I was
Okay.
going to, but then I got scared for a second.
Okay. All right. So everybody needs a sew mat. And so let's spin the wheel. Let's get us a winner, Kennedy.
Let's do it.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, Kennedy, spin that wheel. You
Yeah.
have to say it. You got to say it.
Spin the WHEEL. Woo!
All right. It's all you, Jane.
Martha Alderete. Martha
There you go.
Alderete. Okay, well, congratulations, Martha, joining us on YouTube today. Thank you so much for hanging with us today. Now, you have won the most amazing sewing mat. And again, you're doing your machine a disservice if you don't have one. So what you need to do to get yours, go to SMBLive.tv, go all the way to the bottom. Tell us where we're sending it to, what you won, and most importantly, tell us what size and what color you want. That's what you need to do, Martha. Congratulations.
That is very well said.
Thank you.
All right. Our last
I'm never
thing that
quite
we're doing-
sure.
Yep. The last thing we're doing today, everyone, is we're going to draw our first grand prize finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway. And we're going to draw our finalists. And you're guaranteed to win something. And you'll be in for the drawing on Friday with 4 other people for the grand prize, which is the Dream Studio giveaway worth $26,000. So, Kennedy, spin
I can't take on this.
that wheel.
I'm so nervous. Okay, I'm doing it.
It's all on you, Kennedy.
I know.
It's all on you.
Here we go.
Please no, I want everyone to win.
I know.
Laverne Mendez.
Hey, Laverne.
So congratulations, Laverne. You are our first grand prize finalist, and you'll be in for the Dream Studio drawing on Friday, which is worth $26,000, and you're guaranteed to win a sewing machine just for being a finalist. So what we need you to do, Laverne, is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page, fill out all that information, and in the notes section, put, I am the first finalist.
I am the
That
first
easy.
finalist.
And if Shirley gets the finalist tomorrow, that would be really great.
Laverne and Shirley?
Yeah. Let's pray. Friday. Let's hope.
Right?
All right, Jane. Well,
And
day
then Lenny
one
and
is in the
Squiggy can get
book.
it the next 2 days. I'm sorry, what, Blaine?
I said that day one is in the books. And so thank you so much for helping me co-host this. It's been a very fast day.
It literally, the hours fly by. It's so much fun. Thank you for having me, Blaine. I'll be here all week. I have more jokes for you.
Oh, well, good.
So just get ready.
All right. Well, anyway, I want to remind everyone tomorrow we're going to start the stream again. Make sure you tune in. We got prizes again all day tomorrow. We're going to have the Dream Studio second finalist tomorrow afternoon. I have some fantastic demos, have an educational session tomorrow as well. So we want everybody to tune in. We're going to start the stream at 8 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. And we'll start the very first demo at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. And we hope that everybody will join in and see us then. So y'all have a great rest of your night. We'll see y'all in the morning.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.